Chapter 201. This Yi Yan is far more powerful than Xiao Fan. Chapter 201. This Yi Yan is far more powerful than Xiao Fan. Shen Mo said calmly.
The corpse shade is completely unharmed, yet you falsely claim to have injured it. Have you no shame?
Yi Yan's expression remained unchanged, making it seem as though he was about to speak. Yet in the next instant, he attacked without warning. A heavy halberd appeared out of nowhere, blazing with fierce flames. In an instant, a dragon of fiery flames formed in midair, its jaws wide open, lunging toward Shen Mo with intent to consume him whole. This strike was meant not only to kill Shen Mo but to utterly destroy the entire cargo ship, erasing any evidence. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. True to his ruthless and domineering nature. No words, just immediate action, leaving no time for his opponent to react. Had Shen Mo been an ordinary cultivator, he wouldn't have had time to respond before Yi Yan's attack reached him. In that case, he would have immediately fallen into a disadvantage, forced into a retreat. However, Yi Yan had clearly underestimated Shen Mo. Whoosh! As the fiery halberd approached, two towering evergreen trees manifested in front of Shen Mo. Their branches were lush, their trunks of vibrant green. The two trees stood firm, blocking the fiery halberd's light. The leaves quickly turned to ash under the flames, but the trunks remained standing, unyielding. The trees had given Shen Mo enough time. He quickly summoned 4 mystical gates. 3 large bronze gates and 1 gate of flame materialized before him. Boom, boom, boom. By now, the 2 evergreen trees had been reduced to charred remains, crumbling to ash. The fiery halberd light finally struck, crashing into the mystical gates and forcing Shen Mo to take only a few steps back. In an instant, the flames dispersed. Shen Mo remained completely unharmed. Yi Yan's expression shifted slightly as he hovered in midair. He looked at Shen Mo intently for a few moments before retreating, using his martial arts to vanish into the dark night. Shen Mo smiled faintly. In their brief exchange, each had gauged the other's strength. Yi Yan realized he couldn't guarantee Shen Mo's death. Shen Mo also understood that Yi Yan's fate was strong, he wouldn't die so easily. Yi Yan had made a quick decision based on the situation. He abandoned the Yin Sha Pearl without hesitation. After all, there were countless opportunities in this world. There was no need to risk everything for a single Yin Sha Pearl.
Act when you should, retreat when necessary. This Yi Yan is far more formidable than Xiao Fan used to be. Ahem.
Shen Mo smiled slightly and turned his gaze away. Mei He, who had been crying with gratitude, said,
"Thank you, Senior, for saving my life."
Guo Long and Guo Yi also knelt, expressing their thanks.
"Thank you, Senior."
Shen Mo waved dismissively.
It was nothing, after all I'm also on the ship.
He looked at Mei He and casually placed his palm on his chest, releasing a wisp of fire energy. Mei He spat out a mouthful of black blood with a gasp. The pallor on his face faded considerably. Delighted, Mei He exclaimed,
Thank you, Senior, for detoxifying me.
The poison from the corpse shade's icy arrows was extremely toxic. Only pure fire energy could force it out. Even if Mei He had made it to Jade Sea City while injured, the poison would have seeped into his organs, requiring 9 or 10 years to recover if he survived. Without treatment, he might even lose years off his lifespan. Shen Mo's assistance had saved his life once more.
Guo Long, Guo Yi, after delivering the cargo to Jade Sea City, immediately go into hiding.
Shen Mo advised casually. Guo Long was puzzled.
Why?
Shen Mo pointed to the ship's hold.
Do you know what you're transporting? It's dried black frost flowers.
Guo Long replied.
Black frost flowers have a cold nature, something evil spirits are particularly drawn to.
Shen Mo explained.
Even dried, their scent can attract malicious beings.
Guo Long gasped. He and his son were quick thinkers. They immediately realized the situation. They had likely been used as bait to lure the corpse shade.
Your kindness will not be forgotten, Master.
Guo Long and Guo Yi kowtowed to Shen Mo. Shen Mo waved them off.
Keep the ship moving, we can't afford any delays. Yes, sir.
3 days later, a battered cargo ship appeared at the port of Jade Sea City, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Its mast was broken and the deck was shattered.
Why are you still following me?
Shen Mo glanced at Mei He, who was lingering behind him. Mei He blinked and grinned.
Guo Long and his son might be hunted down, and I could be too. I think it's safer to stick with you, senior.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. Although this man wasn't particularly powerful, he had a wealth of knowledge and connections. Moreover, he was genuinely decent. During the attack by the corpse shade, he hadn't abandoned Guo Long and his son. Instead, he had given them his spiritual artifact for protection.
You've lived over 300 years. Don't you have any techniques for disguise or concealing your aura?
Shen Mo asked lightly. Mei He shook his head repeatedly.
I do, but mainly I'd rather follow you and find a way to make a living.
Shen Mo chuckled.
I'm new here and unfamiliar with Jade Sea City. You can be my guide.
Mei He nodded eagerly.
Of course, of course. Where would you like to go, senior? Qingxuan Sect.
Mei He immediately responded.
The Jade Cauldron Sect has a branch here in Jade Sea City called Jade Sea Hall. I know that place well. I'll lead the way. Good.
As they walked, Shen Mo asked casually.
By the way, the spiritual artifact you gave to Guo Long and his son, did you craft it yourself?
Mei He chuckled.
To be honest, back in my younger days, I traveled widely and came across a master of artifact crafting who took me under his wing. That master saw some talent in me and gave me a scroll to study closely.
That artifact, called the water bubble, was something I learned from that scroll.
Mei He reached into his storage ring and took out a booklet.
If you're interested, I can hand it over to you.
Shen Mo smiled lightly.
Let me have a look.
He took the booklet and, as they walked, skimmed through its contents. The ideas recorded within were rather fanciful, not exactly standard artifact crafting techniques. However, there were a few concepts that might prove useful. For example, the water bubble itself might be of little use to a nascent soul cultivator. But if one were in the depths of an extremely deep waterway, a place even nascent soul cultivators would struggle with, the water bubble could play a crucial role. Shen Mo recalled that Yi Yan had a fortuitous encounter that required him to venture deep underwater.
Senior, we've arrived. Ahead is Jade Sea Hall.
Mei He said respectfully, pointing to a tall building nestled among shady trees. Shen Mo nodded.
Let's go.
Mei He hesitated.
You intend to go inside? That's not allowed. The Hall Master of Jade Sea Hall has a rule: only disciples of the three major sects can enter. Smaller sect disciples or rogue cultivators must wait outside.
If you go in uninvited, their cultivators will treat you with hostility.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Oh, such a rule exists. Don't worry, just follow me.
Chapter 202. How could someone so young be a nascent soul cultivator? Chapter 202. How could someone so young be a nascent soul cultivator? Mei He felt a twinge of unease in his heart. But seeing Shen Mo's confidence, he followed him. After all, Shen Mo was a nascent soul cultivator. Even if the Jade Cauldron Sect had rules, they'd surely give some respect to a nascent soul cultivator, right?
Stop!
2 Foundation establishment cultivators stood guard at the entrance to Jade Sea Hall. Seeing Shen Mo approach confidently, they immediately raised their hands to block him.
Only members of the three main sects may enter. If you have business, say it outside.
Their eyes drifted past Shen Mo and landed on Mei He.
It's you again, here for another task, right? Wait outside.
The guard on the right said dismissively. Mei He instinctively nodded.
Yes, yes, of course.
Shen Mo chuckled softly. Interesting. A Sect's Foundation establishment disciples could command even a core formation cultivator like Mei He to bow his head. It seemed the three main sects of Yuzhu were indeed powerful forces. He had come to the right place. With a casual wave of his hand, a small token appeared in Shen Mo's palm. It bore the character
10.
The expressions of the 2 Foundation establishment cultivators immediately shifted. They fell to one knee, their voices trembling with respect.
Forgive us, elder of the 10th peak. We did not recognize you.
Shen Mo said calmly.
No harm done. May I enter now? Of course. I also have a follower. What about him? As the elder's servant, he may enter as well. Who is the hall master here? Hall master He Tianchu is currently in the study. Do you wish to see him, elder? Please follow me.
Mei He, thoroughly bewildered, followed Shen Mo into Jade Sea Hall. The inside of Jade Sea Hall was entirely different from the exterior. From the outside, it looked modest and understated, like an ordinary tea house. But once inside, it was clear that it held hidden wonders. Precious artifacts and rare plants adorned every corner and desk. Just inhaling the air within brought a sense of clarity and vitality. Every detail reflected the grandeur of one of Yuju's 3 major sects. Since entering Jade Sea Hall, Mei He's eyes had been wide with awe.
You look like you've never been here before. Weren't you saying how familiar you were with this place?
Shen Mo teased. Mei He scratched his head.
I do come here often, but only to wait outside and receive the tasks Jade Sea Hall assigns to rogue cultivators. I've never actually been inside Jade Sea Hall before.
A short while later, the Foundation establishment guard led Shen Mo and Mei He to a quiet study. He knocked on the door and said respectfully,
Hall Master, a sect elder is here to see you. Understood, come in.
The door opened. Shen Mo took in the sight of a study filled with the scent of books. A middle-aged man with thick eyebrows and piercing eyes was levitating in midair, immersed in cultivation. The man glanced at Shen Mo and Mei He, then focused on Mei He.
This elder looks unfamiliar. How is it that I haven't met you before?
Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Mei He was older and had a dignified appearance. It was no wonder He Tianchu mistook him for a sect elder. Mei He awkwardly smiled.
Hall master there's been a misunderstanding. The elder here is actually my master. I'm only his follower.
He Tianchu paused, looking over at Shen Mo. With one glance, he discerned that Shen Mo's youthful appearance was no disguise. Someone so young couldn't possibly be a nascent soul cultivator. Typically, nascent soul cultivators were over 200 years old. They often appeared to be in their 40s or 50s. Frowning, He Tianchu said,
Young man, I don't know how you managed to deceive the 2 disciples at the entrance, but if you think you can use the same trick on me, you're mistaken. Leave, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll pretend this never happened and overlook your breach of protocol.
With that, he prepared to close his eyes and resume his cultivation. Shen Mo said calmly,
Hall master do you recognize this item?
He took out the small pearl. He Tianchu opened his eyes with some impatience, but when he saw the pearl he froze.
This is...
He Tianchu's gaze turned dangerous. Shen Mo shook his head. How stubborn this man is, he thought.
Shen Mo from Qingxuan Prefecture. I reached nascent soul half a month ago, and Elder Lu Dongshuan recruited me.
He Tianchu showed little reaction to the first part of this explanation. But as soon as he heard Lu Dongshuan's name, he jumped up as if his tail had been set on fire.
Lu!
Oh heavens, now I remember.
You're the Shen Mo Elder Lu specifically recruited. Please sit, please sit. I apologize for my lack of respect.
He Tianchu quickly gestured for Shen Mo to sit down and called for tea to be served. His attitude had completely transformed, now full of respect. Watching this dramatic change, Mei He could hardly believe his eyes. Elder Lu contacted me through a voice-transmitting jade and informed me that a sect elder he had recruited would arrive soon.
But Elder Lu didn't mention a name, and I certainly didn't expect that the new elder would be someone as young as yourself.
He Tianchu gave an embarrassed laugh, eager to excuse himself. Shen Mo sipped his tea calmly, his expression serene.
I'm not yet an official elder of the Jade Cauldron Sect.
He Tianchu quickly replied.
Not to worry, I'll report to the sect immediately. At most, within a day, the official confirmation will come down. Once that happens, I'll personally escort you to the mountain gate.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. One day.
Elder Shen, You must be tired from your journey. I'll arrange accommodations and meals immediately.
I'll make sure your follower is looked after as well.
He Tianchu added eagerly.
Good, I appreciate it, Hall Master he.
Shen Mo rose. Mei He swallowed nervously. As a rogue cultivator who normally wouldn't even be allowed inside Jade Sea Hall, he was now going to stay here and eat their food. He looked at Shen Mo with newfound admiration. It seems I've truly latched onto a powerful benefactor this time. Once Shen Mo and Mei He had left, He Tianchu wiped the sweat from his forehead.
No wonder that pearl looked so familiar. It belonged to Lu Dongxuan.
He Tianchu was both astonished and puzzled.
If that's true, he must be an extraordinary genius. But
He Tianchu held his head, looking quite troubled. The next morning, shortly after Shen Mo woke up, a disciple of the Qingxuan Sect delivered freshly steamed fish to him. The fragrance filled the air, tempting anyone nearby. After taking a few bites, Shen Mo felt an indescribable satisfaction, as if he'd swallowed a whole block of ice on a sweltering day. Mei He, fortunate enough to share in Shen Mo's meal, was wide-eyed with amazement. Damn, this is delicious. So this is the treatment an elder of the Qingxuan Sect receives.
Elder Shen, the response from the sect has arrived. I'll accompany you to the mountain gate right away.
He Tianchu said, striding in with a pleased expression.
Very well, let's go, Mei He, wait here for me.
Shen Mo said casually.
Yes, of course.
Chapter 203, the 10th peak known for their gambling. Chapter 203, the 10th peak known for their gambling. To the north of Jade Sea City lies the Hengtai Mountain Range. The most famous peak in this range is Tai Mountain. The entire Hengtai Mountain Range serves as the mountain gate of the Qingxuan Sect. Blessed with abundant spiritual energy and inhabited by rare and exotic creatures, it is the place every cultivator in Tai Mountain Prefecture dreams of entering. However, the Qingxuan Sect is extremely selective in recruiting disciples. Those with weaker constitutions have no chance of ever entering the sect. Even core formation rogue cultivators can only hope to attain an ordinary steward position within the sect. Throughout Tai Mountain Prefecture, from south to north, east to west, from mortals to cultivators, everyone reveres the Qingxuan Sect as a holy land. Along the journey, Shen Mo occasionally inquired about the current state of the Qingxuan Sect, and He Tianchu answered every question. This conversation provided Shen Mo with valuable insights into the sect. After 2 days of flying together, Shen Mo and He Tianchu finally reached the Hengtai Mountain Range.
Elder Shen, we've arrived.
He Tianchu gestured toward the expansive, lush mountain range ahead with a smile. Shen Mo nodded slightly. The spiritual energy here was indeed the densest in all of Tai Mountain Prefecture. Just breathing it in made him feel invigorated, as if he'd become a decade younger. Swish, swish. The two descended swiftly, landing on the Qingxuan Sect's training grounds. The training grounds alone were larger than the entire mountain gate of Qingxuan Sect. The ground was paved with remarkably durable stone bricks. When Shen Mo tapped his foot, he sensed a formation embedded within the stones. With such a formation, even a nascent soul cultivator's attack wouldn't easily damage the stone bricks. Disciples and stewards bustled about the training grounds. The presence of Shen Mo and He Tianchu, both nascent soul cultivators, caught the attention of many disciples. They all bowed respectfully as the two passed by. A core formation steward noticed them and quickly jogged over.
Hall Master he, I didn't expect to see you back at the sect. Why aren't you at Jade Sea Hall?
He greeted them with a respectful bow before asking. He Tianchu gestured to Shen Mo.
This is Elder Shen, newly recruited into the sect by Elder Lu Dongxuan. I've brought Elder Shen here to complete the formalities, and we'll be on our way shortly.
The steward nodded repeatedly.
Please follow me, I'll take you to the Elder Hall.
With the steward leading the way, Shen Mo and He Tianchu proceeded forward. Along the way, Shen Mo observed numerous pavilions and towers nestled amid lush greenery. White cranes and black tigers rested peacefully, seemingly unbothered by the presence of cultivators around them.
Hall Master why are we headed to the Elder Hall?
Shen Mo asked casually. He Tianchu quickly explained.
Elder Shen, according to protocol, all new elders must first report to the Elder Hall. From there, they are assigned to one of the 10 peaks, under the first elder, second elder, or any of the other elders up to the 10th elder. Afterward, each elder is assigned to oversee specific regions of Tai Mountain Prefecture, either guarding cities or managing sect assets, depending on their talents and abilities. The Elder Hall is usually overseen by one of the 1st to 5th elders, who rotate monthly. Currently
He Tianchu paused, unable to recall who was on duty, so he asked the steward.
Who's currently overseeing the Elder Hall?
The steward promptly replied.
The second elder.
At the mention of the
Second elder?
He Tianchu's expression turned a bit uneasy.
What's wrong, Hall Master?
Shen Mo asked. He Tianchu gave an awkward smile.
Elder Shen, from what I've shared with you over the past days, you might understand my concerns. I'd rather not say too much. That building up ahead is the Elder Hall. I'll leave you here.
He coughed lightly.
I haven't visited the sect in quite some time, so I'll go pay respects to my master at the 3rd peak. Elder Shen, until we meet again.
With that he waved and bid Shen Mo farewell. Shen Mo nodded slightly.
Elder Shen, we're here.
The steward said respectfully. Shen Mo looked up to see a grand, imposing building before him. Above the entrance, 3 majestic characters were inscribed in a calligraphy style that exuded power. Elder Hall. The sword intent in these characters was so sharp that staring at them too long made his eyes sting. Shen Mo's expression grew contemplative. He estimated that this plaque must have been written by at least a soul transformation stage sword cultivator. If the conditions of time, place, and people align in the future, perhaps just staring at this plaque could lead one to enlightenment.
Elder Shen, the second elder is waiting for you.
The steward called from up ahead. Shen Mo nodded and followed. On the 2nd floor, he encountered an elderly man with snowy white hair. The man had a hooked nose, a gaze as sharp and cold as ice, and a broad, muscular frame. If not for his white hair, many would likely mistake him for a robust, vigorous middle-aged man. A powerful and dangerous aura radiated from him. Clearly, this was a soul transformation stage cultivator.
So you are Shen Mo.
The second elder looked Shen Mo over with a neutral expression, showing no hint of emotion. It seemed he was simply evaluating him. Shen Mo nodded.
Yes. Since Lu Dongxuan recruited you, you'll be assigned to the 10th peak.
The second elder continued indifferently.
Our Qingxuan Sect has extensive assets, spanning artifact crafting, alchemy, and beast taming. The beast taming division is currently in need of revitalization. So, you will go to Dragon Snake Mountain outside Jade Sea City to oversee those operations.
Without asking Shen Mo's opinion, or if he even wanted the assignment, the second elder waved his hand, dismissing him. The steward beside him whispered, "Second elder, according to tradition, Elder Shen also needs a set of elder's robes." Only then did the second elder look up, offering a forced smile.
All right, I almost forgot.
He retrieved a set of pristine white elder's robes from his storage ring and handed it to the steward, who accepted it with both hands.
Now go do what you need to do. Don't get involved with the wrong people and don't meddle in affairs that don't concern you.
The second elder sat back down, resuming his tasks, clearly uninterested in further conversation. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow but said nothing more. He simply bowed and turned to leave. Outside the elder hall, the steward handed the robes to Shen Mo, his hands shaking slightly.
Farewell, Elder Shen. If I'd known you were connected to the 10th peak, I wouldn't have dared to guide you here.
He gave a wry smile before quickly departing. Judging by his hurried steps, he was clearly anxious. Shen Mo's expression remained calm. The second elder's last words were clearly a warning to the steward.
It seems my guess was correct. There's tension between the factions of the second elder and the 10th elder. He Tianchu and this steward clearly want no part of it.
Shen Mo shook his head. He hadn't expected to be caught up in factional strife, as soon as he entered the Qingxuan Sect.
Wherever there are people, there are factions. No matter, let's check out the 10th peak first. I wonder what kind of person the 10th elder is, and what kind of figures Lu Dongxuan's fellow disciples are.
After asking for directions to the 10th peak, Shen Mo took to the air. A short flight later, he found himself before a towering mountain that seemed to pierce the heavens. The other peaks, rich in spiritual energy, had houses scattered from the base to the summit. The 10th peak, however, had shockingly few structures. Looking closely, Shen Mo could see only a few buildings situated near the summit. He descended directly onto the mountaintop. Before he saw anyone, he heard voices.
Bet big, bet small, make your call. All right.
That was my last bottle of infant transformation elixir.
Chapter 204, My Senior Sister is Actually a Little Girl. Chapter 204, My Senior Sister is Actually a Little Girl. Shen Mo strode forward and saw a figure by a stone table. This person appeared to be middle-aged, dressed in the robes of a first-tier elder of the Qingxuan Sect.
Weren't there two voices talking just now? Why is it only him?
Shen Mo was puzzled and approached the table. The elder wore a sorrowful expression.
Can you let me borrow a bottle of infant transformation pill?
A voice, old and grumpy, came from under the table.
Get lost, you've lost all your spirit stones, pills, and contributions. I'm not wasting my time gambling with you.
When you've earned enough contributions, go to the treasure pavilion and exchange for an infant transformation pill, then come back to gamble. The elder sighed deeply and turned to leave. He glanced at Shen Mo, likely assuming he was there to gamble as well, and gave him a sympathetic look.
Fellow Taoist, be careful with that one, she's too strong.
With that, he covered his face and left, unable to hold back his tears. Shen Mo's mouth twitched.
Hey, you here to gamble with me too?
The voice sounded again. Shen Mo looked down under the table and finally saw a petite figure. This girl.
Hey, did you hear me? Are you going to gamble or not?
I'm a busy woman. I don't have time to waste on you.
The little girl crossed her arms, looking impatient. Shen Mo cupped his hands politely.
I'm not here to gamble.
Then scram.
The girl returned to the stone table, plopping herself on top, focused on arranging her 3 dice. Shen Mo smiled.
I'm Shen Mo. I was recruited by Lu Dongxuan and have joined the Qingxuan Sect as part of the 10th peak. Lu!
The girl nearly choked on her own breath. She shot forward, now standing directly in front of Shen Mo. Her big, bright eyes examined him from head to toe.
So, you're the talent that little donkey recruited. He mentioned it to me through a sound transmission jade. Little Donkia, I mean little Lu. Cough, cough.
The girl put her hands on her hips, assuming the demeanor of a senior. Shen Mo blinked.
Isn't the highest-ranking member supposed to be the 10th elder?
Each of the 10 peaks was headed by an elder, from the first elder down to the 10th elder. All 10 elders were cultivators at the nascent soul stage, deeply respected. Even the sect master had to heed their influence.
That old man is nothing. He spends all his time hanging out in red light districts. I'm the one earning all the resources for the 10th peak.
The little girl was visibly upset. Shen Mo glanced at the 3 dice.
That's right, it's all earned with these.
Zhao Yelu said proudly. Shen Mo coughed. What was there to be proud of?
Senior sister, perhaps you could give me an introduction to the 10th peak.
Zhao Yelu looked puzzled.
What's there to introduce? It's a barren mountain with 6 small huts, 1 10th elder and 2 nascent soul elders. Oh, and now with you we have 3 nascent soul elders. As for disciples, there aren't any.
Shen Mo. It really was a case of
the few, the proud.
What kind of business will you be managing?
Zhao Yelu asked casually.
Beast control in the Dragon Serpent Mountains.
Zhao Yelu immediately frowned.
What? Who'd assign you to that place? Who was in charge of Elder's Court today?
Shen Mo replied.
The 2nd elder.
Zhao Yelu's brows shot up.
Damn that old miser, deliberately giving our 10th peak trouble. Is the Dragon Serpent Mountains that bad?
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yelu clicked her tongue.
The Dragon Serpent Mountains is a disaster. The spirit beast bloodlines there are too diluted. If you go there, you won't just struggle to earn contributions. You might even end up losing a ton. At this rate, you'll never advance in elder ranks without a good 30 years of effort. You won't even gain access to the better forbidden areas where contributions are actually worth earning.
The more I think about it, the angrier I get.
When I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll storm the second peak and twist his head off.
Zhao Yelu put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Shen Mo felt a bit warmed by her words. It seemed the 10th peak was fiercely protective of its own. It really was a case of the few, the proud. What kind of business will you be managing? Zhao Yelu asked casually. Beast control in the Dragon Serpent Mountains. Zhao Yelu immediately frowned. What? Who'd assign you to that place? Who was in charge of Elder's Court today? Shen Mo replied, the second elder. Zhao Yelu's brows shot up. Damn that old miser, deliberately giving our 10th peak trouble. Is the Dragon Serpent Mountains that bad? Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yelu clicked her tongue. The Dragon Serpent Mountains is a disaster. The spirit beast bloodlines there are too diluted. If you go there, you won't just struggle to earn contributions, you might even end up losing a ton. At this rate, you'll never advance in elder ranks without a good 30 years of effort. You won't even gain access to the better forbidden areas where contributions are actually worth earning. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll storm the second peak and twist his head off. Zhao Yelu put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Shen Mo felt a bit warmed by her words. It seemed the 10th peak was fiercely protective of its own.
Anyway, where's your jade cauldron pearl?
Zhao Yelu asked. Shen Mo took out a jade cauldron pearl. This was the identification token that could only be obtained after officially becoming an elder of the Jade Cauldron Sect. On the back of the pearl was a 10, and the front was carved with a small cauldron, indicating Shen Mo's status as a first-tier elder.
You've just become a first-tier elder and have no contributions yet, so I've transferred 2 ding-level contributions to you. Go to the treasure pavilion first and exchange for some items needed for beast control before heading to the Dragon Serpent Mountains. Otherwise, you'll be at a complete loss when you get there.
Zhao Yelu tapped her own jade cauldron pearl against Shen Mo's to transfer the contributions, then patted him on the shoulder earnestly.
Junior brother, if you can't make it work in the Dragon Serpent Mountains, come find me. After all, that place isn't exactly fit for anyone to survive.
Shen Mo nodded.
Thank you, senior sister.
With that, he prepared to take off toward the treasure pavilion. Suddenly, a tremendous dragon's roar echoed from afar. However, this roar carried an intense sense of agitation. If one listened closely, there was also a faint trace of sorrow within it. Shen Mo was slightly surprised.
Senior sister, what's that sound?
Zhao Yelu replied casually.
That's the Jade Cauldron Sect's guardian spirit beast, the Flame Dragon. It can already speak in human language. Since the passing of the sect's founding ancestor, the Flame Dragon has been guarding the sect.
Shen Mo looked puzzled.
Then why does it sound so agitated and sorrowful?
Zhao Yelu shrugged.
It can't find a mate to take care of certain needs, so it's agitated.
It really was a case of the few, the proud. What kind of business will you be managing? Zhao Yelu asked casually. Beast control in the Dragon Serpent Mountains. Zhao Yelu immediately frowned. What? Who'd assign you to that place? Who was in charge of Elder's Court today? Shen Mo replied, the second elder. Zhao Yelu's brows shot up. Damn that old miser, deliberately giving our 10th peak trouble. Is the Dragon Serpent Mountains that bad? Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. Zhao Yelu clicked her tongue. The Dragon Serpent Mountains is a disaster. The spirit beast bloodlines there are too diluted. If you go there, you won't just struggle to earn contributions, you might even end up losing a ton. At this rate, you'll never advance in elder ranks without a good 30 years of effort. You won't even gain access to the better forbidden areas where contributions are actually worth earning. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. When I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll storm the second peak and twist his head off. Zhao Yelu put her hands on her hips, her face full of anger. Shen Mo felt a bit warmed by her words. It seemed the 10th peak was fiercely protective of its own.
As for the sorrow,
Zhao Yelu lowered her voice.
the sect previously tried pairing it with large pythons, but those pythons couldn't handle the old dragon's strength due to their low level.
Shen Mo nodded in understanding. The more powerful a species, the harder it was for them to reproduce. Reproduction is a creature's basic instinct. Now, this old dragon, with no mate and no offspring, was restless and sorrowful understandable. Zhao Yelu seemed to remember something and added.
It said that back in the day, when the founding ancestor was around, the old dragon actually had a mate. That female python even laid an egg, but during a fierce battle, the female python was killed, and the egg floated down the Qingxuan River.
Since then, the egg has never been found. Oh, by the way, little donkey is out searching for a dragon egg under the sect master's orders.
Shen Mo nodded, finally understanding the situation. The agitated and sorrowful dragon roar continued for a while before quieting down. The disciples of the Qingxuan Sect seemed accustomed to it and paid it no mind.
Senior sister, I'll take my leave then.
Shen Mo cupped his hands and flew off toward the treasure pavilion. Zhao Yelu watched his departing figure blinking. This guy's bone age is only 22, even younger than Yi Yan, who reached the nascent soul stage at 29.
That little donkey actually managed to recruit such a talent. Hey, now I have another person to win spirit stones and pills from.
Meanwhile, Chapter 205, Heading to the Dragon Serpent Mountains. Chapter 205, Heading to the Dragon Serpent Mountains. Some beasts are born with intelligence, known as the demon clan, distinguishing them from ordinary beasts. The 10,000 Demon Nation contains many such demon clan members. The Heavenly Ghost Clan is considered a branch of the demon clan. They are unique, neither entirely beast nor ghost. In appearance, they look human, but in battle, they reveal their ghostly form. In many ways, they resemble the human race more than the demon clan. Every member of the Heavenly Ghost Clan is born with formidable combat strength, but they are plagued by poor fortune and endless bad luck. Rumors within the demon clan suggest that the Heavenly Ghost Clan brings misfortune to the 10,000 Demon Nation, eventually leading to its downfall. These rumors spread for thousands of years. In the end, the Demon Emperor exterminated the Heavenly Ghost Clan. They were nearly wiped out from top to bottom. Shen Mo never expected to encounter a member of the Heavenly Ghost Clan within the Qingxuan Sect, one of the 3 major sects of Yuzhu. And she was a descendant of the legendary Ghost King.
Interesting, coming to Yuzhu was the right choice. This world is truly fascinating.
Shen Mo smiled slightly as he landed in front of the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion was grand and luxurious. Disciples and stewards came and went at the entrance. Shen Mo, dressed in the robes of a first-tier elder, drew respectful nods from most disciples around him. Yet some seemed unfazed. After all, there were at least 30 first-tier elders in the Qingxuan Sect. They had become a common sight. Shen Mo walked straight into the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion had 9 floors. The first, second, and third floors corresponded to outer disciples, inner disciples, and core disciples. The 4th through 9th floors were designated for elders, from 1st tier to 6th tier elders. Each floor required the corresponding rank for entry. No one could bypass these restrictions. After presenting his jade cauldron pearl, Shen Mo was granted access to the 4th floor. The number of people on the lower 3 floors was significant. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, the number of people dwindled considerably. Almost everyone here was at the nascent soul stage. Shen Mo scanned the area, noting that most of the treasures were mid, high, or top grade in the profound rank. There was only one item of earth rank quality, the low-grade infant transformation pill. It was essential for nascent soul cultivators to advance in their realm. Shen Mo glanced at it. A bottle contained 5 pills and required 2 ding-level contributions to exchange. For the superior grand infant transformation pill, Shen Mo estimated that it would likely require a higher level Bing level contribution.
But that's pricey.
Shen Mo shrugged and ignored the infant transformation pill, instead focusing on items needed for beast control.
Celestial essence grass and whiteshell fruit, both of which are ideal heavenly materials for feeding demon beasts. Their medicinal properties are mild and suitable for all types of demon beasts. I'll exchange for these two first. I can come back for more as needed.
These two items were top grade in the yellow rank. They were effective yet inexpensive. Excellent value for the price. Shen Mo used his 2 ding-level contributions, exchanging them for 1,000 pounds of celestial essence grass and 2,000 pounds of whiteshell fruit. After storing these items in his storage ring, Shen Mo left the Jade Cauldron Sect's gates and set off directly for the Dragon Serpent Mountains. On the third peak, Tianchu was humbly massaging an elder's shoulders and legs.
Master, how should I deal with this Shen Mo? I really don't want to get involved with them.
The elder smiled faintly.
It's too late, you're already involved.
Tianchu was taken aback.
Why do you say that, Master?
The elder replied calmly.
I just received word that Yang Ke has assigned Shen Mo to the Dragon Serpent Mountains.
Tianchu's face froze. Yang Ke was the second elder. The Dragon Serpent Mountains were very close to Yuhai City. Now, no matter how much he wished to keep his distance from Shen Mo, it wouldn't be possible. It was inevitable that they would interact frequently in the future.
This is likely Yang Ke testing our stance. After all, we of the third peak have always maintained neutrality.
The elder smiled faintly. Tianchu frowned.
So,
the elder replied calmly.
Yes, that's good.
Tianchu nodded repeatedly.
Return now. Shen Mo will be managing the Dragon Serpent Mountains, so you'll inevitably need to stay in contact with him.
The elder waved his hand.
Understood, Master. Take care.
Tianchu responded before quickly departing. After he left, the elder slowly opened his eyes and sighed softly. 2 young geniuses appearing in the same sect.
Elder Shen Mo, here to take over the management of Dragon Serpent Mountain's resources.
Before he could finish, the courtyard door was abruptly flung open. A middle-aged man with sunken eyes and a gaunt figure rushed out. He stared intensely at Shen Mo, his eyes gleaming.
Finally,
he stretched out both hands.
10 years, a full 10 years. I've been stuck here at the Dragon Serpent Mountains for 10 years. I've lost at least a B-rank contribution in total. Now, at last, someone has come to take over my duties.
The man laughed heartily, his dejected aura vanishing in an instant.
Shen Mo, Elder Shen, right? I'll leave this place to you. I Kaiyan Fangyang am out of here.
He immediately took flight, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Shen Mo smacked his lips. This.
Ahem.
A raspy voice came from the courtyard. Soon, a hunched figure leaning on a cane slowly emerged. Shen Mo looked over. The elder seemed as frail as a flickering candle. It was as though a strong wind could blow him apart. Moreover, his aura wasn't at the nascent soul level. He was only at the entry stage of the core formation realm. The elder approached Shen Mo and appeared to want to kneel partially. Shen Mo quickly supported him.
No need for that. Please speak while standing.
The elder nodded and then spoke.
My name is Huang Bei, the steward of Dragon Serpent Mountain. I am 492 years old and have seen off.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Why is Dragon Serpent Mountain like this?
The elder sighed deeply.
I don't know either, but previous elders claimed the feng shui here is poor. The bloodline of the demon beasts cannot be purified and instead becomes increasingly diluted. Elder Shen, you're so young, why would you come to the Dragon Serpent Mountains? You should know this place has a notorious reputation.
Shen Mo smiled.
Well, since I'm here, I might as well take a look.
Huang Bei nodded.
Very well. I'm too old and frail to move around, so I'll have my granddaughter show you around the Dragon Serpent Mountains.
He called out, and a young girl, about 10 years old, shyly stepped forward. Huang Bei whispered.
Her name is Huang Keiying. 10 years old, an outer disciple of the Qingxuan Sect, and the only disciple willing to help manage the Dragon Serpent Mountains.
Chapter 206, A Mere Core Formation Steward Dares Bark in My Face. Chapter 206, A Mere Core Formation Steward Dares Bark in My Face. Not long after, Shen Mo led Huang Keiying on a full tour of Dragon Serpent Mountain. The mountain was roughly divided into three areas: the pastures, the lakeside, and the caves. These three regions were further sectioned into various enclosures, each home to different types of demon beasts such as the long-maned cattle, flying cloud silkworm mothers, and jade-eyed pythons. Some of the gentler demon beasts had already been tamed as spirit beasts and no longer needed to be confined within enclosures. They could roam freely outside, like the celestial cranes and big tigers that Shen Mo had seen at the Qingxuan Sect, creatures that had entirely lost their wild nature. Suddenly, a figure arrived outside Dragon Serpent Mountain, shouting loudly.
Qian Fangyang, get out here now.
His booming voice, infused with spiritual energy, caused the weaker demon beasts to scatter in terror, fleeing in all directions. Shen Mo frowned. The primary rule in raising demon beasts was not to disturb them. Repeated disruptions like this would ruin even the most carefully cultivated beasts. Shen Mo immediately flew over with Huang Keiying to confront the man.
I am Elder Shen Mo, in charge of Dragon Serpent Mountain. Who are you?
When Huang Keiying saw the man, she shrank back in fear behind Shen Mo. The man looked Shen Mo up and down with disdain.
Ah, so they replaced the old guy with a newcomer. No wonder you don't know me. Let me tell you, I am Steward Su Zikyang, serving under the second elder. From now on, I'll be the one assigning tasks to Dragon Serpent Mountain. This year's quota from Dragon Serpent Mountain is 400 pounds of long-maned cattle gallstones, 1,000 pounds of flying cloud silkworm cocoons, and 600 pounds of jade-eyed python molts. Qian Fangyang fell short last year. Now that it's your turn, don't even think about failing again. If you do, you won't get a single contribution point.
With that, Su Zikyang gave a dismissive snort and turned to leave, his attitude dripping with arrogance. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, and suddenly his aura surged. In an instant, Su Zikyang felt as if an invisible giant hand had clamped down on him. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. He strained with all his might, his face turning red, yet he was unable to break free from Shen Mo's hold.
A mere core formation cultivator, a lowly steward, and you dare bark in my face.
Shen Mo spoke calmly, looking down at Su Zikyang. Su Zikyang snarled.
What do you think you're doing? I'm under the second elder's protection. Release me immediately.
There wasn't a hint of respect for a nascent soul elder in his tone.
Keiying, cover your eyes. Don't look.
Shen Mo said calmly.
Yes, Keiying understands.
Huang Keiying replied, obediently covering her eyes. It is a great disrespect for a steward to fail to bow to an elder.
If you don't wish to kneel, I'll help you.
Shen Mo flicked his finger lightly, sending a sliver of spiritual energy shooting forward, severing both of Su Zikyang's legs below the knees. With a scream, Su Zikyang collapsed onto his knees with a thud.
You think that being favored by Yang Ke allows you to bark at me, an elder. Perhaps you should consider whether you've already offended Yang Ke. Otherwise, why would he send you here to deal with me?
Shen Mo's voice was chillingly calm. Su Zikyang's face turned deathly pale. He understood now. This Shen Mo was nothing like the meek Qian Fangyang. He was a fierce man of the highest order. His earlier arrogance had clearly provoked Shen Mo's wrath. Su Zikyang immediately kowtowed, wailing.
Elder Shen, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Shen Mo replied coolly.
Tell me the actual task requirements from the sect. If you lie again, I'll shatter your danshin.
Su Zikyang shuddered in terror. Losing his legs could be remedied with rare pills, but if he lost his danshin, he'd be a cripple for life. Not daring to lie, he quickly said.
I exaggerated the numbers earlier. The sect only requires 200 pounds of long-maned cattle gallstones, 500 pounds of flying cloud silkworm cocoons, or 300 pounds of jade-eyed python molts, any one of these.
Shen Mo let out a cold smile.
You've got some nerve, doubling the requirements and demanding all of them.
Su Ziqiang kowtowed repeatedly.
I was wrong, I was wrong. Please punish me according to the sect's rules, elder.
Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent. He understood Su Ziqiang's intention in bringing up.
Sect rules?
The larger the sect, the more complex its rules, and the stricter the need to adhere to them. Elders of the Jade Cauldron sect have no authority over the lives of stewards or disciples. Only after a ruling by the sect's disciplinary hall can any punishment be officially decreed. Shen Mo said coldly,
Go back and tell Yang Kai to properly discipline his stewards. If he won't, next time I will do it myself. Yes, I'll go immediately.
Su Ziqiang, as if granted a reprieve, fled hurriedly. Huang Keiying then opened her eyes and said angrily,
That scoundrel used to come every year, and both Elder Kian and my grandfather had to bow and scrape before him. Sometimes, they even had to bribe him with spirit stones. He deliberately inflated the quotas, causing us endless work day and night.
Shen Mo patted her on the head.
That won't happen anymore. As long as I'm here, no one will dare pull such tricks.
Huang Keiying nodded eagerly.
Yes, Keiying can tell right away that you're different from Elder Kian and the other elders my grandfather used to talk about. You have vigor and spirit, unlike those other elders, who were also.
Shen Mo laughed heartily. At that moment, he heard a low humming sound echoing from deep within the mountain.
What's that sound?
He asked. Huang Keiying blinked her large eyes and replied.
That's the sound of the flying cloud silkworm mothers, Elder Shen. The previous Elder Kian never contributed enough to buy heavenly resources, so they haven't been fed properly for a long time.
I've been growing some blue-blood mulberry trees in the pastures of Dragon Serpent Mountain, just to keep them alive.
Shen Mo patted her head again.
So it's the flying cloud silkworm mothers. But how did you know they needed blue-blood mulberry leaves?
Huang Keiying blushed.
Sometimes, my grandfather would tell me about these things, so I just remembered.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
You've done well, let's go check on the silkworm mothers. I brought plenty of heavenly resources with me this time, enough to sustain them for a while.
Huang Keiying lit up with joy.
Thank you, Elder Shen.
A short while later, the two entered a dim cavern through a small opening. Inside, there was almost no light, but Shen Mo's cultivation allowed him to see clearly in the dark. Ahead of them was an enclosure filled with small, white, palm-sized insects. The flying cloud silkworm mothers, which resembled regular silkworms but produced silk that was exceptionally resilient and provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The elders' robes from the first to the third rank were crafted primarily from this silk. Higher-level elder robes required even more durable and sturdy silk as the main material.
The sect's 3 assigned tasks are easiest to accomplish with flying cloud silkworm silk.
Shen Mo observed.
However, these silkworm mothers have grown thin from hunger, and their bloodline is rather diluted. We'll be lucky to meet half the required quota each year.
After glancing over them, Shen Mo shook his head repeatedly. Huang Keiying asked softly,
Elder Shen, do you have a solution? I like you, Elder Shen, and I don't want you to end up like Elder Kian.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Of course, I have a solution. I won't just fulfill the sect's task, I'll exceed it. Then not only will I gain contributions, but so will you, your grandfather, and everyone.
Huang Keiying cheered excitedly.
Yay, Keiying will get contributions too.
Chapter 207. Shen Mo has some distance left before he can be my rival. Chapter 207. Shen Mo has some distance left before he can be my rival. Jade Cauldron Sect, Elders Pavilion. At this moment, there were 3 people on the second floor of the Elders Pavilion. The second elder, Yang Kai, sat at his desk, handling documents sent from various places. Behind him stood a young man, wearing a crimson robe with a cold expression. On the carpet in front of them lay Su Ziqiang, collapsed on the floor.
Second elder, you must seek justice for me. That audacious Shen Mo dared to cut off my legs. This wasn't just an attack on me, it was clearly a slap in your face.
Su Ziqiang wept bitterly, his tears and snot streaming onto the carpet, leaving a shiny, damp stain. Yang Ke's expression was ice cold.
That damn Shen Mo.
Then his expression softened as he smiled gently.
Ziqiang, go back and rest well. Once your legs heal, I'll still need you to serve me.
Hearing this, Su Ziqiang was overwhelmed with gratitude. The second elder hasn't given up on me.
Yes, I swear, I'll serve the second elder with my life.
Two disciples entered, one on each side, and helped Su Ziqiang out. Once they were gone, Yang Ke's face immediately returned to its usual dignified expression.
Yanar, what do you think?
He asked coolly. The young man standing next to Yang Ke was none other than Yi Yan. With a cold gaze, he replied,
If he stands in our way, then he should be eliminated.
Yang Ke laughed heartily.
You're still the same, always resorting to killing. Remember, sometimes, attacking the heart can be more effective than taking a life. Besides, this Shen Mo is a young prodigy like you. We can't just act against him.
Yi Yan's eyes glinted.
A young prodigy.
Hearing this term piqued his interest. Yang Ke nodded.
Intelligence from Qingxuan Prefecture has arrived. The most powerful sect there was once the Divine Sword Sect, a branch of the Qingxuan Sect.
Recently, the old master of the Divine Sword Sect, Yao Yunluo, entered the nascent soul stage and held a nascent soul celebration, inviting all the sects in Qingxuan to attend, intending to unify the prefecture during the event.
Then Shen Mo appeared. He too is in the nascent soul stage.
Both are newcomers to the nascent soul stage, with Yao Yunluo having entered slightly earlier. Yet Yao Yunluo was effortlessly suppressed by Shen Mo. Yi Yan said calmly,
He's just a nascent soul cultivator from a small place, lacking a solid foundation. Even among newcomers, there's still a significant gap.
Yang Ke nodded slightly.
You're right about that.
However, according to intelligence from Qingxuan, each time Shen Mo has advanced to a new major realm, it has been a flawless advancement.
As for the grade of his nascent soul, no one knows yet, but many speculate it's at least a 7 lotus soul.
Yi Yan's gaze intensified.
So, are you tempted to test your skills against him?
Yang Ke smiled faintly. Yi Yan nodded, then shook his head.
He's someone worth noting, but he's still some distance from being my rival. By comparison, a young man in black whom I encountered near Qingjiang the other day is even more worthy of being a rival.
Yang Ke raised an eyebrow, intrigued.
Oh, who is this person, to earn such high regard from you?
Yi Yan said nothing more. Yang Ke chuckled and didn't press further. After a pause, he added,
By the way, there are 10 blue serpent herbs over in Dragon Snake Mountain. Don't leave them there. In a few days, bring them back and give 3 to your senior brothers. The rest are yours.
Thank you, Master.
Yi Yan nodded. Dragon Snake Mountain. In a small cottage. Though Huang Keiying was young, she was diligent. Soon, she had tidied up the cottage until it was spotless. From now on, this would be Shen Mo's new residence. While the cottage was drafty in winter and leaked in summer, making it uncomfortable year-round, Shen Mo didn't mind. If he became preoccupied with improving his residence's condition instead of focusing on his cultivation and beast mastery, it would only distract from his true purpose.
Honorable Elder, I'll go prepare some food.
Keiying said before leaving. Huang Keiying bowed to Shen Mo before leaving. Once she was gone, Shen Mo took out several sets of array flags from his storage ring. Among them were formations for concealing presence, alerting intrusions, emitting poisonous smoke, and soundproofing. These had been obtained after he killed Lu Xinyu, the master of the White Harmony sect, some time ago. Shen Mo carefully placed the array flags in concealed spots around the cottage. Only then did he feel it was truly secure. From his understanding of life's uncertainties, Huang Bei didn't have much lifespan left, and Huang Keiying was merely an innocent child. Yet Shen Mo still instinctively set up these arrays. It wasn't to guard against them, but rather to defend against any potential threats from the Yuding sect.
Finally settled, now I can refine the Dan crown.
Seated cross-legged on the bed, Shen Mo took out the yin evil pearl extracted from a yin corpse. Several days had passed since then. However, the surface of the yin evil pearl still exuded ominous energy and a chilling coldness. As soon as he brought it out, the air temperature dropped considerably, and even his breath condensed into frost. Shen Mo remained unfazed, holding it in his palm and channeling spiritual energy. Within less than a quarter of an hour, he had completely melted it, turning it into a dark, fog-like substance. He wrapped the fog in his spiritual energy and guided it down into his dantian. Next, he used his spiritual energy to retrieve fragments of his golden core, which lay submerged in the ocean of spiritual power. He tossed these fragments into the yin evil energy. From here, there was no need for further control. The golden core fragments began to transform on their own. Gradually, they formed a crown-like shape. The color shifted from the red of the golden core fragments to a white Dan crown, and an hour later, it turned green. Seeing the changing color of the Dan crown, Shen Mo pondered. Dan crown quality is categorized by color with 5 grades: white, green, blue, purple, and gold.
White is the lowest, and gold is the highest. The yin evil pearl is indeed an ideal choice for refining the Dan crown. A single 4th-tier yin evil pearl can elevate the Dan crown to green quality. However, even more yin evil pearls will be required from this point onward.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. With a thought, the green Dan crown floated above his nascent soul. He immediately sensed a subtle change in his nascent soul's mystical abilities. Previously, he could only use it once every 3 days. Now, it could be activated approximately every 2.5 days.
Good. Next, I'll claim the opportunity to transform my nascent soul into a grand core.
Chapter 208, Fire Dragon Egg Beneath Dragon Snake Mountain. Chapter 208, Fire Dragon Egg Beneath Dragon Snake Mountain.
Indeed, if it's not meant for me, I wouldn't be able to see it with the naked eye.
Shen Mo shook his head and took out a handful of bait from his storage ring, throwing it into the water. He was well versed in the habits of demonic beasts, including the Qingxuan. The bait he tossed had 2 layers. The outer layer was something the Qingxuan loved to eat, while the inner layer was something they found repulsive. This way, without having to dissect them, he could induce them to regurgitate anything in their stomachs. Moments later, the Qingxuan began to vomit, and a palm-sized jade bottle emerged from the mouth of one of them. Shen Mo's eyes lit up with delight as he stepped forward to retrieve it. The jade material of the bottle was high quality, so it hadn't been corroded by the stomach acid even after being inside the Qingxuan. With a gentle wipe, it shone as if new. Shen Mo opened the bottle, and a rich fragrance of medicinal pills filled the air. He felt a slight strengthening of his nascent soul within his dantian as well. His spirits lifted immediately. He swiftly stored the bottle of Grand Infant Transformation Pills.
This bottle contains 5 Grand Infant Transformation Pills, enough to help me reach the intermediate nascent soul stage. By calculation, it's worth at least 2 Grade C contributions.
Shen Mo sighed slightly. He had long since learned that contributions in the Qingxuan Sect were graded from A to D, with A being the highest and D the lowest. 10 Grade D contributions could be exchanged for 1 Grade C contribution. The system continued in this way, with exchanges typically going upwards rather than downwards, similar to the use of spiritual stones. For most of the Qingxuan Sect's properties, if they met the standard for annual requirements, they earned only 2 Grade D contributions. More significant properties might yield more, but no more than 4 contributions. 2 Grade D contributions could only be exchanged for a single infant transformation pill. Exceeding the sex requirements would yield multiple contributions as a reward, depending on the situation. The bottle of Grand Infant Transformation Pills Shen Mo obtained saved him a significant amount of contribution points. He nodded slightly, intending to leave. Suddenly, he saw a streak of light in the sky, and within an instant, it appeared 100 meters before him. The figure in the streak of light took shape: a pale-faced cultivator in a crimson robe, with 3 small cauldrons embroidered on his chest, signifying his rank as a 3-cauldron elder. His cold expression seemed to deter anyone from approaching. It was Yi Yan, whom Shen Mo had previously encountered in a skirmish above Qingjiang. Yi Yan, recognizing Shen Mo's 1-cauldron elder robe, hesitated for a moment but quickly masked his reaction with his usual cold demeanor. Shen Mo feigned confusion.
Who are you? Why did you react that way? Could it be that you know me?
On that day above Qingxuan, Yi Yan had worn a demon mask and hadn't been in his Yuding sect elder robe. Thus, he hadn't revealed his identity. Shen Mo had no intention of exposing him either, so he acted as though he was unaware. Yi Yan didn't answer and instead asked coldly,
Are you the guarding elder of Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo? Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are?
Yi Yan responded,
I am Yi Yan, here on orders from the second elder to retrieve the 10 Yixianking in this area.
Shen Mo nodded.
Since it's the second elder's order, I will comply. Please go ahead.
The two exchanged no further words. Yi Yan took the 10 Yixianking and departed quickly. Shen Mo watched him leave, his expression unchanged. Only after putting several hundred miles between himself and Dragon Snake Mountain did Yi Yan's expression shift, a look of suspicion and realization emerging.
So the one who took the Yin Evil Pearl was him, the 10th Peak's Shen Mo. Yang Ke was right. This person is indeed a young prodigy, a true rival of mine. There are two ways to deal with such a person: either cut him down or make him serve as a loyal dog.
Yi Yan raised his eyebrows as a plan formed in his mind. Meanwhile, Shen Mo quickly made his way to a cave.
It's time to begin cultivating demonic beasts.
After feeding them heavenly essence grass and blue blood mulberry leaves, the restless flying cloud mothers here had finally calmed down. Having practiced the true beast mastery, Shen Mo now had an intimate understanding of various demonic beast habits. Cultivating them was well within his capability.
The flying cloud mothers carry traces of the ancient bloodline of the golden silkworm. To purify their bloodline, I'll need to provide certain heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The necessary items include.
A flood of medicinal herbs flashed through Shen Mo's mind. Some of these herbs could be found on Dragon Snake Mountain, while others could be purchased from the Jade Sea Hall in Jade Sea City. Since Jade Sea Hall wasn't the Jade Sea Sect's treasure pavilion, they accepted spirit stones for purchases. Soon, Shen Mo gathered all the herbs he needed and brewed a medicinal solution. He selected a few particularly robust flying cloud mothers and soaked them in the solution. After a day, these flying cloud mothers had noticeably grown stronger. However, when Shen Mo checked on them the following day, they had mysteriously returned to their original state.
Strain.
Shen Mo immediately checked his personal life panel. Recent turn 1, today, the flying cloud mothers that were soaked in medicinal solution reverted to their original state. No solution has been found. Recent turn 2, 1 month later, 2 especially strong long-maned oxen are selected to drink the medicinal solution, quickly becoming stronger. A few days later, they return to their original state. No solution has been found. Recent turn 3, 3 months later, a green-eyed python is soaked in medicinal solution to enhance its bloodline, but after a few days, it reverts back. No result.
Who would have thought that the fire dragon egg from years ago drifted down the Qingxuan River and ended up beneath Dragon Snake Mountain? It must have entered the underground river. This opportunity eventually fell to Yi Yan, and I was caught in the aftermath, severely injured.
Shen Mo marveled at the revelation. He couldn't help but feel sympathy for the elders who had managed Dragon Snake Mountain in the past. No wonder the Dragon Snake Mountain industry could never prosper. Who could have guessed that the only fire dragon egg was hidden here?
Now that I know the cause, this will be easy to handle. I'll find the fire dragon egg and hatch it early, making it recognize me as its master.
Shen Mo acted decisively. He ventured deep into the dark cave to begin his search. After half a month of exploring, he finally located his target about 1,000 feet underground. It was an underground lake. Cold, biting water flowed through the lake. At the bottom of the lake lay the fire dragon egg, nearly as tall as a person. It radiated heat, making the once frigid lake water pleasantly warm. Perhaps sensing the powerful life force of the beast within, a few demonic beasts lingered nearby, though none dared approach. This place had clearly become a forbidden zone. Shen Mo muttered to himself.
The fire dragon egg must have been absorbing the world's essence for centuries and is only now showing signs of hatching. Now let's take you away.
Shen Mo took the fire dragon egg and, at a depth of about 300 feet, found a hidden cave. He then prepared a bath of medicinal solution brewed from heavenly essence grass and whiteshell fruit for the egg. The fire dragon egg sensed the nutrient-rich solution and immediately began absorbing it. Shen Mo arranged various formations around the area and finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason the fire dragon egg had been absorbing the blood energy of the demonic beasts on Dragon Snake Mountain was simply due to a lack of nutrients. With sufficient nourishment, the previous issue would naturally stop.
However,
Shen Mo's eyes widened as he saw the large barrel of solution quickly depleting.
right, that corpse cultivator must be valuable, right?
Chapter 209. Tell me where you're cultivating the remaining yin corpses. Chapter 209. Tell me where you're cultivating the remaining yin corpses. Qingcheng. This was a rather ordinary city within the jurisdiction of the Taishan prefecture. Nearby, there was a rocky hill and a small lake. The city's residents followed the rhythm of sunrise and sunset, working by day and resting by night. There were no elders stationed here, only a few foundation establishment-level deacons from the Qingxuan Sect. Since Qingcheng lacked any significant cultivation resources, even these deacons spent their days idling away. However, in recent months, Qingcheng had been far from peaceful. Cases of live people disappearing had been frequently reported. Farmers who left the city early in the morning to work in the fields outside would vanish by evening. Young people who went out in groups to enjoy the countryside would also fail to return by nightfall. In just half a year, over 100 people had disappeared. At the same time, nearby cities around Qingcheng had also experienced disturbances caused by yin corpses. Such malevolent creatures immediately drew the attention of the Qingxuan Sect. As a result, they dispatched over 20 foundation establishment cultivators to search through these cities. However, the one controlling the yin corpses was exceptionally cunning, evading capture each time. In the end, the Qingxuan Sect could only place a bounty on this so-called corpse Taoist. But despite the bounty hanging in the air for half a year and several increases in the reward, no one had managed to capture him. It was now nearly dusk. Outside Qingcheng, beneath a tree, a young man in simple clothing, carrying a bundle on his back, was waiting anxiously. He looked up at the darkening sky, feeling both nervous and scared. At the same time, terrifying rumors surfaced unbidden in his mind. If one lingered outside after nightfall, they could encounter something dreadful and disappear forever. Yet he couldn't leave this place, because he couldn't abandon that person. Not long after, a familiar figure, also dressed in coarse cloth, came running toward him. Like him, she also carried a bundle. The two saw each other and smiled with joy. In the next moment, they embraced tightly. The young man inhaled the fragrance of her hair. The young woman, in turn, reveled in his strong, masculine presence. Entwined in each other's arms, they had no wish to separate.
I never imagined you'd abandon your life of luxury and elope with me.
The man was overwhelmed with emotion. The woman covered her mouth with a smile.
You're my everything. Without you, what's the point of enjoying a life of wealth and status?
They held hands.
I've already thought it over. We'll go to Jade Sea City. It's the most prosperous place in the Taishan prefecture. When we get there, we'll open a bun shop. You'll need the dough and I'll make the buns.
Imagining a future filled with boundless happiness, the young man's eyes gleamed with anticipation.
Yes, as long as we're together. I don't care what we do.
The young woman looked at him, her eyes full of joy.
Since you're willing to do anything, then come to me. Let's become a pair of doomed lovers.
A raspy, sinister laugh suddenly sounded behind them. Startled, the two spun around. There stood a hunched, eerie-looking figure. Beside the strange man was a figure wrapped in a black robe, broad and muscular, with a straw hat on his head. The black-robed figure exuded a menacing aura, clearly no ordinary person.
You!
The young man was so frightened he couldn't speak.
You're the corpse Taoist.
The young woman steadied herself, speaking in a tone filled with both terror and shock.
Ha ha ha, not bad. You, a mere mortal woman, guessed who I am in an instant. How clever. Let's see if your body can withstand the wash of the yin fiend's energy.
The eerie man laughed chillingly. With a pointed finger, the black-robed figure pounced like a savage beast. In that instant, his straw hat flew off, exposing his hideous face. Rotting skin, reeking of decay, blood-red eyes, yellowed teeth. It was a yin corpse. The young woman was petrified with fear, unable to move. The young man clenched his teeth, charging forward to shield her from the yin corpse.
Run, I'll buy us some time.
However, he had overestimated the gap between himself and the yin corpse. In an instant, the corpse tore both his arms off, causing him to faint from the pain. The corpse then threw the severed arms, hitting the fleeing woman, making her cough up blood before she, too, lost consciousness.
Tusk, how many times have I told you don't damage the bodies?
The corpse Taoist frowned.
Hurry up and take them away.
The yin corpse stiffly nodded, hoisting both of them onto its shoulders. Just then, the corpse Taoist turned around and saw a young man dressed in black standing 20 paces behind, staring intently at him. The man's gaze didn't look at him like he was a person, but rather as if he were a treasure. The corpse Taoist's body stiffened immediately. It was usually he who looked at others this way. Never had he imagined someone would look at him like that.
Who are you? Don't get in my way.
He said in a low voice.
I'm not someone you can take from.
Though he didn't know the young man's identity or power, the fact that he had managed to approach him so silently suggested considerable strength, likely equal to his own, around the late stage of core formation. A life-or-death fight with someone like this would not be worthwhile. The corpse Taoist had survived over 300 years and had encountered such situations many times. No one knew better than he how to adapt on the fly. The man in black let out a sinister chuckle.
I'm not here to take your belongings. I want you.
The corpse Taoist was taken aback, his expression darkening.
We're both in the same business. Can't we work something out?
He took a few steps forward, spreading his hands with a sincere expression as though to offer peace. However, just as he finished speaking, 2 clouds of dark green powder shot out from his sleeves, surrounding the man in black. The corpse Taoist summoned a skull-shaped spirit tool into his palm, channeling his spiritual energy and slamming it. A cloud of dark green poisonous mist appeared, surging toward the man in black. Meanwhile, the yin corpse carrying the couple gently set them down and charged straight at the man in black. In an instant, 3 layers of attacks surrounded the man in black, leaving him no room to escape. The corpse Taoist gave a slight smile. That dark green powder was crafted from the remnants of his yin corpse refinement, laced with corpse poison. Once it infiltrated the body, it would cloud the mind and harm internal organs. The skull spirit tool was even deadlier, forged from the skulls of 49 core formation cultivators and infused with corpse, miasma, and yin poisons. The green poisonous mist was a mix of several lethal toxins. As for the full-force attack of this 4th-grade yin corpse, it was terrifyingly powerful. Caught off guard, his opponent would surely be severely injured by this onslaught.
Dare to go against me, will you? I'll turn you into a yin corpse myself.
The corpse Taoist sneered. But in the next instant, the yin corpse was sliced cleanly in half by a single sword strike. The blade's lightning-infused shadow cut through the powder and poisonous mist, headed directly for him. The corpse Taoist's pupils shrank in terror. Panicking, he tried to summon his defensive techniques. But his speed was nothing compared to the swift-and-slow rhythm of the lightning shadow sword technique. In the blink of an eye, his right arm was sliced off.
Oh!
The corpse Taoist screamed in agony. His opponent continued with 3 more swift strikes. Within moments, both his legs and his remaining arm were severed. In the blink of an eye, he was reduced to a helpless torso. The corpse Taoist's face filled with terror. He understood now, he had encountered a true powerhouse. The young man approached him slowly, revealing a face that looked almost unnaturally youthful. The man grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth.
Tell me, where are the rest of your yin corpses being cultivated?
Chapter 210, killing the corpse Taoist and returning to the mission hall. Chapter 210, Killing the corpse Taoist and returning to the mission hall. The corpse Taoist's mouth hung open, his face filled with shock. In all his years, it was the first time he had encountered such a brutal takeover. This person actually wanted his yin corpses.
See, Senior, if you had told me sooner, I would have handed over the yin corpses without a word.
He forced a smile, suppressing his pain. Shen Mo responded indifferently.
Lead the way.
The corpse Taoist pointed toward the riverbank.
Head 150 li south of Pingcheng. There's a protruding rock called Swallow Cliff.
Shen Mo nodded slightly.
Have that yin corpse take those two mortals back to the city gate. Do it quickly. Yes, yes.
The corpse Taoist replied. He had no choice but to command the yin corpse to carry the young man and woman away. Moments later, the yin corpse returned to the corpse Taoist's side.
Let's go to Swallow Cliff.
Shen Mo said calmly.
Please follow me, Senior.
The corpse Taoist had the yin corpse lift him up. He wanted to escape, but the young cultivator behind him possessed unfathomable strength, far beyond what he could withstand. For now, he could only take things one step at a time. Perhaps leading him to the yin corpse cultivation site could offer some chance to escape using the terrain's advantages. Shen Mo glanced at his life panel and smiled. Elsewhere, the young man and woman regained consciousness, still shaken by fear.
The corpse Taoist, he's the one abducting people. I'll carry you to the medical hall to reattach your arms, and then I'll report this to the city lord so he can capture that corpse Taoist.
The woman said urgently.
All right, I'll follow your lead.
The young man, though bleeding heavily from his arms, nodded firmly. Beneath Swallow Cliff, the corpse Taoist looked at the dark river, handing Shen Mo a dark pill.
Senior, this is my special breath-sealing pill superior to ordinary ones.
Shen Mo chuckled faintly, declining the dubious pill and instead producing a water bubble. In an instant, he submerged into the river, protected by the water bubble, allowing him to breathe and move freely without concern for the pressure at the riverbed. The corpse Taoist observed the strange spiritual tool with suspicion. He dared not say anything and led the way ahead. Soon, they reached a concealed underwater entrance. After the yin corpse removed a boulder blocking the cave's mouth, they entered in succession. They swam through a sloping passageway, emerging into a space beyond a magical barrier that kept the water out. Beyond the water curtain lay a dry cavern. Upon entering, Shen Mo immediately sensed a dense presence of yin energy. The air was thick with a foul, decaying stench. Shen Mo scanned the area. It couldn't be called luxurious, in fact, it was downright shabby. The cavern walls were lined with numerous alcoves about 10 feet high. Each alcove held a yin corpse with closed eyes. At the center of the cavern stood a large vat of dark green liquid. The ground was littered with trash and debris. To put it bluntly, even a dog wouldn't want to live here.
Please take a seat, Senior. I'll retrieve the bell used to control the yin corpses for you.
The corpse Taoist said, forcing a smile as he backed away slowly. Shen Mo smirked.
Backing away, preparing to release poison fog, perhaps.
The corpse Taoist's eyes widened in shock and anger. What was going on? His every thought was being seen through as clearly as if the man could predict the future.
Die!
He snarled, gritting his teeth and deciding to go all out. He had long since set up a poison fog array within the cavern. The array was far more potent than any spirit tool or poison he possessed. Once activated, even if his opponent survived, he would be in terrible condition. But he had overestimated himself once again. Before he could activate the array, a flash of lightning-infused sword light appeared in an instant. The corpse Taoist's expression froze. The next moment, a line of blood appeared across his neck. In an instant, his head flew, and his headless body collapsed backward. Shen Mo casually wrapped the severed head and stored it in his storage ring. Then, as if splitting melons, Shen Mo proceeded to slice open each of the yin corpses. There were 20 yin corpses in total within the cavern. After dismantling them, Shen Mo indeed found 2 yin fiend beads.
Not bad, these 2 yin fiend beads should be enough to upgrade my Dan crown to blue.
He searched the cavern further. Finding nothing else of value, he decided to leave immediately. However, just as he emerged from the river, he noticed a large crowd gathered on the riverbank. These people held torches, peering intently into the water. Leading them was a figure with core formation cultivation. It seemed this was the chief deacon sent by the Qingxuan Sect to guard Pingchang.
Who goes there?
The core formation deacon noticed Shen Mo and shouted in shock and anger. Shen Mo tossed over the jade cauldron token.
I am an elder of the Qingxuan Sect. The corpse Taoist and his yin corpses have been eradicated. There is an underwater cave below containing all of the corpse Taoist's refined yin corpses. Take your men down to retrieve the bodies.
The deacon recognized the jade cauldron token, his heart trembling, and he immediately bowed respectfully.
Yes, thank you, elder, for ridding us of the corpse Taoist menace.
Shen Mo nodded slightly, then ascended into the air and quickly disappeared into the horizon. When the news spread, the citizens and soldiers of Pingchang rejoiced. The corpse Taoist was dead, and the shadow that loomed over the surrounding cities had finally lifted. Of course, this was of little importance to Shen Mo. It was merely a means to earn contributions. At the Jade Cauldron Sect's mission hall. Although this hall wasn't as critical as the Treasure Pavilion or the Scripture Pavilion, nor as grand, it was bustling with people from morning till night without rest. Shen Mo landed at the entrance of the mission hall. He went straight up to the third floor. Compared to the first and second floors, the third floor was much quieter. There were significantly fewer people here. Like the halls on the lower floors, a large stone tablet displayed various missions. However, the mission tablet on the third floor was accessible only to elders. Shen Mo looked at the top row of the tablet.
9-star mission, assist the guardian in mating. Reward, 1 A-rank contribution and a dragon favor from the guardian.
Chapter 211, Mei Hei's Unwavering Loyalty to Shen Mo. Chapter 211, Mei Hei's Unwavering Loyalty to Shen Mo. As for the second 9-star mission, refining crystals for the Heaven's Treasure 9 Dragon's Cauldron requires no further explanation. The Heaven's Treasure 9 Dragon's Cauldron is a heaven-grade spiritual weapon, with each of its legs able to be infused with a demon crystal. Even the slightest error could damage the cauldron and cause the demon crystal to shatter. For a weapon of this caliber, only a 6th-rank demon crystal would suffice. 6th-rank demon crystals are obtained only from 6th-rank demon beasts, whose power rivals cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Even a sect as formidable as the Jade Cauldron Sect could not afford to squander 6th-rank demon crystals so freely. The third 9-star mission, however, was to retrieve a blazing fire dragon egg, which was now in Shen Mo's possession. Yet the offered reward was so minimal that Shen Mo was reluctant to hand over the egg. If he were to hatch it himself, the young dragon would surely recognize him as its master. That would be far more valuable than a single A-rank contribution or the dragon kinship of a blazing fire dragon. Shen Mo continued reading the list. He soon found his target among the 4-star missions. 4-star mission, eliminate the corpse Taoist plaguing the Ping City area. Reward, 2 C-rank contributions and 2 Yin Sha pearls. Shen Mo was pleased. Just as he expected. 2 C-rank contributions could be exchanged for 20 D-rank contributions, enough for his needs in the coming period. His investment in Dragon Serpent Mountain would yield him more contributions in the future. Shen Mo took out his jade cauldron pearl, lightly touched it to the stone tablet, and accepted the mission. He then approached the counter. Behind the counter stood a round-faced girl who respectfully greeted him.
Elder, how may I assist you?
Shen Mo produced the corpse Taoist's head, along with some fragments of corpse puppets, and handed them over.
I have eliminated the corpse Taoist.
The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The corpse Taoist mission initially began as a 2-star task, but over the past 6 months, its difficulty had risen to 4 stars. The reward had multiplied accordingly. Several elders of the 1st and 2nd ranks had attempted to locate the corpse Taoist. Yet all had ultimately wasted days in vain and forfeited some contributions due to their failure to complete the mission. Unexpectedly, this daunting mission was accomplished by this incredibly young elder.
Please wait a moment. I will immediately summon the sixth elder overseeing the mission pavilion to verify this. It won't take long.
The girl became even more respectful. Shen Mo nodded. About 100 breaths later, the round-faced girl returned, her face filled with reverence.
The sixth elder has confirmed that this is indeed the corpse Taoist's head. Congratulations on completing the mission.
This storage ring contains your reward, 2 yin sha pearls.
Please present your jade cauldron pearl.
Shen Mo handed over his jade cauldron pearl. The girl took it, touched it to the large jade cauldron pearl on the counter, and returned it to him. The 2 C-rank contributions have also been credited to your account. Shen Mo nodded slightly, then departed, heading straight to the treasure pavilion. Shortly after Shen Mo left the mission pavilion, a figure clad in a crimson robe entered. The round-faced girl's eyes lit up, fixed on the young man with admiration. This was none other than Yi Yan. Yi Yan's gaze scanned the stone tablet. Yet, after looking up and down, he didn't find the mission he sought. He frowned.
Where's the mission to eliminate the corpse Taoist? Even if someone else has taken it, I should still be able to accept it.
The girl quickly replied.
Elder Yi, just a moment ago, another elder completed that mission.
The reward of 2 C-rank contributions and 2 yin sha pearls has already been issued to him.
Yi Yan frowned deeply. The mission had remained uncompleted for half a year. He had gathered some leads on the corpse Taoist through his subordinates and had come to accept the task. But it seemed someone had beaten him to it just moments earlier. Without those 2 yin sha pearls, he would have to delay his plans to craft high-quality Dan crowns. Yi Yan said coldly.
Who was that elder? Tell me his name.
I want to find him and buy those 2 yin sha pearls.
The girl, slightly intimidated by his gaze, checked the records and quickly replied.
Reporting to Elder Yi, that elder's name is Shen Mo.
Yi Yan's expression froze. Without waiting for the girl to say anything further, he strode out of the mission pavilion.
My power is equal to Shen Mo's. Those 2 yin sha pearls won't be attainable.
He snorted coldly and returned to the second peak to continue his cultivation. Dragon Serpent Mountain. Shen Mo arrived in the skies above Dragon Serpent Mountain, a faint smile playing on his lips. After earning 2 C-rank contributions for slaying the corpse Taoist, he had gone on a shopping spree in the treasure pavilion. In one go, he took away 5,000 pounds of heavenly essence grass and 8,000 pounds of white shell fruit. Additionally, he exchanged for a large amount of rare resources that could optimize the bloodlines of demon beasts like the flying cloud crane, the long-maned ox, and the green-eyed python. Several low-grade storage rings were packed to the brim. The steward of the treasure pavilion could only watch with wide eyes, unsure what this young elder was planning.
Someone's here.
Shen Mo glanced toward the small dwelling on Dragon Serpent Mountain and sensed a third presence there besides Huang Bei and Huang Keiying. He gracefully descended. There he saw an old man with an ethereal, sage-like appearance, sitting around a campfire with Huang Bei and Huang Keiying, sharing a roast pig. The 3 of them had grease smeared all over their faces.
It's you!
Shen Mo chuckled in surprise. The old man was none other than Mei Hei. The elderly man stood up and, without warning, burst into tears, his ethereal demeanor vanishing instantly.
Elder Shen, I've missed you terribly.
Shen Mo suddenly recalled that he had left Mei Hei at Jade Sea Hall and completely forgotten about him.
I spoke with Hall Master He at Jade Sea Hall and learned you were overseeing Dragon Serpent Mountain, so I thought I'd come find you. Dragon Serpent Mountain needs people, doesn't it? I, this humble old man, am willing to serve Elder Shen with all my might.
Mei Hei bowed deeply to Shen Mo, his tone utterly sincere. Huang Keiying, gripping a pig leg with her tiny hands, quickly said,
Elder Grandpa Mei is a good person. He caught this wild pig, and it's really delicious. Please take him in.
She pleaded. Huang Bei nodded in agreement. Shen Mo's expression remained calm.
Mei Hei, I can't offer you an official position right now. You won't receive a monthly stipend or any benefits. Until the end of this year, you'll remain an external worker at Dragon Serpent Mountain. Do you understand?
Mei Hei's face lit up with excitement, catching the implication in Shen Mo's words. Not this year, but perhaps next year, there was hope.
Yes, yes, I understand completely.
He said, barely containing his excitement. If it weren't for the situation, he would have gladly knelt down in gratitude. As a rogue cultivator in the core formation stage, he had no chance of becoming a steward in the Qingxuan Sect. Yet Shen Mo had effectively granted him a temporary position. Naturally, Mei Hei was profoundly grateful.
From now on, you'll handle all the miscellaneous tasks on Dragon Serpent Mountain.
Shen Mo said calmly.
You'll also handle errands for Jade Sea Hall. Huang Bei is getting old, and Huang Keiying is still too young, so this will be your responsibility.
There were quite a few herbs Shen Mo needed from Jade Sea Hall, saving him the trouble of traveling to the Qingxuan Sect's treasure pavilion. Now Mei Hei could take on these tasks, freeing up Shen Mo from making the long trip. Mei Hei nodded fervently.
Yes, yes, I'm willing to work like a horse or hound for Elder Shen. Take this list and head to Jade Sea Hall immediately. Buy every herb listed here. You'll need to cover the cost yourself for now, but I'll reimburse you when you return.
Shen Mo quickly jotted down a list and handed it to him.
Yes, sir.
Chapter 212, Qingxuan Sect issues annual stipend, Shen Mo heads to Qiyun Mountain Rain. Chapter 212, Qingxuan Sect issues annual stipend, Shen Mo heads to Qiyun Mountain Rain. Winter faded and spring arrived. In the blink of an eye, Shen Mo had already spent a full year in Dragon Snake Mountain. During this time, a sect steward from Qingxuan Sect made a special trip to deliver Shen Mo's annual stipend. The stipend was exactly as Lu Dongshuan had previously promised. 30 top-grade spiritual stones. 1 earth-tier crystal-forged spiritual weapon. 10 strands of one-line blue. 10 bottles of infant transformation pills. 5 tails of stardust sand. And a uniquely designed blood-red token. Top-grade spiritual stones are always highly valued as the core energy source for activating formations. One of these stones is sufficient to power a profound tier formation for 1,000 years without damage. There's never enough of them. As for the earth-tier crystal-forged spiritual weapon, Shen Mo chose one through a sound transmission jade called the Jade Belt. It can store a defensive martial skill that lasts for 2 days, ready to be instantly activated in case of danger. The embedded demon crystal is of the 4th rank, extending its duration. Without it, it would only last for 1 day. This item is quite useful. In a critical moment, it could block an opponent's surprise attack, allowing him to counter and strike down the attacker. Shen Mo instructed Huang Keiying to place 8 of the 10 strands of one-line blue into the lake. He kept the remaining 2 to be steamed. The 10 bottles of
Infant transformation pills.
are similar in effect to a single.
Greater infant transformation pill.
So Shen Mo tossed them into his storage ring for future use. The 5 tails of stardust sand were treated the same. They weren't immediately useful, so they also went into his storage ring. What caught Shen Mo's attention the most, however, was that blood-red token. The surface of the token was engraved with an ominous-looking vine.
This is the Bloodvine Valley token. Elder Shen, I've heard that Bloodvine Valley is quite a treasure trove.
Mei Hei, standing beside him, gazed at the token with bright eyes. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Bloodvine Valley is one of the 3 forbidden grounds controlled by Qingxuan Sect. The 1st and 2nd elders have access. Inside the valley grows a rare and precious material known as vermilion blood spirit valley grass. Consuming rice cooked with vermilion blood spirit valley grass offers effects similar to taking an infant transformation pill. Additionally, vermilion blood spirit valley grass has a calming effect, ideal to consume before meditation to help cultivators quickly enter a training state. However, the grass grows slowly, and the valley is home to formidable demon beasts, making it challenging to find the vermilion blood spirit valley grass. To protect the environment of Bloodvine Valley, Qingxuan Sect established rules allowing first and second elders to enter once per year, staying for up to 5 days each time. If entry were unrestricted, Bloodvine Valley would eventually become a common mountain valley. The Vermilion Blood Spirit Valley grass would likely vanish as well.
No rush. There'll be plenty of opportunities to enter Bloodvine Valley in the future.
Shen Mo waved his hand and stored the blood red token in his storage ring. Bloodvine Valley is a land of opportunity. The valley is teeming with blood vines, stealthy and lightning fast, difficult to defend against. Many well-known nascent soul stage cultivators have met their end in Bloodvine Valley. Besides Vermilion Blood Spirit Valley grass, one can also find the remains of these fallen nascent soul cultivators. Without a corresponding opportunity, Shen Mo saw no need to waste this entry.
I'm heading out for a while. Dragon Snake Mountain will be in your care. Remember, when I return, I expect to see 1,500 jin of flying Cloud Mother silk.
Shen Mo glanced at Mei He, speaking calmly. Qingxuan Sect had tasked Dragon Snake Mountain with producing 500 jin of flying Cloud Mother silk. But after Shen Mo purified flying Cloud Mother's bloodline, its quality had improved tremendously half a year ago. Additionally, thanks to sufficient nourishment, the blazing fire flood dragon egg no longer absorbs demon beast blood essence. Together, these factors have multiplied flying Cloud Mother's silk yield several times over.
Understood. Rest assured, Elder.
Mei He's expression lit up with excitement. He had contributed modestly to the bloodline purification process. He had witnessed the tremendous improvement in flying Cloud Mother's silk yield firsthand. If this task goes smoothly, he could be promoted to an official member of the sect. For a rogue cultivator, joining Qingxuan Sect is an unparalleled honor. Huang Bei and Huang Keiying also looked excited. Dragon Snake Mountain hadn't seen such prosperity in decades. Beiyue Prefecture, Qiyun Mountain reigned. This area sits at the border shared by the three powers, the Qing Sect, Qingxuan Sect, and Elixir River Sect. As a result, when conflicts arise among the three sects' disciples, rogue cultivators often flock to the Qiyun mountain range to seek refuge. The mountain range has thus become a gathering ground for numerous ruthless and dangerous individuals. Many nascent soul stage cultivators among them have rallied rogue cultivators to claim their own territories. The chaos here is so intricate that even disciples from the three sects must submit to the local power players. At this moment, a figure approached from the southeast, finally descending onto the summit of a small mountain. This person wore a fire-patterned mask, dressed in green, standing tall and proud with an innate aura of authority.
According to fate's timing, it will still be half a month before Yi Yan and Xiao Fan arrive here. By arriving early, I can avoid interference and secure the treasures in the cave first.
A faint smile crossed his face. Naturally, this man was Shen Mo. Inside the cave at this location lay a heaven-tier technique, the divine thunder suppression scripture, along with the helm of a demon armor. Leaving such items unclaimed would be a true injustice.
However, Yi Yan only began his search for the cave after overhearing some rogue cultivators discussing a map during his quest for rare demon beasts. I don't have such luck, so I'll have to find it slowly.
At that thought, Shen Mo's ears suddenly twitched. He heard cries for help in the distance. With a thought, he rushed toward the sound. Before long, he reached a clearing in the forest. In the center of the clearing, three rough-looking foundation establishment cultivators had surrounded an old man and a young boy.
Sirs!
The old man pleaded. The three cultivators, however, focused their gaze on the boy behind him. One of them, a burly man, chuckled with a sinister grin.
Heh, old man, your grandson is quite fresh-looking, just the type our boss likes. Now scram, hand over your grandson, and we might let you keep that feeble life of yours.
The old man's face turned deathly pale. The young boy, still too young, seemed unaware of the danger. The old man gritted his teeth. The three cultivators sneered.
Stubborn to the end, huh? Then die.
The leader drew a massive machete from his waist and swung it down mercilessly. The old man, accepting his fate, closed his eyes, awaiting death. However, the anticipated blow never came. He opened his eyes and gingerly touched his neck. His head was still attached. What had happened? He looked forward. The three cultivators were making gurgling noises. In the next instant, a thin line of blood appeared on each of their necks. Suddenly, their heads flew into the air. Blood spurted like a fountain. The headless bodies fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. The old man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Tab tab. A figure in green attire approached.
Elder young one, are you all right?
Shen Mo asked casually. The old man immediately knelt before Shen Mo, sobbing with gratitude.
Thank you.
Chapter 213, The Remains of Immortal Hell Flame. Chapter 213, The Remains of Immortal Hell Flame. Shen Mo's heart stirred.
Elder, do you know why the demon beasts are so agitated?
The old man spoke in a low voice.
Master, I've heard a rumor, but I don't know if it's true. Please go on.
The old man nodded.
Back in my great-grandfather's time, he was a qi condensation cultivator and once witnessed a powerful figure entering and leaving the northern slopes of the Qiyun mountain range multiple times. My great-grandfather suspected that this powerful figure might have had a hidden cave dwelling on the northern slopes.
Many villagers in our community believe the same.
However, though we often climbed the mountains to gather herbs, we never found any cave dwelling, and over time, this tale faded from memory.
Still, quite a few cultivators search for the cave with so-called maps.
Shen Mo's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Excellent, the opportunity has practically fallen into his hands.
Elder, where do you plan to relocate?
He asked.
Back to you, Master. We're heading to that town on the southern slopes near the Qingxuan Sect, where a good-hearted master offers protection. Very well, I'll take you there.
Shen Mo took hold of the old man and the young boy, flying with ease, and soon delivered them to their destination. The old man was overwhelmed with gratitude, almost kneeling before Shen Mo. After all, if they had walked on foot, it would have taken them over 10 days, facing many perils along the way. Demon beasts and rogue cultivators alike posed constant threats. This act of kindness had indeed saved them from immense danger.
No need to thank me, just live well.
Shen Mo smiled, patting the old man before flying off toward the northern slopes of the Qiyun mountain range. Circling the northern slopes, he soon spotted an abandoned village. There wasn't a single inhabitant left. However, several demon beasts roamed within the village. These beasts were abnormally restless, frequently roaring and howling as if in a frenzy. Contemplating the scene, Shen Mo immediately approached. After capturing a few of the beasts for examination, he discovered something startling. The brains of these demon beasts had undergone an irreversible transformation. Of course, a demon beast's brain is usually no larger than a walnut. Now, their brains had shrunk to nearly the size of a sesame seed.
No wonder they're so mindless. They've even lost the basic instincts for survival.
Shen Mo felt a surge of excitement. It was becoming increasingly clear that a hidden cave dwelling must be nearby. The influence of this dwelling had caused the changes in the demon beasts. He began tracking the crazed demon beasts, eventually tracing them to the source. It was an unassuming spring. These demon beasts had been drinking from the spring, which had caused their brains to gradually shrink.
This spring appears shallow, but perhaps it's an illusion.
Shen Mo's mind raced, and he flicked his finger, sending a strand of spiritual energy toward the spring. To his delight, the spiritual energy pierced through the spring's bottom.
Just as I thought.
Shen Mo immediately took out a water-breathing charm and dove into the spring. He easily passed through the bottom of the spring, moving deeper down. Beneath the spring, it was pitch black, cold, and mysterious. Shen Mo felt as though something in the darkness was watching him. He activated a protective barrier around himself and continued to descend. Strangely, he faced no attacks or obstructions as he sank to the bottom. There, embedded in the rock wall, stood a massive, imposing gate. Seeing the style of carvings on the gate, Shen Mo was lost in thought. He felt as though he had seen this style somewhere before. As he pondered, the gate sensed something and opened on its own before he could even touch it. Slightly surprised, he entered. Boom! The giant gate closed behind him with a thunderous sound. Before Shen Mo lay a vast, ancient cave dwelling. Against the wall sat a skeletal figure. Floating in midair within the cave were two clusters of light. One was a book. The other was a helmet, purple-black in color. With a simple gesture, Shen Mo easily retrieved the book. The cover bore 5 large characters. Divine Thunder Suppression Scripture. As Shen Mo opened the book, he found a few lines written on the first page.
I, who go by the Taoist title Hell Flame, was gravely wounded by a great demon at the Sea of Demon Suppression. Though I narrowly escaped and returned to Jing Nation, I am now near death.
At the end of my life, I poured my thoughts into creating the Divine Thunder Suppression Scripture. May future cultivators carry it forward and rid the world of demons on my behalf. The demon's name is
Anshin!
Elder. Do you know why the demon beasts are so agitated? The old man spoke in a low voice. Master, I've heard a rumor, but I don't know if it's true. Please go on. The old man nodded. Back in my great-grandfather's time, he was a qi condensation cultivator and once witnessed a powerful figure entering and leaving the northern slopes of the Qiyun mountain range multiple times. My great-grandfather suspected that this powerful figure might have had a hidden cave dwelling on the northern slopes. Many villagers in our community believe the same. However, though we often climbed the mountains to gather herbs, we never found any cave dwelling, and over time, this tale faded from memory. Still, quite a few cultivators search for the cave with so-called maps. Shen Mo's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Excellent, the opportunity has practically fallen into his hands. Elder, where do you plan to relocate? He asked. Back to you, Master. We're heading to that town on the southern slopes near the Qingxuan Sect, where a good-hearted master offers protection. Very well, I'll take you there. Shen Mo took hold of the old man and the young boy, flying with ease, and soon delivered them to their destination. The old man was overwhelmed with gratitude, almost kneeling before Shen Mo. After all, if they had walked on foot, it would have taken them over 10 days, facing many perils along the way. Demon beasts and rogue cultivators alike posed constant threats. This act of kindness had indeed saved them from immense danger. No need to thank me, just live well. Shen Mo smiled, patting the old man before flying off toward the northern slopes of the Qiyun mountain range. Circling the northern slopes, he soon spotted an abandoned village. There wasn't a single inhabitant left. However, several demon beasts roamed within the village. These beasts were abnormally restless, frequently roaring and howling as if in a frenzy. Contemplating the scene, Shen Mo immediately approached. After capturing a few of the beasts for examination, he discovered something startling. The brains of these demon beasts had undergone an irreversible transformation. Of course, a demon beast's brain is usually no larger than a walnut. Now, their brains had shrunk to nearly the size of a sesame seed. No wonder they're so mindless, they've even lost the basic instincts for survival. Shen Mo felt a surge of excitement. It was becoming increasingly clear that a hidden cave dwelling must be nearby. The influence of this dwelling had caused the changes in the demon beasts. He began tracking the crazed demon beasts, eventually tracing them to the source. It was an unassuming spring. These demon beasts had been drinking from the spring, which had caused their brains to gradually shrink. This spring appears shallow, but perhaps it's an illusion. Shen Mo's mind raced, and he flicked his finger, sending a strand of spiritual energy toward the spring. To his delight, the spiritual energy pierced through the spring's bottom. Just as I thought. Shen Mo immediately took out a water-breathing charm and dove into the spring. He easily passed through the bottom of the spring, moving deeper down. Beneath the spring, it was pitch black, cold, and mysterious. Shen Mo felt as though something in the darkness was watching him. He activated a protective barrier around himself and continued to descend. Strangely, he faced no attacks or obstructions as he sank to the bottom. There, embedded in the rock wall, stood a massive, imposing gate. Seeing the style of carvings on the gate, Shen Mo was lost in thought. He felt as though he had seen this style somewhere before. As he pondered, the gate sensed something and opened on its own before he could even touch it. Slightly surprised, he entered. Boom! The giant gate closed behind him with a thunderous sound. Before Shen Mo lay a vast, ancient cave dwelling. Against the wall sat a skeletal figure. Floating in midair within the cave were two clusters of light. One was a book. The other was a helmet, purple-black in color. With a simple gesture, Shen Mo easily retrieved the book. The cover bore 5 large characters. Divine Thunder Suppression Scripture. As Shen Mo opened the book, he found a few lines written on the first page. I, who go by the Taoist title Hell Flame, was gravely wounded by a great demon at the Sea of Demon Suppression. Though I narrowly escaped and returned to Jing Nation, I am now near death. At the end of my life, I poured my thoughts into creating the Divine Thunder Suppression Scripture. May future cultivators carry it forward and rid the world of demons on my behalf. The demon's name is Anshan. Shen Mo was mildly surprised. No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity when he discovered this cave. Unexpectedly, it was a cave dwelling left behind by True Master Hell Flame.
It's unfortunate that True Master Hell Flame has passed away. But what exactly is the Sea of Demon Suppression? I have no knowledge of such a place.
Shen Mo pondered. This world was far larger than he had imagined. Just within Jing Nation, there were 9 provinces. To the south of Jing Nation lay the kingdom of 10,000 demons, and to the east was known as the East Sea. The Sea of Demon Suppression must lie beyond the East Sea. Standing before the remains of True Master Hell Flame, Shen Mo bowed deeply. He had previously obtained the scripture of Hell Flame's destruction. It was thanks to this scripture that he had been able to progress so swiftly. Now, he had acquired the Divine Thunder Suppression Scripture. In a way, though True Master Hell Flame had never appeared before him or spoken a word, he had played an essential role in Shen Mo's growth. Performing this solemn gesture of respect felt fitting.
The great demon must be incredibly powerful. I cannot avenge you now, but someday I will go to the Sea of Demon Suppression and slay the demon Anshan.
Shen Mo spoke solemnly, bowed once more, and then took his leave. 6 days after Shen Mo left the Qiyun mountain range, 2 figures approached from the south and north, almost arriving simultaneously. They were Yi Yan and Xiao Fan. Yi Yan had come to seek a rare demon beast to breed with his old dragon. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan searched the northern slopes, occasionally muttering.
Old Dan, are you sure this is the place?
An ancient voice echoed in his mind.
Yes, this is undoubtedly the location. After being wounded by a great demon in the Sea of Demon Suppression, True Master Hell Flame fled here. I saw it with my own eyes. Unfortunately, despite my years of searching, I was never able to find the cave. But you are different. You are the child of fortune born with immense luck. You are sure to find the cave dwelling.
Xiao Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Great!
After learning of Shen Mo's defeat of Yao Yunluo, he had immediately fled with Ouyang Kaiyan. By chance, he discovered an ancient ring in a mass grave along the way. Within the ring resided the spirit of Old Dan. Old Dan claimed to be the grand elder of the 9-turn Pill Dao sect from 5,000 years ago, searching for a successor to rebuild the sect. Now he had chosen Xiao Fan. With Old Dan's help, Xiao Fan had nurtured the 7 Lotus nascent soul and reached the nascent soul stage. Overjoyed, Xiao Fan's expression darkened as he remembered something.
Am I truly the child of fortune? Yet back in Qingxuan Prefecture, I was always suppressed by others.
Every opportunity was always seized by him before I could reach it. Sometimes, I even think he is the bane of my destiny.
Old Dan frowned.
How could that be? I calculated that you are a reincarnated powerhouse destined for smooth sailing without any hindrance. You are a true dragon among men with only one rival in this life, and that person isn't even in Qingxuan Prefecture. It's highly likely that you'll encounter this rival during your quest for the cave.
Xiao Fan frowned deeply.
Could it be that I'll meet Shen Mo here again? He'll likely reach the treasure before I do.
Old Dan shook his head.
No, 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 you two will have a fierce contest, each obtaining something. This is what I have foreseen.
Chapter 214, Yi Yan and Xiao Fan's Fierce Duel Unleashing Trump Cards. Chapter 214, Yi Yan and Xiao Fan's Fierce Duel Unleashing Trump Cards. On the other side, Yi Yan stood amidst a pool of blood, holding a tattered map deep in thought. He had passed by the area and overheard some wandering cultivators discussing this matter. Such an opportunity was not something he would let slip. With a casual strike, he slew the group and seized the map.
To think that such a chaotic place would hide a cavernous estate.
Yi Yan's sharp gaze flickered as he quickly made his way to the northern slopes of the Qian mountain range. The two men began their search separately, one heading north and the other south. 3 days later, with Old Dan's assistance, Xiao Fan was the first to locate an inconspicuous spring. Without hesitation, he dove underwater and swam toward the cavern. Shortly after Xiao Fan entered the depths, Yi Yan arrived, guided by the map, and likewise plunged into the waters. One after the other, the two immediately became aware of each other's presence. Yi Yan wasted no time and attacked without warning. In his eyes, anyone vying for the cavern with him deserved to die. He condensed flames into a massive blade and swung it fiercely. Even within the deep pool, where the fiery aura was suppressed by the water's spiritual energy, the flame's power was immense. Before the blade even landed, Xiao Fan felt a burning sensation on his back, as though fire was scorching him. The pain was excruciating.
A formidable enemy. This must be the individual I predicted, a rival for you.
Old Dan's voice echoed in Xiao Fan's mind.
Even with memories of your past life, you're no match for him. Allow me to block this strike. You must focus on entering the cavern and securing your destiny. Understood.
Xiao Fan nodded gravely, his expression resolute. A burst of light erupted behind Xiao Fan as a phantom of an elderly figure materialized. With a sudden motion, the phantom delivered a powerful palm strike. The fiery blade clashed with the phantom's attack, sending shockwaves rippling through the water. The turbulent waves slowed Yi Yan's movement significantly. Meanwhile, Xiao Fan's speed surged as he darted toward a stone gate. Yi Yan's eyes turned icy.
So a powerful soul resides within him. A primordial soul, only nascent soul stage practitioners can cultivate such a thing. Interesting, talented individuals seem to be everywhere these days. First Shen Mo, now this Xiao Fan.
Yi Yan smirked coldly, employing a movement technique to accelerate toward the gate.
I'll open it.
Old Dan bellowed, slamming his palm against the stone gate with immense force. The gate shuddered and a crack appeared. Overjoyed, Xiao Fan prepared to slip through the gap.
The treasures in this cavern are mine. You won't take them.
Yi Yan's cold voice echoed ominously.
Nascent soul art, flame manifestation.
In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of flames erupted, colliding with the gap in the stone gate. The flames didn't dissipate immediately. Instead, they spread across the gate's surface, forming a blazing net. The surrounding water boiled violently, creating countless bubbles. Xiao Fan was forced to retreat.
The power of a nascent soul art.
Xiao Fan exclaimed in shock and fury. This man was so desperate for the treasure that he resorted to his trump card, a nascent soul art, something typically reserved for life and death situations. Once used, it couldn't be activated again for several days. If Yi Yan faced a life-threatening crisis in the interim, he'd have no choice but to sacrifice his lifespan to deploy it.
You must use your own nascent soul art. This is not the time to hold back.
Old Dan urged.
Behind that stone gate lies the treasures left by the immortal hell flame, perhaps a heaven-tier martial technique, a heaven-tier spiritual weapon, or even a demonic armor. Anything is possible.
Old Dan's tone was firm.
Your nascent soul art is no weaker than his. If one strike isn't enough, use two. Don't hesitate to spend some of your lifespan. Once you grow stronger, there will be countless heavenly treasures and elixirs to replenish it. All right, I'll follow your guidance.
Xiao Fan responded solemnly. He understood that now was the moment to gamble everything. Whoever was stronger would claim the cavern and its treasures. Thus, despite having never met before, the two were destined to fight to the death.
Nascent soul art, undying battle physique.
With a roar, Xiao Fan unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy, channeling it into every inch of his bones, muscles, and skin. His stature instantly surged upward, growing significantly taller. His body also swelled noticeably, resembling a small giant. The aura he emitted was overwhelmingly terrifying, utterly unlike that of an entry-level nascent soul stage practitioner. Yi Yan's heart skipped a beat. The opponent's nascent soul art was formidable, clearly a technique that greatly enhanced physical strength across the board for a short period. In direct combat, the opponent's nascent soul art was undoubtedly superior. However, Yi Yan's nascent soul art, while less suited for head-on combat, excelled in endurance and flexibility. Determining a clear winner between them wouldn't be easy. Boom, boom, boom. The two exchanged ferocious blows, each attack more intense than the last. Xiao Fan, like a towering giant, delivered bone-crushing punches, each one landing with devastating force. Yi Yan, on the other hand, demonstrated incredible agility, deftly evading Xiao Fan's strikes and occasionally slashing with a sudden, precise blade. Their fight grew more heated with each clash. Eventually, both resorted to using their nascent soul arts too, even 3 times, burning through decades of their lifespans in the process. The intense battle left them both exhausted, their trump cards nearly depleted, yet the stalemate persisted. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan growled.
If we keep fighting like this, we'll both end up severely injured, and neither of us will get the treasures in the cavern. Why don't we call a temporary truce and enter the cavern first?
Yi Yan's eyes remained icy as he replied.
Fine, a temporary truce.
Both men stopped their attacks simultaneously. Yet their hands, hidden within their sleeves, were subtly poised, spiritual energy faintly surging. It was clear they were prepared to counterattack at any moment.
Old Dan!
Xiao Fan murmured. Old Dan nodded and materialized once more, channeling immense force into the stone gate. With a loud rumble, the gate slowly creaked open, revealing a crack. Yi Yan immediately darted into the cavern. Xiao Fan followed closely behind. Inside, the cavern was remarkably dry, devoid of any moisture. Both men finally exhaled in relief. The immense water pressure at such depths had forced them to continuously expend spiritual energy just to endure, and now they finally had a moment to recover.
This place!
Xiao Fan exclaimed as he surveyed the surroundings. Yi Yan's attention was immediately drawn to a skeleton lying in the center of the cavern, his expression darkening.
A skeleton!
Old Dan emerged from Xiao Fan's body, staring intently at the skeleton.
6 fingers on the left hand, a missing pinky on the right. No doubt this is the immortal hell flame. But
The 3 split up to search the cavern. They overturned stone tables, stone beds, and stone chairs, leaving no corner unchecked. Yet there were no heaven-tier techniques, no heaven-tier artifacts, nothing but a cloud of dust. The grim realization dawned on them both. After such an intense fight, and having sacrificed so much of their lifespans, they had gained absolutely nothing. Both men's faces twisted with fury. They had fought tooth and nail, burned through their trump cards, and spent decades of their lives all for nothing. Such a cruel outcome would drive anyone to madness.
did you know this place was empty all along? Were you just wasting my time?
Yi Yan snapped, his icy demeanor giving way to anger. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth.
I was about to ask you the same. I burned through 30 years of my lifespan for this. For what?
Both men were consumed with rage, now viewing each other as bitter enemies. Yet they were also painfully aware that they had exhausted their resources. Even if they wanted to fight again, they no longer had the strength. In the end, Xiao Fan turned and left, his face ashen. Yi Yan hesitated for a moment, then approached the skeleton of the immortal hell flame. He broke it apart piece by piece, examining each bone meticulously. But even within the remains, he found nothing hidden.
I, Yi Yan, have suffered a humiliating defeat here. One day I will kill that man.
Chapter 215, Mutual Exploitation and Shared Goals. Chapter 215, Mutual Exploitation and Shared Goals. Jade Cauldron Sect, Elders Pavilion. A year had passed, and this month it was the second elder, Yang Kea's, turn to preside over the Elders Pavilion. Kneeling halfway before him was Su Zikyang. Thanks to the elixirs provided by Yang Kea, his legs had fully recovered.
Second elder,
Su Zikyang declared resolutely.
the year-end evaluations of various industries have arrived. Please grant me permission to visit Dragon Snake Mountain. Shen Mo must have utterly failed to meet even the most basic standards of assessment. I want to witness his utter embarrassment, unable to even speak in his defense.
Hatred flashed in his eyes as he spoke. The memory of having his legs severed was still seared into his mind, and he would never forget the pain. Yang Kea considered this briefly.
You can go, but not alone. After all, you're only at the core formation stage, and he's a nascent soul cultivator. With just the slightest excuse, he could put you in your place again.
Su Zikyang shuddered. That was true. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed. Dressed in a crimson robe, Yi Yan entered, his expression dark and brooding. Yang Ke raised an eyebrow.
Yanner, accompany Su Zikyang to Dragon Snake Mountain to collect its output.
Yi Yan took a deep breath.
Understood.
Yang Ke asked.
What's wrong? You don't seem yourself. I've never seen you in such a mood before.
As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yi Yan's temples, noticing strands of white hair. It was clearly the aftereffect of forcibly using a nascent soul art during a life-threatening confrontation. Su Zikyang also glanced at Yi Yan, surprised. Yi Yan, known for his cold and domineering demeanor, now appeared as if he had suffered some major setback. Yi Yan's face gradually turned expressionless. The events at the Qian mountain range were, of course, impossible to disclose. To have fought desperately against someone, sacrificed decades of his lifespan, and ultimately gained nothing, it was utterly humiliating. If word got out, his dignity would be in tatters.
It's nothing, master. I'll handle my own matters.
Yi Yan replied calmly. Yang Ke nodded approvingly. Yang Ke asked, What's wrong? You don't seem yourself. I've never seen you in such a mood before. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yi Yan's temples, noticing strands of white hair. It was clearly the aftereffect of forcibly using a nascent soul art during a life-threatening confrontation. Su Zikyang also glanced at Yi Yan, surprised. Yi Yan, known for his cold and domineering demeanor, now appeared as if he had suffered some major setback. Yi Yan's face gradually turned expressionless. The events at the Qian mountain range were, of course, impossible to disclose. To have fought desperately against someone, sacrificed decades of his lifespan, and ultimately gained nothing, it was utterly humiliating. If word got out, his dignity would be in tatters. It's nothing, master. I'll handle my own matters, Yi Yan replied calmly. Yang Ke nodded approvingly. Good, that's the trait I admire most in you. Don't fear failure. A person who sails through life too smoothly will only grow complacent. Consider this a valuable lesson. Now head to Dragon Snake Mountain. No matter how talented Shen Mo is, no matter how gifted his comprehension, he cannot possibly meet the sect's requirements. Furthermore, Shen Mo is the 8th elder stationed there, and in the past 300 years, not a single year has passed without Dragon Snake Mountain incurring losses. This alone proves that the mountain, like the Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-taming industry, is utterly defunct. With these results in hand, I can bring the matter up in the Elders' Assembly. This will give me enough leverage to force the sect master and great elder to abandon the beast-taming industry altogether. Yi Yan nodded, understood. He quickly left. Not long after Yi Yan's departure, a communication jade within Yang Ke's storage ring began to tremble. His expression shifted slightly, and he immediately left the confines of the Jade Cauldron Sect. After disguising himself, he arrived at a small nearby town and entered an inn. At a windowside table, an unassuming middle-aged man was waiting. Yang Ke sat across from him, and both raised their teacups simultaneously to take a sip. In a low voice, Yang Ke asked,
General Wu, why have you sought me out?
The middle-aged man smiled.
The governor has instructed me to deliver something to Elder Yang.
As he spoke, he turned his palm over and presented a jade box. Yang Ke opened it, and his aged eyes widened in shock.
The complete crafting methods for the Green Lotus set.
The
Green Lotus?
referred to the Green Lotus crown, Green Lotus robe, and Green Lotus boots, a set of spiritual artifacts that was the pride of the Supreme Purity Sect. Its defensive capabilities were unparalleled, and it even accelerated wound healing. Many cultivators eagerly sought it out, saving up spirit stones for over a decade just to purchase a single piece. Although the Qingxuan Sect had produced numerous spiritual artifacts modeled after the Green Lotus set, neither their performance nor their pricing could compete with the genuine Green Lotus. And now, the crafting methods for the Green Lotus had fallen into his hands so easily. Yang Ke felt as though he were dreaming.
This item,
The middle-aged man said,
was obtained by the governor of Yu Prefecture after pulling every string he had and offering considerable concessions to the sect of Supreme Purity. But don't get too excited, Elder Yang. This is an outdated crafting method. The sect of Supreme Purity already has superior techniques. The governor hopes that the Qingxuan Sect can use this method to produce spiritual artifacts that can rival the sect of Supreme Purity's offerings.
The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Yang Ke nodded deeply. He was no fool and understood the governor's intent. To the governor of Yu Prefecture, it was ideal for the three sects of the prefecture to maintain balanced power, preventing any one sect from becoming dominant. This move was clearly meant to bolster the Qingxuan Sect to counterbalance the sect of Supreme Purity. In a serious tone, Yang Ke said,
General Wu, please convey my gratitude to the governor. Although I must tread carefully due to the complex relations between sects and the imperial court, I, Yang Ke, am truly thankful to him.
The middle-aged man waved his hand.
There's no need for that, Elder Yang. Though there are tensions between the court and the sects, I respect those like you who dedicate themselves entirely to the sect's welfare. However, the governor isn't giving this away for free.
Yang Ke pondered for a moment.
The governor wants the beast-taming industry.
The middle-aged man smiled.
Precisely, your sect's beast-taming industry ought to be abandoned. As you know, after the troubles at Dragon Snake Mountain, the Qingxuan Sect's beast-taming industry has been in sharp decline. The cost of nurturing spirit beasts is too high, and over the past 300 years, 80% of the spirit beasts have been purchased from the governor's estate. If that's the case, why not abandon the industry altogether and rely on the governor's estate for your spirit beast needs? The governor has also promised that, out of respect for Elder Yang, he'll offer certain discounts.
Hearing this, a glint flashed in Yang Ke's eyes, though his expression remained calm.
This decision doesn't require the governor's persuasion. I've already been planning it.
For our sect, the beast-taming industry has long been a burden. It hasn't been profitable and incurs losses year after year.
To be honest, the Qingxuan Sect's routine elders meeting is coming up soon. I'll be raising this matter with the sect master during the discussions. With the governor's gift of the Green Lotus crafting methods, my position in the matter has gained even more leverage.
The middle-aged man chuckled lightly.
I've heard you've sent a newcomer from the 10th peak to Dragon Snake Mountain.
Yang Ke smirked.
Indeed, the 10th elder is stubbornly resistant to abandoning any industry, so I sent one of his disciples to Dragon Snake Mountain. That young man may be a prodigy, but even so, it's impossible for him to salvage Dragon Snake Mountain or revive the failing beast-taming industry. Now that it's the year-end evaluation, this marks 300 consecutive years of losses. Once the report reaches the sect, neither the elders nor the sect master will have any objections.
The middle-aged man clasped his hands with a smile.
Then I wish Elder Yang great success.
Yang Ke returned the gesture with a slight smile.
General Wu let us part ways. You and I never met. Of course, I was merely here to enjoy tea by myself.
Chapter 216. This is what it means to be life and death brothers, loyal and true Dragon Snake Mountain. Chapter 216. This is what it means to be life and death brothers, loyal and true Dragon Snake Mountain. After leaving the Qingxuan mountain range, Shen Mo did not stop to rest and made his way straight back to Dragon Snake Mountain. However, before he could arrive, he was intercepted by two individuals near Jade Sea City, Lu Dongxuan and He Tianchu. To be precise, it was Lu Dongxuan dragging He Tianchu along to block his path. He Tianchu looked extremely awkward, wanting to escape but finding no opportunity. He could only clasp his hands and bow toward Shen Mo.
Greetings, Elder Shen.
Shen Mo nodded, then glanced at the drunken Lu Dongxuan and chuckled.
Senior brother Lu, it's been a year. Why are you just returning now?
Lu Dongxuan, fuming with anger, began ranting.
I wasted an entire year looking for that stupid dragon egg and I didn't find a damn thing. It's infuriating. And as soon as I get back, I hear that bastard Yang Kai sent you off to Dragon Snake Mountain. Damn it, it's enough to make me explode with rage.
He jabbed a finger at He Tianchu's nose.
Tell me, doesn't that make you angry?
He Tianchu glanced at Lu's fist, as large as a soup pot, swallowed hard and nodded hastily.
Angry, extremely angry. The second elder's actions are truly despicable.
Lu Dongxuan nodded in satisfaction and smoothed out the wrinkles in He Tianchu's robe.
Hall Master He, I've always regarded you as a life and death brother. We should share our burdens together.
He Tianchu's face was full of confusion. Since when did you consider me a life and death brother?
This time, there's no way junior brother Shen can meet the sect's demands. By the rules, he'll be docked 4 D-rank contributions. You know me, I never leave any contributions on me, so it's up to you to lend a hand.
Lu Dongxuan slung an arm around He Tianchu's shoulders, leaned in close, his breath reeking of alcohol, and chuckled slyly. He Tianchu froze. Oh, you want my contributions, don't you? No wonder you're treating me like a life and death brother. Forcing a smile, He Tianchu said.
Elder Lu, you know me. I don't have many contributions left. I spent most of them redeeming infant transformation pills.
Before he could finish, the jade cauldron orb hanging at his waist was snatched by Lu Dongxuan in one swift motion. Lu immediately tossed it to Shen Mo.
Junior brother, Hall Master He is truly a good friend. Outwardly, he might seem embarrassed to help, but he left the jade cauldron orb right where I could easily grab it.
And what does that mean? This is what it means to be life and death brothers, loyal and true. Come on, let's head to Dragon Snake Mountain.
Lu Dongxuan threw an arm around Shen Mo's shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the horizon, leaving He Tianchu standing there, frozen in place. Where's my jade cauldron orb? My precious jade cauldron orb, where is it?
Come back, damn it, come back here. That orb contains 9 entire C-rank contributions. That's something I spent 10 years saving up.
He Tianchu, enraged, gave chase. As they flew, Shen Mo chuckled.
Senior brother, isn't this a bit underhanded?
Lu Dongxuan sneered.
He Tianchu is under the third elder. The third elder claims to be neutral, but in reality, he's just a fence-sitter. I'm dragging him into this on purpose, forcing him to take a side.
As he spoke, Lu Dongxuan's sharp gaze belied his drunken appearance. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. This rough-and-tumble senior brother of his was truly a cunning strategist beneath his rugged facade.
But speaking of which, that bastard Yang Kai sending you to Dragon Snake Mountain, and none of the other elders saying a word about it, really.
Lu Dongxuan sighed. Shen Mo's expression shifted slightly.
So, how many factions are there among the 10 elders?
Lu Dongxuan thought for a moment before replying.
The Grand Elder is aligned with the Sect Master and doesn't belong to any faction. The Second Elder leads a faction, pulling in the 4th, 7th, and 9th Elders, advocating for abandoning some industries to focus on artifact refinement. The 3rd and 6th Elders are fence-sitters.
The 5th and 8th elders have a good relationship with our master, but when it comes to sect matters, they always prioritize the sect's interests.
As for our master, the 10th Elder, well.
It was true, despite spending an entire year in the Jade Cauldron Sect, he had never once seen what the 10th Elder looked like.
Dragon Snake Mountain is a strange place.
Lu Dongxuan said gravely.
Over the past 3 centuries, 7 different elders have taken charge there, and not a single one of them managed to meet the sect's yearly requirements, even once. Including this year, it's been exactly 300 years. This year is a lost cause, but after the sect's assessment ends, you, I, and senior sister will go together to argue your case with the master. Once the 5th elder presides over the elders' council, we'll have you transferred out of Dragon Snake Mountain.
Lu Dongxuan's tone was firm. Shen Mo felt warmth in his heart. Even though he hadn't known this senior brother for long, Lu's every thought and action was on his behalf. In this cold and ruthless world of cultivation, it was rare to meet someone with such brotherly warmth.
Senior brother, Dragon Snake Mountain is actually a good place.
Shen Mo said with a smile.
And this year's assessment I've already completed it.
Lu Dongxuan froze, then looked astonished.
You must be joking. That cursed place's demonic beasts have suffered bloodline dilution for centuries. It's not a problem that started yesterday, it's been 300 years.
7 elders, some of whom were experts in beast taming, couldn't meet even a single year's requirements.
And you?
Lu Dongxuan stared at Shen Mo in disbelief. Shen Mo only chuckled.
Don't worry, senior brother. I wouldn't say it if I didn't have full confidence. Just watch and see.
Lu Dongxuan nodded solemnly.
All right, I can tell you're not lying. Let's go. Now I'm even more curious. Could Dragon Snake Mountain finally be turning around?
Dragon Snake Mountain. As Shen Mo and Lu Dongxuan landed, a streak of light appeared in the distant sky. Moments later, 2 figures descended. The leader, dressed in a crimson robe, had a cold and emotionless expression. The other trailed behind, his eyes cast down but glinting with hidden resentment. It was none other than Yi Yan and Su Ziqiang. Yi Yan glanced at Lu Dongxuan before addressing Shen Mo coldly.
Yi Yan and Su Ziqiang, under the 2nd elder's command, have come to Dragon Snake Mountain to collect this year's output in accordance with sect regulations. Elder Shen, please hand everything over.
Lu Dongxuan frowned slightly.
By regulation, only 1 steward is needed to collect the output. Why have you come as well?
He knew Yi Yan's reputation well. This man had made a name for himself at a young age, known for his ruthless methods and overbearing attitude. Yang Ke must have sent Yi Yan alongside Su Ziqiang to oversee the collection. This wasn't the first time such a measure had been taken across the sect's industries. When stationed elders realized they couldn't meet the sect's demands, they would either bribe the stewards or purchase treasures from elsewhere to meet the requirements. With Yi Yan accompanying Su Ziqiang, bribery was out of the question. Moreover, Yi Yan's discerning eye would easily identify whether the goods truly came from Dragon Snake Mountain. Yi Yan's tone remained calm.
Elder Lu, why I'm here is none of your concern.
Lu Dongxuan immediately rolled up his sleeves.
There aren't many people in this sect who dare talk to me like that. You've got guts.
Yi Yan's expression didn't change.
Well, now there's one more.
Shen Mo grabbed Lu Dongxuan by the arm, smiling faintly.
Dragon Snake Mountain's output for this year is ready. Follow me.
Chapter 217. Elder Shen, did you add an extra 0 to that number? Chapter 217. Elder Shen, did you add an extra 0 to that number? At this moment, in the open space at the center of the residence, Mei He, Huang Bei, and Huang Keiying sat facing each other, their faces filled with joy and excitement. Hearing approaching footsteps, the 3 of them immediately stood up. But it wasn't just Shen Mo they saw, behind him were several others. Especially the cold and detached face of Yi Yan, which scared Huang Keiying so much that she immediately hid behind Shen Mo.
Elder.
Huang Keiying asked timidly. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
They're representatives from the sect here to collect this year's output.
Mei He and Huang Bei exchanged glances, their hearts uneasy. Usually, those tasked with collecting the annual output were cultivators at the core formation stage. Why then were there 2 elders at the nascent soul stage here today? Moreover, from the small cauldron emblem on their chests, their ranks were quite high. Before Shen Mo could speak, Yi Yan coldly interjected.
Bring out this year's output from Dragon Snake Mountain immediately. According to sect rules, failure to meet the minimum requirements results in forfeiture of next year's stipend and a deduction of double the contribution points. Furthermore, the sect has strict rules against buying materials from outside to pad the numbers. Violators will see elders demoted and all affiliated stewards and disciples forfeiting 1 year's stipend.
Each sentence from Yi Yan carried an icy menace. Mei He and Huang Bei trembled involuntarily, as if a ravenous beast had locked its gaze on them. Whoosh! At that moment, another streak of light arrived. It was none other than He Tianchu, the hall master of Jade Sea Hall. Seeing the chilling atmosphere, he merely stood outside, not daring to reclaim his jade cauldron pearl. After all, Lu Dongxuan and Yi Yan were people he couldn't afford to offend. Shen Mo spoke calmly.
Mei He Huang Bei, where is this year's output?
Mei He respectfully handed over 3 low-grade storage rings. Then, standing tall under everyone's scrutiny, he spoke loudly and clearly.
Reporting to the elders, these 3 low-grade storage rings contain the outputs from the caves, grasslands, and lakes. Included are 1,500 pounds of flying cloud silkworm silk, 800 pounds of long-maned ox bezoar, and 1,100 pounds of green-eyed python molts.
He went on for nearly a dozen breaths, detailing all of Dragon Snake Mountain's outputs. By the end of his speech, everyone except Shen Mo, Huang Bei, and Huang Keiying was utterly stunned. Su Ziqiang blurted out.
Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dragon Snake Mountain has always been a place of loss, and more loss. It can't even meet the bare minimum requirements. How could it produce such massive quantities this year?
Pointing a finger at Shen Mo, Su Ziqiang shouted angrily.
Elder Shen, do you know the consequences of falsifying output numbers? Fabrication is one thing, but you even instructed your subordinates to report such outrageous figures. Do you take us all for brainless fools?
From the side, He Tianchu coughed awkwardly.
Elder Shen, these numbers.
Lu Dongxuan couldn't help but interject.
Junior brother.
He was at a loss, torn between laughing and crying. Even if you're going to falsify numbers, you could have made them more believable. Report something smaller, and worst-case scenario, we could ask the sect master to smooth things over. Now, with such exaggerated numbers, you're bound to alarm the entire Jade Cauldron sect. Every elder, steward, and disciple will come to watch the spectacle. Yi Yan, sensing an opportunity, sneered coldly.
Shen Mo, I will report this matter truthfully to the second elder. The Hall of Discipline will certainly investigate.
The mention of the Hall of Discipline sent a chill through everyone present. The Hall of Discipline was personally overseen by the Grand Elder. It managed all internal judgments and punishments within the Jade Cauldron sect. When facing a member of the Hall of Discipline, one's rank was effectively lowered by a full level. Disciples from the Hall of Discipline held authority over regular stewards. Disciplinary stewards held authority over regular elders. This was standard practice. Once targeted by a disciplinary steward, it meant a severe infraction had been committed. For minor issues, the Hall of Discipline usually sent its disciples to handle the matter. Faced with everyone's words, Shen Mo merely smiled slightly.
Oh, do you all think it's fake?
Yi Yan snorted coldly.
Whether it's true or not will be revealed shortly.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Perfect timing. There are 3 nascent soul cultivators here, and I have 3 storage rings with me. Then the 3 storage rings will be handed over to senior brother Lu, Hall Master He, and you, Yi Yan.
Shen Mo said casually. With a flick of his hand, the storage rings landed in front of the 3. This effectively eliminated any possibility of Yi Yan tampering with the evidence. As He Tianchu inspected the storage ring, he sighed.
Elder Shen, falsifying numbers really isn't a good.
Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock and the rest of his words caught in his throat. Seeing He Tianchu's expression, Lu Dongxuan froze for a moment and began his own inspection. Moments later, his eyes bulged as well, and he blurted out.
Holy crap!
Yi Yan, noticing their reactions, felt an unsettling sense of unease and quickly checked the contents of the storage ring. What he saw left even his cold, stoic face filled with astonishment. The storage ring was brimming with various materials from magical beasts. Silk, bat wings, spider fangs, snake eyes.
Ye elder, are the storage rings empty? I told you, didn't I? In the past, Dragon Snake Mountain's output couldn't even fill a single storage ring. And now they're claiming to need 3, it's absurd. Elder Yi, let's return to the Hall of Discipline immediately and ensure Shen Mo is punished for.
Sleb. Before Su Ziqiang could finish, Yi Yan delivered a fierce slap to his face, sending him flying several meters away.
Shut up!
Yi Yan roared, his face alternating between pale and flushed with fury. Lu Dongxuan's expression, meanwhile, was a mix of incredulity and excitement.
Junior brother, you.
You're a damn genius.
In his excitement, Lu Dongxuan pulled Shen Mo into a bear hug, lifting him off the ground and shouting in amazement. Shen Mo chuckled helplessly. He Tianchu, on the other hand, gazed at Shen Mo with a complicated expression. His master, the third elder, had specifically warned him to remain neutral and handle all matters involving Shen Mo impartially. But after a year of interaction, He Tianchu had come to see Shen Mo as a friend worth cultivating. Moreover, Shen Mo's expertise in the field of beast taming was extraordinarily profound, far surpassing the vast majority of elders in the sect.
I must report today's events to my master immediately. This will likely have significant implications for the sect's plans for decades to come.
He Tianchu mused, deep in thought.
Yi Yan, according to sect rules, what reward should be granted for exceeding the mission requirements?
Shen Mo asked calmly, his tone light. Yi Yan took a deep breath, his voice cold and sharp.
For exceeding the mission requirements, the rewards are distributed based on the degree of surplus. If the output exceeds the requirement by double, the contributor receives double contribution points. If it's triple, they receive triple contribution points. If it's...
Chapter 218. The Sole Agenda Deciding Among the Three Major Industries. Chapter 218. The Sole Agenda Deciding Among the Three Major Industries. Shen Mo said calmly.
The contents of these 3 storage rings exceed the sect's requirements by at least tenfold.
Yi Yan suddenly interjected.
This is a serious matter. We do not have the authority to grant such rewards. It should be left to the Elders' Council for judgment.
With that, he turned, carrying the storage rings, and prepared to leave. He Tianchu spoke up abruptly.
Dragon Snake Mountain was once a place of great potential, but for 7 consecutive generations, the stationed elders failed to purify the magical beast's bloodlines, resulting in years of losses. Now, Elder Shen has turned those losses into profits, far exceeding the sect's basic requirements. I believe this matter should not be handed over to the Elders' Council, but should instead be brought before the Grand Assembly Hall.
After all, this is a significant event that could influence the future strategies of our Jade Cauldron sect.
Lu Dongxuan laughed heartily.
Well said, Hall Master He, well said. I also agree it should go to the Grand Assembly Hall.
The Grand Assembly Hall is of a higher rank than the Elders' Council, and is reserved for handling the sect's most critical and urgent matters. Furthermore, the Grand Assembly Hall requires the sect master and 10 elders to convene, whereas the Elders' Council only requires a presiding elder to make decisions. He Tianchu's suggestion made his intentions abundantly clear.
Fine.
Yi Yan's gaze was icy as he quickly departed, eager to return to the sect and report this to Yang Ke. Shen Mo turned to Mei He and the others.
Stay in Dragon Snake Mountain, guard the property well, and don't let any troublemakers sneak in and cause damage.
His words carried a subtle warning. Mei He straightened his posture and responded firmly.
Rest assured, Elder Shen, your subordinate understands.
Shen Mo, Lu Dongxuan, and He Tianchu transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the horizon. Su Ziqiang stared at the sky, his face filled with despair.
Why are they leaving so quickly? Take me with you.
Although he could fly using spiritual energy, A core formation cultivator's speed was no match for that of nascent soul elders. He could only trail behind, eating dust. Qingxuan Sect main peak. Halfway up the mountain stood a magnificent hall, elegant yet luxurious. This was the Jade Cauldron Sect's Grand Assembly Hall. At the hall's entrance stood a massive bronze bell. At this moment, the second elder, Yang Kai, struck the bell. Its deep toll reverberated like thunder across the entire Hengtai mountain range.
A grand assembly is about to convene. This must be the sect's routine 5-year assembly, right? Who's presiding over the discussion this time? It's usually the elder on duty from the Elders' Council. This time it must be the second elder. Tusk, the second elder, has been advocating for abandoning alchemy and beast taming to focus entirely on artifact crafting to compete with the Qingxuan Sect. This assembly will probably be full of heated debates again. Well, that's beyond us to comment on. Let's just listen.
Stewards and disciples buzzed with discussions as elders began arriving from all over. However, only the sect master and the 10 primary elders were allowed inside. Other nascent soul elders were not permitted entry. At the hall's entrance, Yang Kai stood calmly, scanning the arrivals. The first to arrive was a middle-aged man in a purple robe, refined in appearance with a lean figure. Yang Kai bowed respectfully.
Greetings, Sect Master.
Sect Master Li Zhendao smiled faintly.
Second Elder, what's the agenda this time?
Yang Kai chuckled.
Once everyone has arrived, the Sect Master will naturally know.
Li Zhendao merely smiled lightly and strode into the hall, taking the central seat. His expression betrayed no hint of anger or displeasure. Following him, the first elder, third elder, and others arrived one after another. Finally, an unkempt, scruffy old man stumbled down from the sky, nearly falling onto Yang Kai. Yang Kai's eyes flickered as he quickly helped him up with a laugh.
Elder Wan, what happened to you? Oh my, you're reeking of makeup powder.
The 10th elder Wan Mushan chuckled, his cheeks slightly flushed.
I was still surrounded by young ladies when I heard the second elder ring the bell. I rushed back immediately.
Yang Kai laughed heartily.
You're the last one. Come, let me help you inside.
The two entered the hall, and the grand doors slammed shut. A dozen breaths later, a figure descended from the sky. It was Yi Yan. He stared at the closed doors, his expression dark.
I'm still a step too late. The Elder Assembly has already begun.
The Jade Cauldron Sect dabbled in many industries: alchemy, artifact crafting, and beast taming. However, it couldn't rival the Upper Clarity Sect in artifact crafting, nor the Pill River Sect in alchemy, nor the Zhumu Palace in beast taming. The sect lacked competitiveness. Beast taming, in particular, had only 3 suitable locations: Dragon Snake Mountain, Evergreen Mountain, and White Cloud Mountain. These industries had been consistently unprofitable for years. Evergreen Mountain and White Cloud Mountain fared slightly better, meeting the sect's requirements in some years. As for Dragon Snake Mountain, it hadn't met its annual target for 299 consecutive years. It was inevitable that one of these 3 industries would be abandoned. But deciding which one to give up had remained unresolved. If news of Shen Mo's unprecedented success at Dragon Snake Mountain this year were to spread, not only would beast taming avoid being abandoned, but it might even gain the sect's renewed focus. Yang Kai's plans would collapse entirely. Shen Mo and the others soon arrived as well. Seeing the closed doors, Lu Dongxuan frowned.
I'll send a message to the old man right now.
Shen Mo shook his head and stopped him with a smile.
The 10th elder already knows.
Lu Dongxuan was stunned.
Knows? That old man's always spending his days in the red light district. What could he possibly know?
Shen Mo said nothing, his smile cryptic. He had already discerned, from the first day he arrived at Dragon Snake Mountain and inspected Huang Bei's life panel, that Huang Bei was a pawn placed there by the 10th elder. Huang Bei regularly reported Dragon Snake Mountain's status to the 10th elder. Though the 10th elder spent much of his time in the brothels, he was well informed about the sect's internal affairs, including the state of Dragon Snake Mountain. Shen Mo had known all along but chose not to reveal it.
We just wait. Soon we'll be invited inside.
Shen Mo said with a calm smile. Lu Dongshuan looked doubtful but didn't press further. Inside the Grand Assembly Hall, Yang Ke declared in a steady voice.
Sect Master, fellow elders, today's sole agenda is to determine how to handle the three major industries. In my view, artifact crafting is the sect's strength, while alchemy and beast taming are our weaknesses. I propose that we abandon alchemy and beast taming entirely, keeping only the production of essential pills. All resources should be focused on developing the artifact crafting industry to compete with the Upper Clarity sect.
The hall fell silent for a moment after his words. The fifth elder quickly spoke up.
May I ask the second elder, if our sect requires large quantities of pills and spiritual beasts, where do we acquire them?
Yang Ke replied calmly.
We can purchase pills from the Pill River sect. As for spiritual beasts and beast materials, we buy them from the Zhumu Palace. I have already negotiated a contract with the Pill River sect. For the next 20 years, they will supply us annually with 500 bottles of infant transformation pills, 50 bottles of greater infant transformation pills, and 10 bottles of spirit refinement pills. They guarantee no price changes for 20 years. Otherwise, they will compensate us at double the cost.
Spirit refinement pills are necessary for nascent soul cultivators attempting to ascend to the divine transformation stage. Due to the rarity of the required ingredients and the low success rate in crafting these pills, their production is extremely limited. While all three sects possess the recipe for spirit refinement pills, only the Pill River sect has the capacity to not only supply itself, but also produce surplus pills for external trade to obtain needed resources. The eighth elder frowned.
How can you be so certain that Zhumu Palace will provide us with spiritual beasts and beast materials? Have you forgotten the imperial court's stance toward Yu province?
Chapter 219. Who told you Dragon's Snake Mountain was at a loss this year? Chapter 219. Who told you Dragon's Snake Mountain was at a loss this year? As soon as the eighth elder spoke, the grand hall quieted slightly. Each person's mind involuntarily turned to the political landscape of recent years. Since the new Jing emperor ascended the throne, the imperial court had abandoned its previous conciliatory approach to the 9 provinces' sects, adopting a hardline stance instead. Suppression, recruitment, bribery, and annihilation every method was employed against the sects. The new Jing emperor had already brought 7 of the 9 provinces under control, leaving only Yu province and Wu province. It was clear that he sought to bring Yu province fully under the jurisdiction of the provincial governor's office and into submission to the imperial court. If he could consolidate Yu and Wu provinces, he would unite the strength of all 9 provinces, achieving what dozens of Jing emperors before him had failed to accomplish, a monumental feat. For the Jade Cauldron sect, peaceful coexistence with the imperial court was utterly impossible. So how could one speak of stable, long-term trade of spirit beasts and demon beast materials with the provincial governor's office? Yang Ke smiled faintly, producing a stack of yellowed papers.
Do you know what these are? Don't play games.
Elder Wu and Elder Qi frowned in unison.
This is the complete blueprint for crafting the Green Lotus artifact.
Yang Ke declared loudly.
What?
All the elders were astonished. Even Sect Master Li Zhendao's eyes burned with intensity as he immediately asked.
Elder Yang, where did this come from?
Yang Ke smiled.
It was entrusted to me by the governor of Yu province. However, only half is here, the other half will only be exchanged if we come to an agreement.
The elders immediately fell into deep thought. Fifth elder growled.
Yang Ke, you've been secretly dealing with the provincial governor's office. What are you hiding?
Fourth elder immediately reprimanded him.
Stop making baseless accusations. Didn't you hear what Elder Yang said? It was the governor of Yu province who went to great lengths to reach out to him.
Li Zhendao pressed both hands downward.
Everyone, I trust Elder Yang's loyalty to the sect. Let's first allow him to finish speaking.
He turned to Yang Ke.
Please, Elder Yang, share what agreement the governor seeks with the Jade Cauldron sect.
Yang Ke smiled faintly.
The provincial governor's office proposes to supply the Qingxuan Sect with spirit beast and demon beast materials in exchange for spirit stones and spirit artifacts from us.
The eighth elder frowned.
Why would the governor's office lack spirit stones and spirit artifacts? Yang Ke, have you been deceived?
Yang Ke shook his head.
There's something you may not know. Half a month ago, the 10,000 Demons Kingdom launched a major invasion of Wu Province, capturing 9 cities within 5 days.
The elders were immediately stunned. They were aware of the antagonistic relationship between the 10,000 Demons Kingdom and the Jing Kingdom, but this first-hand news of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom gaining the upper hand was something they hadn't known.
The Jing Emperor was furious and ordered Yu Province to send reinforcements to Wu Province. This pressure naturally fell on the governor of Yu Province. He now needs to provide logistical support to Wu Province's provincial governor's office, which naturally leaves him short on spirit stones and spirit artifacts. For this reason, he seeks to ease tensions with the Jade Cauldron Sect to counterbalance the Supreme Clarity Sect and the Pill River Sect. I'm fully aware that the governor of Yu Province is using us, but can we not also use him? Everyone, this is a rare opportunity.
Yang Ke spoke solemnly.
While the governor is overwhelmed by the war in Wu Province, we should immediately abandon the perpetually unprofitable beast-rearing industry and focus on artifact forging. By the time the war in Wu Province ends and the governor's attention returns, our Jade Cauldron Sect will have already grown immeasurably stronger.
After these words, the 4th, 7th, and 9th elders voiced their agreement, praising the idea repeatedly. Even the 3rd and 6th elders, known for being indecisive, nodded slightly. The 5th and 8th elders found no fault in the proposal either. Yang Ke's argument, indeed, prioritized the sect's interests above all. All eyes turned to 10th elder Wan Muchen, including those of sect master Li Zhendao and the Grand Elder. Wan Muchen coughed lightly and stood up. However, everyone's gaze grew strange, fixed on his neck. Li Zhendao's lips twitched.
Elder Wan, there's...
Wan Muchen nonchalantly wiped it off before speaking.
I believe Elder Yang's proposal is excellent, very well thought out. This is clearly a tactic by the governor of Yu Province to counterbalance the 3 major sects of Yu Province. The bait is not poisonous, we can certainly take it. However, there's no need to completely abandon the beast-rearing industry.
After all, if we abandon it now, while the war in Wu Province might pose no issues for the next 10 years, what happens afterward?
When the governor shifts his focus and severs ties with us, what then? Our disciples who practice beast-rearing techniques will lack spirit beasts, and our elders who specialize in alchemy will run out of materials.
Yang Ke replied calmly.
But all 3 of our beast-rearing enterprises have been losing money for years. This year, Dragon Snake Mountain has been in the red for 300 consecutive years. After I took charge of the sect's logistics and internal affairs, I understood this matter better than anyone else. There were times I even had to use my own funds to cover the losses.
Elder Wan, may I ask, if the beast-rearing industry continues to incur losses year after year, will you personally cover those losses?
And if we keep losing money for another 10 years or so, how do you propose we develop the artifact forging industry? How will we compete with the other 2 sects?
Wan Muchen chuckled, a sly smile spreading across his face.
Who told you Dragon Snake Mountain suffered a loss this year?
His words shocked the other elders. Dragon Snake Mountain, that troublesome place, even they were familiar with it. The more demonic beasts interbred, the thinner their bloodlines became. Even tamed spirit beasts would sometimes revert to their wild nature. It was an odd phenomenon. Throughout history, none of the 7 elders stationed there had been able to reverse the losses. Could Wan Muchen's words mean that Dragon Snake Mountain turned a profit this year? That would be good news, of course, but what of it? A single year of profit isn't enough, it needs to happen consistently. Yang Ke's eyes flashed, but he quickly came to a conclusion. At most, Wan Muchen must have employed some temporary measures to barely meet the sect's requirements through Shen Mo's efforts. No matter what, it wasn't a serious issue. The beast-rearing industry was already in steep decline. This overall trend was irreversible. As someone overseeing the situation, Yang Ke naturally knew how to take advantage of it. Remaining confident, he said,
Oh, then please, Elder Wan, enlighten us. Just how much did Dragon Snake Mountain produce this year?
All eyes turned to Wan Muchen. Wan Muchen spread out his hands, fingers splayed wide.
This year, Dragon Snake Mountain's output was more than.
Yang Ke froze for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. Several elders stood up abruptly. Fourth elder barked,
Wan Muchen, to protect your beast-rearing industry, you dare falsify numbers. Grand Elder, I say we throw this old fool into your disciplinary hall for a thorough interrogation and punishment.
The Grand Elder, silent until now, finally moved his lips.
The disciplinary hall isn't mine. It belongs to the Qingxuan Sect.
Seventh and ninth elders chimed in together.
Wan Muchen, stop spouting nonsense. Who here doesn't know the situation at Dragon Snake Mountain?
The Grand Elder then asked,
Who is the stationed elder at Dragon Snake Mountain? Kaiyan Fangyong. No, it's a new elder from the 10th peak, named Shen Mo.
Fourth elder said with a peculiar grin. The other elders now looked at Wan Muchen with strange expressions. Ah, so it's someone from your 10th peak. Sect Master Li Zhendao also frowned slightly and cleared his throat.
Elder Wan, you should be more careful with your words.
Wan Muchen burst out laughing.
They're already outside. Why not invite them in so we can see for ourselves? Fine, let them in.
Chapter 220, Elder Shen should be established as a model for the entire sect. Chapter 220, Elder Shen should be established as a model for the entire sect. Krieg. The grand hall doors slowly opened. Shen Mo, Lu Dongxuan, Yiyan, He Tianchu, and others appeared before the elders.
Please come in.
Li Zhendao said with a smile. Lu Dongxuan looked utterly astonished. It actually went exactly as Shen Mo had predicted. They were being invited in.
Let's go.
Shen Mo strode confidently into the hall. Lu Dongxuan and the others immediately followed. The grand hall doors closed behind them.
Master.
Yiyan began, eager to speak and warn Yang Ke. But Yang Ke raised a hand, signaling him to stop. He turned to Shen Mo, speaking coolly.
Shen Mo, Elder Wan claims that Dragon Snake Mountain's output this year exceeded the sect's requirements by more than tenfold. Let's see the proof now. We 11 will verify it on the spot.
Yiyan felt a sinking feeling, but reluctantly stepped back. Don't blame me for not warning you. I really wanted to, but you didn't give me the chance. Shen Mo produced 3 storage rings and handed them directly to the middle-aged man seated at the head of the hall. Without needing an introduction, Shen Mo already knew who he was. Li Zhendao accepted the storage rings and glanced at Shen Mo with a hint of surprise.
When did our Jade Cauldron sect gain such a young nascent soul elder?
Shen Mo smiled.
I joined the Qingxuan Sect a year ago.
Li Zhendao nodded repeatedly.
You don't appear to be 30 yet, am I correct?
Shen Mo nodded. Li Zhendao's expression turned joyful.
Good, very good. I never expected the new elder of the 10th peak to be such a young genius. With this, our Qingxuan Sect now boasts 2 young prodigies. This is news even I, as the sect master, was unaware of. Ha ha ha.
As he said this, his gaze shifted subtly toward Yang Ke, clearly questioning why Yang Ke hadn't informed him about such an exceptional talent like Shen Mo. Yang Ke remained expressionless, pretending not to notice.
These 3 storage rings contain Dragon Snake Mountain's output for the year.
Shen Mo said with a calm smile. Li Zhendao nodded and reached out with his spiritual sense to inspect them. What he saw left him utterly stunned. The composure and poise of a soul formation cultivator vanished in an instant. The Grand Elder, seated beside him, noticed the change and was visibly curious. Li Zhendao was known for his stoicism, rarely showing emotion. Yet here he was, dumbfounded by Dragon Snake Mountain's output.
Sect Master.
The Grand Elder prompted. Li Zhendao took a few deep breaths, his gaze toward Shen Mo changing dramatically.
Take a look.
he said, handing the storage rings to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded and inspected the contents with his spiritual sense. He, too, displayed the same reaction utter shock. Yang Ke finally realized something was amiss. Why would the sect master and the Grand Elder, both soul formation cultivators, be so visibly affected by this? He glanced at Yi Yan. Yi Yan shook his head ever so slightly. Yang Ke felt his heart sink, an ominous premonition taking hold.
Everyone, take a look for yourselves. Elder Wan was right. Dragon Snake Mountain's output this year has indeed exceeded the sect's requirements by more than tenfold.
Li Zhendao scanned the room, then burst into hearty laughter, his face radiating joy. He had never expected Dragon Snake Mountain, after 300 years of decline, to not only recover but deliver such a massive surprise. The other elders, both shocked and skeptical, took turns inspecting the storage rings. Their reactions were all the same, stunned, speechless, and wide-eyed. Finally, the storage rings reached Yang Ke. His mood had already plummeted to the lowest depths. Even though he had braced himself after witnessing the other elders' expressions, he was still unprepared for what he saw inside the rings. A mountain of resources more than he could have imagined. So much. Far too much. An unimaginable amount. It was equivalent to the total output of Dragon Snake Mountain for the past 50 years combined. Chapter 220, Elder Shen should be established as a model for the entire sect. What was even more alarming was that Yang Ke could easily discern the spiritual energy emanating from the materials. They were all remarkably similar. Clearly, these resources had originated from the same region, rather than being haphazardly procured from various locations to fool the elders. Yang Ke's body wavered, and he almost stumbled.
How?
He fixed Shen Mo with a piercing glare. Shen Mo merely smiled, saying nothing. Wan Muchen chuckled slyly.
Yang Ke, you've studied beast-rearing yourself. Would you share your unique techniques with the public?
Yang Ke was rendered speechless. Wan Muchen was right. His earlier question had indeed overstepped boundaries. The Grand Elder's voice trembled.
Elder Shen, can Dragon Snake Mountain produce such results every year from now on? Yes.
Shen Mo nodded firmly, his voice resolute.
Excellent.
The Grand Elder was the first to respond. Li Zhendao nodded in satisfaction.
Excellent. With such output, our Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-rearing industry will undoubtedly flourish.
The fifth elder, overjoyed, exclaimed.
In that case, the beast-rearing industry will no longer be a burden, but will become a pillar of our Jade Cauldron Sect.
The eighth elder sneered.
Elder Yang, do you still insist on abandoning the beast-rearing industry? Have you forgotten that our sect's founding patriarch was once a shepherd boy? He rose to prominence precisely by taming demonic beasts.
Yang Ke took a deep breath, regaining his composure.
I am well aware of the founding patriarch's deeds, but times have changed. It is not always necessary to adhere rigidly to the ways of our ancestors. What must be discarded should be discarded. There's no need to debate this. Dragon Snake Mountain's output this year is substantial, and I am glad for it. If, as Elder Shen claims, future years will be the same, then so much the better. But the operations at Evergreen Mountain and White Cloud Mountain must be completely shut down. That is my bottom line.
Yang Ke's voice was resolute, leaving no room for compromise. Li Zhendao pondered for a moment.
We will discuss this matter later. For now, we have a new topic to address. Elder Shen has achieved such remarkable results within just a year of joining us. He deserves a reward and should be established as a model for the entire sect. However, completing 10 times the sect's requirements is unprecedented in the history of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Furthermore, Elder Shen has reversed Dragon Snake Mountain's 300-year streak of losses, and this deserves a significant reward. Let's hear your thoughts. What should be done?
The elders began discussing at once. Some proposed granting Shen Mo a top-tier contribution rank immediately. Others argued that while his achievements were impressive, a top-tier contribution was too much and suggested a second-tier contribution instead. Yet others felt a second-tier contribution was insufficient, proposing instead that Shen Mo be promoted to the rank of Three Cauldrons Elder, awarded 3 second-tier contributions, and given at least 20 bottles of nascent soul pills. The debate grew increasingly heated. He Tianchu listened with envy, thinking to himself, when will I ever receive such treatment? Meanwhile, Yi Yan's mood was utterly dismal. I've spent decades fighting life-and-death battles in the Qingxuan mountain range, shaving years off my lifespan, and I didn't even get a shred of recognition. Now that I've returned to the Qingxuan Sect, I have to witness this scene. The thought of all those contributions, pills, and treasures being completely out of his reach made his mood plummet even further. Eventually, he couldn't bear it any longer and left the hall with a flick of his sleeves. Lu Dongxuan, on the other hand, was entirely overjoyed. He had once made a great contribution to the Qingxuan Sect during the Blood Vine Valley incident, and he remembered how the elders had also fiercely debated his reward back then. Thus he felt no jealousy toward Shen Mo. Instead, he was genuinely happy for him and secretly pleased with his own judgment. Who says I, Lu Dongxuan, am just a brute who knows only how to fight? Didn't I just demonstrate excellent foresight? I've brought a young and talented master into the Qingxuan Sect, someone who will undoubtedly bolster its strength. Wan Muchen coughed lightly.
Everyone, let's not forget Shen Mo was recruited by Lu Dongxuan. With Shen Mo achieving such remarkable results within just a year, shouldn't Lu Dongxuan also receive some form of reward?
The Grand Elder nodded.
That's a fair point. Ahem.
Chapter 221. Decided to snatch a jar of Su Beifeng's wine every day starting today. Chapter 221. Decided to snatch a jar of Su Beifeng's wine every day starting today. Before long, the sect finalized its reward for Shen Mo. 1 B-rank contribution point. Promotion to 2nd Cauldron Elder. 2 bottles of Great Infant Transformation Pills. 10 Jin of Vermilion Blood Spirit Grain. 3 Yinfian Pearls. Such rewards were enough to drive any nascent soul elder wild with envy. After all, He Tianchu, who had been stationed at the Jade Sea Hall as its head for 10 years, had only accumulated 10 C-rank contribution points. While a single B-rank contribution point was nominally equivalent to 10 C-rank points, in practice, very few people would make such an exchange. At the very least, one would need 12 C-rank points to trade for a single B-rank point. Not to mention, this reward included much more than just contribution points. For instance, the promotion from 1st Cauldron Elder to 2nd Cauldron Elder alone required 1 C-rank point. Additionally, 2 bottles of Great Infant Transformation Pills would cost 2 C-rank points. 10 Jin of Vermilion Blood Spirit Grain, that would be worth 10 C-rank points. As for the Yin Fiend Pearls, their value varied depending on the purity of the Yin Fiend energy inside them. Still, 3 such pearls were worth at least 1 C-rank point. Adding all of this together, the reward easily totaled 14 C-rank points. He Tianchu did the math and felt like crying. It would take him at least 20 years of diligent work at the Jade Sea Hall to earn such rewards. Yet Shen Mo had achieved this in just 1 year. So enviable. So maddening. When this news spread, who knew how many stewards and disciples would admire Shen Mo from the depths of their hearts? And how many nascent soul elders would burn with jealousy?
You all may leave for now. We need to discuss important matters.
Sect Master Li Zhen said with a smile toward Shen Mo.
Elder Shen, your rewards will be personally delivered to you shortly. Thank you, Sect Master.
Shen Mo replied with a respectful bow before taking his leave. Wan Muchen chuckled and said,
Shen Mo, let's have a good chat after the elders' meeting. Of course, I'll prepare a banquet at Dragon Snake Mountain.
Shen Mo replied with a smile. Shen Mo, Lu Dongxuan, and He Tianchu left the grand hall, and the doors closed behind them once again. The area around the hall immediately became charged with spiritual energy, and the winds and clouds shifted dramatically. Clearly, the 11 soul transformation cultivators inside were embroiled in an intense debate. For soul transformation cultivators, even the slightest action could influence the heavens and earth. This was them carefully restraining their auras.
Let's go to the 10th peak. Haha, I must let senior sister see that our 10th peak has produced a super genius.
Lu Dongxuan's face glowed with pride, as if he had been the one to receive the reward instead of Shen Mo. Shen Mo chuckled and said,
All right, let's head back.
as soon as they returned to the 10th peak, they were greeted by a loud, impatient voice.
You've already lost your robe to me and you still want to gamble? Get lost. I'm not gambling with a broke loser like you.
Wah, auntie, just let me bet one more time. Just once. I'll even prepay my salary for next year, okay?
No way, who knows if you'll even have a salary next year. Scram! If you don't leave, I'll kick you off the 10th peak myself.
Wah.
Next, same rules as always, 1 B rank contribution point as the bet. I, Zhao Yaelu, always keep my word.
Shen Mo and Lu Dongxuan arrived just in time to see a group gathered at the peak's summit. A petite girl stood atop a stone table, vigorously shaking a bamboo cylinder. Shen Mo twitched at the corner of his mouth. It had been a year, and senior sister Zhao's fierce nature hadn't diminished one bit.
Senior sister, we're back.
Lu Dongxuan said, bowing like a subservient servant, his head low as he approached.
Oh, it's you, little donkey. Why are you so late?
Stand aside. Let me finish cleaning out these guys before I talk to you.
Zhao Yaelu replied without even glancing at him, fully absorbed in shaking the bamboo cylinder containing 2 dice. Lu Dongxuan obediently stood to the side without the slightest complaint. Before long, the unfortunate nascent soul elders had all lost everything to Zhao Yaelu and were unceremoniously chased down the 10th peak. Only then did Zhao Yaelu, with a triumphant look on her face, turn to Shen Mo and Lu Dongxuan.
Junior brother, you're back. Senior sister really missed you.
Zhao Yaelu burst into hearty laughter. She energetically jumped up, seemingly trying to pat Shen Mo on the shoulder, but ultimately could only reach his waist.
Not bad, junior brother. A year away and you've become even more handsome. Not bad at all. How's your cultivation? How's your strength? That old miser Yang Ke hasn't been causing you trouble again, has he?
Zhao Yaelu scrutinized Shen Mo up and down, her enthusiasm unmistakable. Lu Dongxuan muttered resentfully.
What about me, senior sister? Aren't you going to ask about me?
Zhao Yaelu snorted.
I don't talk to ugly people.
Lu Dongxuan. Shen Mo chuckled in amusement. In truth, Lu Dongxuan wasn't ugly. He was a boisterous and carefree man with a robust build, the type that some women particularly liked.
So, what's the matter? Why have you suddenly come looking for me?
Zhao Yaelu asked nonchalantly. Then, as if something had just occurred to her, she immediately grabbed the jade cauldron bead at her waist with a wary expression.
You're not here to borrow contribution points again, are you?
Lu Dongxuan shook his head emphatically.
How could that be? Am I that kind of person? This time, it's about junior brother Shen doing something remarkable at Dragon Snake Mountain. We came specifically to tell you about it. You wouldn't believe it, 10 elders, and the sect master were all alarmed during the council meeting.
Lu Dongxuan spoke with gusto, his words flowing like a torrent, his saliva almost flying. Zhao Yaelu listened, her face full of astonishment. She had already mentally prepared to clean up after her junior brother or lend him contribution points. Who would have thought that Shen Mo had actually caused such a stir? He had truly brought glory to the 10th peak.
Good, good, good. From now on, junior brother Shen is qualified to gamble with me.
Zhao Yaelu said with a satisfied look. Shen Mo could only laugh bitterly. So, in the end, he was just another gambling target in Zhao Yaelu's eyes.
Ahem.
Lu Dongxuan coughed awkwardly and stammered out his request. Before he could even finish, Zhao Yaelu shot out of the area like an arrow.
I just remembered someone still hasn't repaid their gambling debt. I have to go collect it. Junior brother Shen, see you next time.
Lu Dongxuan clicked his tongue and turned to Shen Mo, his eyes full of expectation. Shen Mo thought for a moment, then suddenly pointed behind him.
Yang Ke, what are you doing here?
Lu Dongxuan spun around angrily.
What? Yang Ke dares to come to our 10th peak.
But when he turned, there was no sign of Yang Ke. When he turned back again, Shen Mo had already transformed into a streak of light and disappeared into the sky.
Senior brother will catch up next time. Just as long as it's not about contribution points, we're good brothers.
Lu Dongshuan opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to reply. His expression was filled with melancholy. No contribution points left to buy wine.
Looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands. It's decided. Starting today, I'll go to the Qingxuan Sect every day and snatch a jar of Su Beifeng's wine.
Chapter 222. The Sect Master hopes you can visit the Guardian of the Sect. Chapter 222. The Sect Master hopes you can visit the Guardian of the Sect. The long-standing losses at Dragon Snake Mountain were well known throughout the Jade Cauldron Sect. 7 successive elders had been stationed there, including some highly skilled in the art of beast taming, yet none managed to reverse the decline. Now, a new elder had taken over and unexpectedly turned the situation around, exceeding the sect's requirements by tenfold. It sounded utterly incredible. As for the shutdown of the beast taming operations at Evergreen Mountain and White Cloud Mountain, it had sparked whispers among the stewards and disciples alike. This decision meant many would lose their positions. At the same time, it also opened up numerous roles related to artifact crafting. These positions were coveted. Whether one could secure such a role depended on the strength of their backing and their luck. In Ping City, at an unremarkable inn, a tall, elderly man sat alone by the window, drinking in silence. His mood was visibly sullen. Before long, a middle-aged man approached and sat down across from him.
Wu Renayan, what are you doing here?
The elderly man frowned.
I've told you before, it's not appropriate for us to continue meeting.
The middle-aged man laughed heartily.
Elder Yang has taken the lead in shutting down the beast taming industries, fulfilling our agreement regarding Evergreen Mountain and White Cloud Mountain. Naturally, I'm here to express my thanks.
Yang Ke snorted coldly.
What is there to thank me for? Besides, Dragon Snake Mountain hasn't been shut down, and the beast taming industry there is still going strong.
Wu Renayan smiled faintly.
No matter. That Shen Mo brat is just a fledgling. If Elder Yang wanted to deal with him, it would be a simple matter.
I came here today to bring Elder Yang something.
As he spoke, he pushed a jade box across the table. Yang Ke remained expressionless.
What's inside?
Wu Renayan smiled.
A great refining spirit pill.
Yang Ke's breathing quickened as he hastily secured the box. A single bottle of great refining spirit pills was equivalent to 10 bottles of ordinary refining spirit pills. Only the Pill River sect in Yuzhou could produce such pills. Where had the provincial governor's office obtained these pills? Wu Renayan smiled and bowed slightly to the north.
Naturally, it was a gift from His Majesty Emperor Jing. The provincial governor didn't use it but instead sent it to you, Elder Yang. Surely Elder Yang understands the governor's good intentions.
Yang Ke's expression remained calm.
A bottle of great refining spirit pills is a treasure of immense value. What does the governor want from me in return?
Wu Renayan smiled knowingly.
Elder Yang is a man of discernment, so I won't beat around the bush. I've heard that your sect has a guardian spirit beast, but it is unruly and disobedient. Moreover, it consumes vast amounts of heavenly materials and earthly treasures daily, putting a strain on your sect's resources.
Yang Ke frowned.
What are you implying?
The old flood dragon was the mount of the Jade Cauldron Sect's founding ancestor. Even if it was uncooperative, spending its days eating, sleeping, and occasionally roaring at the heavens, disturbing everyone's cultivation, no one in the sect dared voice any dissatisfaction. It was a matter of respect for the founding ancestor. Wu Renayan spoke calmly.
The hearts of non-human creatures are inherently different from ours. Even a tamed spirit beast carries the risk of rebellion. The provincial governor has received word that the 10,000 Demons Kingdom is highly interested in your sect's guardian spirit beast. While attacking Wuzhou, they have also infiltrated Yuzhou with human spies, aiming to sway the old flood dragon to their side. This beast cannot fall into the hands of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, or it will become a grave threat. You, Elder Yang, are a reasonable person and surely know what must be done.
Yang Ke's gaze flickered as he snorted coldly.
That flood dragon is the mount of our founding ancestor, and has rendered great service as the guardian of our sect.
Wu Renaiyan's smile remained warm as he pushed another jade box forward. Seeing its contents, Yang Ke's heart pounded. It was another bottle of great refining spirit pills. Yang Ke naturally pocketed the second box as well.
Even so, the old flood dragon indeed poses a significant burden to our sect. And we absolutely cannot let the 10,000 demons kingdom turn it against us. If Wuzhu falls, Yuzhu will face the 10,000 demons kingdom's forces soon enough. I'll take this matter seriously. After all, everything must be done in the best interests of the Jade Cauldron sect. Today we never met, and I was simply drinking alone.
With that he stood and left. Wu Renaiyan watched his departing figure, raised his cup in a mock salute, and continued drinking, a faint smile playing on his lips. 2 days later, beneath Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo was as diligent as ever, adding a new medicinal solution to the Lihuo flood dragon's egg. The vitality emanating from the egg had grown increasingly strong. By Shen Mo's calculations, if the egg continued to be soaked in this solution daily, it would hatch in no more than 3 years. At that moment, Shen Mo suddenly felt a shift in his senses and looked upward. He sensed a powerful presence arriving at Dragon Snake Mountain. Without delay, Shen Mo returned to the surface. As expected, within the dwelling stood a familiar figure, the disheveled, unkempt 10th elder, Wan Muchen. Standing respectfully beside him were Mei He, Huang Bei, and Huang Keiying, who dared not show the slightest disrespect. Shen Mo cupped his hands and said loudly,
Greetings, 10th elder.
Wan Muchen laughed heartily.
Shen Mo, I've brought something for you. The sect master's rewards for you are all in here.
He handed over a storage ring. Shen Mo accepted it without hesitation.
Now take out your jade cauldron orb.
Wan Muchen added. Shen Mo nodded and brought out his jade cauldron orb, aligning it with Wan Muchen's orb. A Class B contribution was instantly transferred to Shen Mo's orb.
You all may go about your duties. I need to have a word with Shen Mo.
Wan Muchen said with a smile.
Yes.
Huang Bei nodded and left with Huang Keiying. Mei He hesitated briefly, first glancing at Shen Mo. Only after Shen Mo nodded did he leave as well. Noticing Mei He's subtle gesture, Wan Muchen smiled.
I've already secured this man's position for you. From now on, he'll serve as a Foundation Establishment Realm steward. Shen Mo, you've got yourself a loyal subordinate.
Shen Mo merely smiled.
There's one more thing I should tell you. Huang Bei has always been my man. He's the one who's been relaying Dragon Snake Mountain's updates to me.
I didn't want to hide this from you. Otherwise, it might breed resentment in your heart.
Wan Muchen smiled warmly. Shen Mo was slightly surprised. He had long suspected this, but he hadn't expected Wan Muchen to openly admit it in an effort to dispel any potential distrust. This small act spoke volumes about Wan Muchen's character.
10th elder seems to have more to say.
Shen Mo asked. Wan Muchen waved his hand dismissively.
Don't call me 10th elder. You can just call me old man like Yao Lu does. After all, I'm no longer capable of teaching you anything.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Very well.
Wan Muchen's expression turned serious.
You're right. This time, I do have something more important to discuss. Something that concerns the future of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Please go on. The guardian of the sect.
Shen Mo's gaze flickered slightly. Wan Muchen smiled.
The guardian of the sect has lived for over 3,000 years. Beasts generally have longer lifespans than humans, and its lifespan is far from over.
Its cultivation has long since reached the peak of the 6th rank, equivalent to the pinnacle of the nascent soul realm in comparison. However, due to its inability to reproduce, the guardian has been trapped by a mental knot it cannot unravel, making it impossible for it to ascend to a higher realm. You are unmatched in the sect when it comes to beast taming. The sect master hopes you can visit the guardian when you have the chance to determine what is preventing it from reproducing.
Chapter 223, 1 year until the opening of Bloodvine Valley. Chapter 223, 1 year until the opening of Bloodvine Valley. Shen Mo nodded slightly. For others, the task might seem extremely difficult. But for him, it was a simple matter. With just a glance at the old flood dragon's life panel, he could naturally pinpoint the issue.
Very well, I'll go when I have the time.
Shen Mo agreed with a nod. Wan Muchen was overjoyed.
Excellent, excellent. Here is the token. Only 3 exist within the sect.
Holding this token is the only way to access the Guardian's residence. Shen Mo was intrigued.
Who holds the other 2 tokens?
Wan Muchen chuckled.
The sect master and Yi Yan.
Shen Mo was surprised.
Yi Yan?
Wan Muchen nodded.
That young man has a cold and domineering personality, and his methods are ruthless. Yet, for some reason, the guardian of the sect seems particularly fond of him. The guardian personally requested that Yi Yan be given one of the tokens.
Shen Mo nodded again. This type of inexplicable favoritism was usually the result of destiny and fate. There was no point in overthinking it. He asked no further questions. After a bit of casual conversation, Wan Muchen hurriedly left Dragon Snake Mountain. Judging by the direction he took, he wasn't returning to the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate, but heading toward a nearby city, likely to indulge in wine and merriment. Watching Wan Muchen's retreating figure, Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. However, behind the laughter, his mind turned to Wan Muchen's fate and life story.
Quite extraordinary. The 3 figures of the 10th peak. Wan Muchen is a remnant of the imperial court, Zhao Yao Lu is the daughter of a ghost king, and Lu Dongxuan is the reincarnation of a spear spirit.
Shen Mo couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He had already seen Lu Dongxuan's life panel, discovering he was the reincarnation of a spear spirit. As for what kind of spear, the life panel didn't specify. However, for it to have developed sentience, it was no ordinary weapon. It might even surpass heaven-tier artifacts. Shen Mo dismissed the thought and returned to his residence. He retrieved the various rewards stored in his storage ring. 2 bottles of Great Infant Transformation pills. 10 pounds of vermilion blood spirit grain. 3 Yin Fiend pearls. These 3 items could be rapidly converted into combat power in the short term.
Mei Hei.
Shen Mo called out. Mei Hei immediately arrived, kneeling on one knee.
Elder Shen, what are your orders?
Shen Mo smiled and tossed a steward's token to him.
From now on, you are a core formation realm steward of the Qingxuan Sect. Treasure it well.
Mei Hei caught the token with both hands, first in astonishment, then with overwhelming excitement.
Yes, I will be loyal to the Qingxuan Sect and to Elder Shen.
Shen Mo nodded in satisfaction. The latter half of Mei Hei's statement was particularly pleasing. The old man certainly knew how to act appropriately.
Take this 2-pound sack of vermilion blood spirit grain and cook it. No stealing.
Shen Mo casually tossed a heavy bag over. The air was instantly filled with a sweet and tangy aroma.
Rest assured, Elder Mei Hei would never stoop to such petty theft.
Mei Hei promised with conviction.
Go ahead.
Shen Mo waved him off. Once Mei Hei left, Shen Mo took out the 3 Yin Fiend pearls and began refining them. It wasn't until a day later that he successfully refined all 3 pearls. The color of his Dan crown had gradually transformed from green to blue.
To further enhance the Dan crown, I'll likely need 4 Yin Fiend pearls next.
Shen Mo clicked his tongue lightly and chuckled. As he carefully examined the changes, he confirmed that the cooldown period for using his nascent soul-level techniques had been reduced again. Now he could use them once every 2 days. Exhaling deeply, Shen Mo strode out of his residence. A mouth-watering aroma lingered in the air around the area. Looking over, he saw a large pot set up in the open. Huang Keiying was crouched nearby, drooling as she reached toward the pot with her small hand. Mei Hei, however, was diligently swatting her hand away. Huang Bei stood to the side, lecturing Huang Keiying on the importance of respecting others' property. Shen Mo cleared his throat. Mei Hei immediately stood at attention.
Elder, the vermilion blood spirit grain is ready. When would you like to dine?
Right now, I've never tasted vermilion blood spirit grain before.
Shen Mo nodded. Mei He promptly fetched a bowl and chopsticks, serving Shen Mo a large portion of vermilion blood spirit grain. To accompany it, he had also prepared several side dishes crafted from the beast materials of Dragon Snake Mountain. The dishes were vibrant, fragrant, and delicious, leaving Shen Mo thoroughly satisfied. Shen Mo initially kept Mei He at Dragon Snake Mountain simply because no one else was around to handle affairs. In hindsight, it had proven to be a very wise decision. All these trivial matters could now be delegated to Mei He, freeing Shen Mo from the burden of managing them himself. Shen Mo turned his attention to the bowl before him. Inside, each grain of rice was plump, entirely crimson, and far larger than ordinary rice grains he had seen. Just the aroma was invigorating, making him feel rejuvenated, as though he had regained a few years of youth. Taking a bite, lightly chewing and swallowing, the flavor lingered in his mouth, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Huang Keiying, enticed by the fragrance, began drooling uncontrollably, her saliva dripping in streams. Too embarrassed to voice her desire, she hesitated but clearly wanted to try some. Shen Mo pinched her small nose playfully.
Serve her a small bowl. Her cultivation level is too low, she shouldn't eat too much.
Huang Bei quickly protested.
Elder, how could this be appropriate? Vermilion blood spirit grain is so precious, how could we let Keiying eat it?
Shen Mo smiled.
It's fine, how much could a palm-sized portion of rice really cost? Each of you may have a little as recognition for your contributions over the past year. Thank you, Elder.
Mei He was overjoyed. Mei He and Huang Bei each received a small bowl of rice the size of a palm. Huang Keiying's portion was even smaller, only about the size of a baby's palm. After finishing their portions, Mei He and Huang Bei both felt refreshed and invigorated. The gray hair at their temples even seemed to diminish significantly. Huang Keiying, shortly after eating, felt her entire body grow warm and fell into a drowsy state. Shen Mo waved his hand with a laugh.
Take her to rest. By the time she wakes up, she'll likely have reached the peak of core formation.
Huang Bei was thrilled.
Yes.
Mei He suddenly spoke up.
Elder, I've heard that Bloodvein Valley is expected to open soon. If you wish to obtain more vermilion blood spirit grain, you'll have to make a trip to Bloodvein Valley.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. 2 days ago in the discussion hall, he had glimpsed Yi Yan's upcoming fortuitous opportunity, which was also in Bloodvein Valley. This time, it seemed necessary to make the trip. With such a rich opportunity ahead, how could he not take advantage of it?
Have you learned the specific opening time?
Shen Mo asked casually. Mei He nodded repeatedly.
Bloodvein Valley opens once every 5 years and remains open for 6 months each time.
Currently, there is still 1 year until the next opening. Shen Mo nodded slightly. 1 year was more than enough time. He already had a considerable number of great infant transformation pills, enough to reach the minor success stage of the nascent soul realm within the year. With the strength of nascent soul minor success, he would feel much more confident entering Bloodvein Valley. Meanwhile, in Yuju's provincial governor's residence. At the entrance stood 2 stone lions, each 10 feet tall, exuding an aura of majesty and deterring petty intruders. Past the gate stood a shadow wall bearing 4 large characters, "Protect the nation, protect the family." Beyond the wall and further inside, numerous officials bustled about, working tirelessly. Past the main hall, there was a quiet courtyard. The courtyard featured a few peach and apricot trees, stone tables and stools, and a pool in the southeast corner where fish swam leisurely. A tall, elderly man dressed in plain robes sat there, calmly tossing food to the fish. Before long, a middle-aged general entered and reported in a deep voice.
Provincial Governor Wu Renayan has returned.
The elder in plain robes did not turn.
Well, has the Qingxuan Sect completely abandoned their beast-taming operations?
Wu Renayan shook his head.
Evergreen Mountain and White Cloud Mountain have been entirely abandoned, but Dragon Snake Mountain.
The elder suddenly froze mid-action.
What happened?
Wu Renayan lowered his voice.
It's a long story, but ultimately it all comes down to one person. Who? Shen Mo.
Chapter 224, Nascent Soul Stage Bloodvine Valley about to open. Chapter 224, Nascent Soul Stage Bloodvine Valley about to open. Usual Governor shook his head.
I don't recognize this person.
Martial artist Wu Ren explained Shen Mo's background in detail. Born in Qingxuan City, he rose to prominence in the Qingxuan Sect, killed Yao Yunluo during the Nascent Soul celebration, and finally made his way to the Jade Cauldron Sect, achieving remarkable feats in Dragon Snake Mountain. After hearing this, Yuzhu Governor's previously calm eyes couldn't help but ripple with emotion.
So it's him. He's the one who completely disrupted Jai Shilong's plans in Xuanzhang Prefecture. When I heard the first part of your description, I merely thought of him as a martial prodigy.
But I didn't expect him to have such profound accomplishments in the field of beast taming.
To put it bluntly, no one in the entire Jade Cauldron Sect can surpass him.
Wu Ren nodded.
It was precisely because of him that Yang Ke was hindered, preventing the Jade Cauldron Sect from fully abandoning its beast-taming industry, leaving behind Dragon Snake Mountain.
Yuzhu Governor spoke lightly.
No matter, an occasional variable isn't an issue. If everything went according to plan, it would only make this old man feel bored.
Have things been properly arranged on Yang Ke's side?
Wu Ren nodded.
He has been given 2 bottles of Supreme Soul Refining Pills. Yang Ke is a clever man, he knows what to do.
Yuzhu Governor nodded slightly, his tone calm.
A clever man, but too clever for his own good.
He prioritizes his personal gain over the sect's interests, willing to sacrifice the sect to fulfill his ambitions.
For the Jade Cauldron Sect, having someone like Yang Ke as a second elder is a disaster, a significant hidden danger. But for me, he is a double-edged sword that can be wielded.
Wu Ren immediately flattered him, saying,
Everything is a result of Governor's brilliant strategies.
The governor was evidently indifferent to flattery and casually said,
Have the human spies sent by the 10,000 Demons Nation all been allowed entry?
Wu Ren nodded.
I turned a blind eye. When they crossed the border, I ordered the general there to kill a few and let a few through. They've already entered Yuzhu's territory.
The governor nodded slightly.
Good, this way they won't suspect anything. If they had all passed unscathed from Wuzhu to Yuzhu, it might have made them uneasy and cautious. Now we just have to wait for the show to begin.
The governor smiled faintly.
That old flood dragon in the Jade Cauldron Sect is too powerful, comparable to 3 cultivators at the divine transformation stage. As long as it remains alive, the Jade Cauldron Sect, no matter how weakened, won't completely collapse.
Moreover, they're planning to enter Bloodvine Valley to retrieve the remains of the sky-touching tendril. If they succeed, the elders of the Jade Cauldron Sect who enter Bloodvine Valley will likely suffer heavy casualties, which is also a good thing. The governor chuckled softly, clearly indifferent to the lives of those involved. Wu Ren laughed.
Governor's strategy of driving the tiger to devour the wolf is truly ingenious. We'll first eliminate the weakest of Yuzhu's 3 sects, either destroying or absorbing their forces, and then proceed with the next steps.
The governor smiled but said nothing. Before long, he threw the remaining fish food into the pond, watching the fish scramble for it. Suddenly, he asked,
By the way, how is Jai Shilong doing recently?
Wu Ren lowered his voice.
In recent months, Jai Shilong has slain 3 demon generals and tens of thousands of demon soldiers, earning numerous merits. The governor of Wuzhu is quite impressed and has promoted him to the rank of Golden General.
The title of Golden General is a prestigious one in Wuzhu, reserved only for the most accomplished and powerful generals. The governor of Yuzhu laughed heartily.
That old man must be thrilled to have Jai Shilong. Keep monitoring the war in Wuzhu, don't slack off. I'm concerned that Wuzhu might not be able to withstand the assault of the 10,000 Demons Nation.
Wu Ren responded with a firm nod. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. In the largest residence atop Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo's aura erupted violently, akin to a long-dormant volcano suddenly unleashing its fury. The boundless spiritual energy within his dantian surged toward his nascent soul. The nascent soul's features and contours grew increasingly solid and distinct as spiritual energy poured in. At a certain moment, as if breaking through a bottleneck, the nascent soul suddenly expanded, its mouth opening and closing in apparent satisfaction. Shen Mo exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and abruptly opened his eyes. A glimmer of light flashed through Shen Mo's eyes, and a joyful expression spread across his face. As expected, with just one bottle of the great infant transformation pill, he successfully broke through to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. During this time, the 10 jin of Vermilion Blood Spirit Valley grain played a significant role. Before every cultivation session, he would consume a large bowl of the grain, which quickly brought him into an optimal state for training. This was precisely why he managed to advance to the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm in just a year. Under normal circumstances, an average nascent soul cultivator would take at least 5 years to achieve the same milestone.
Elder, a message from the Mountain Gate Bloodvine Valley will open in 2 days.
Mei Hei's voice came from outside. Shen Mo immediately rose and opened the door. Mei Hei exclaimed with delight.
You finally emerged from seclusion.
Behind him, several stewards half-knelt, their gazes filled with fervor and reverence as they looked at Shen Mo. Shen Mo's eyes swept over them, and he gave a slight nod. Since Dragon Snake Mountain exceeded the sect's expectations tenfold in fulfilling its requirements, its importance had grown immensely. Over the past year, 10 stewards and over 100 disciples had arrived at Dragon Snake Mountain. The numbers were staggering. Every elder sought to place their people in Dragon Snake Mountain. Shen Mo simply delegated the management to Mei Hei and Huang Bei, tasking them with overseeing the newcomers. As for those who seemed untrustworthy upon examination, he used any minor excuse to dismiss them. Now the people remaining were all of clean background, ensuring they posed no threat to Dragon Snake Mountain. Shen Mo said calmly,
I'll be going to Bloodvine Valley this time. The management of Dragon Snake Mountain will be in your hands. Do not falter and do not let any villain harm the industries here. Understood.
Mei Hei and Huang Bei replied in unison.
Yes, even if it costs our lives, we won't let anyone damage Dragon Snake Mountain.
Satisfied, Shen Mo nodded. Only then did he summon his energy and soar toward the Jade Cauldron Sect's main gate. Jade Cauldron Sect Mountain Gate. Today, the sect was more bustling than usual. There were more cultivators coming and going than on any other day. The reason was simple. Today marked the opening of Bloodvine Valley. This grand event, held once every 5 years, naturally attracted a large number of elders. However, the Vermilion Blood Spirit grain was of little use to cultivators at higher realms. Thus, the elders preparing to enter Bloodvine Valley this time were primarily first rank or second rank. Few third rank or fourth rank elders would participate. As for fifth rank or sixth rank elders, there were none at all. At this moment, over 70 elders had gathered in the training grounds, chatting in groups of 3 to 5. The stewards and disciples respectfully avoided them, not even daring to make eye contact. Shen Mo's arrival immediately caught the attention of several elders. It wasn't that he sought to draw attention, but his youthful appearance, combined with the second-rank elder's robe he wore, which outranked most of the elders present, naturally made him stand out. Some sharp minds quickly deduced Shen Mo's identity. The stewards and disciples looked at him with admiration and respect, while the elders cast complex glances his way. Some admired him, some envied him, and others harbored jealousy or resentment. Shen Mo had long grown accustomed to such gazes. He casually found a spot to stand and said nothing.
Hall Master He, what brings you to participate in Bloodvine Valley? Indeed, you're a renowned cultivator and the cherished disciple of the third elder. With your strength far surpassing ours, how will there be any Vermilion Blood Spirit grain left for the rest of us? Ha ha ha, you flatter me. He's not as strong as you say. I've only recently broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm.
A group of cultivators surrounded a figure, laughing and chatting. That figure, however, noticed Shen Mo and promptly left the crowd, walking over quickly.
Elder Shen, long time no see.
Chapter 225, Nine-Petal Moon Orchid and the Bloodroot Dragon King. Chapter 225, Nine-Petal Moon Orchid and the Bloodroot Dragon King. Shen Mo looked up to see He Tianchu and smiled.
Why is Hall Master, he also participating in the Bloodvine Valley event?
He Tianchu laughed heartily, though somewhat embarrassed.
Ashamed, truly ashamed. Although I've been assigned as the Hall Master of Jade Sea Hall, my elder ranking is still only at the 2nd rank. This time, I'm not just here to gather some vermilion blood spirit grain for myself, but also plan to submit the extra to the sect in exchange for contribution points.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. Indeed, elders could keep 70% of the vermilion blood spirit grain they obtained in the Bloodvine Valley, but 30% had to be submitted to the sect. However, if one was willing to surrender part of their personal share to the sect, they could earn additional contribution points. He Tianchu had been saving up contribution points for a while, and clearly aimed to accumulate enough to exchange for a valuable item with a 2nd-tier contribution ranking.
Elder Shen, there are rumors that the Bloodvine Valley will be particularly restless this year, with the Bloodvines exhibiting far more aggression than in previous years. We'll need to be extra careful.
If we encounter trouble inside, I'll help you, and you must promise to help me as well.
He Tianchu chuckled nervously. Shen Mo smiled.
I've always been sincere in my dealings. Naturally, I'll lend a hand to those I have good relations with.
He Tianchu felt slightly reassured. He considered his relationship with Shen Mo decent. With those words, Shen Mo might actually come to his aid if danger arose. He Tianchu suddenly said,
By the way, no one outside knows what might happen inside Bloodvine Valley. Elder Shen, you'd best be wary of certain individuals.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. This was something he was already aware of. The factions among the elders of the Qingxuan Sect were complex and numerous. Not to mention, Yang Ke undoubtedly bore a grudge against him. If not for Shen Mo's actions at Dragon Snake Mountain, Yang Ke would have succeeded in selling off the sect's beast-taming industry entirely, securing a larger kickback from Yuzhou governor. Shen Mo had already discerned these schemes when he first encountered Yang Ke by examining the life panel.
Yi Yan is here.
He Tianchu said in a low voice, pointing in a direction. Shen Mo followed his gaze. Yi Yan retained his cold, indifferent demeanor. Dressed in a crimson robe with a long blade at his waist, he exuded a chilling aura. His presence had an almost magnetic pull on those with ill intentions. Wherever Yi Yan appeared, such individuals would feel an inexplicable urge to bow and submit to him. Shen Mo glanced at Yi Yan's fortune and felt a tinge of delight. He suddenly noticed significant changes in Yi Yan's recent fortunes compared to a year ago. There were more opportunities now. Shen Mo's mood was akin to watching a seedling he had carefully nurtured grow strong. The gaze he cast at Yi Yan seemed filled with satisfaction, causing Yi Yan to feel an inexplicable chill. What the heck?
This 9-petal moon orchid is a treasure. If I can obtain it, I'll be able to pass through the outer valley safely and quickly, entering the inner valley directly.
Bloodvine Valley was shaped like a gourd, divided into an outer valley and an inner valley. The inner valley had denser spiritual energy and housed more rare treasures, but it was also home to much stronger bloodvines. Shen Mo shifted his focus to other opportunities. He noticed that some unexpected phenomena had emerged in Bloodvine Valley. Bloodvines, the most abundant beasts in the valley, were well known to all. Bloodroot dragons, however, were a different matter. These dragon-shaped beasts were formed from the roots of the vines, which absorbed yin-sha energy over time. Their aggressive nature was unparalleled. They not only attacked human cultivators, but also bloodvines and even each other. This eventually led to the emergence of an immensely powerful Bloodroot Dragon King. The Bloodroot Dragon King was incredibly strong, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Years ago, the Qingxuan Sect had lost 11 nascent soul cultivators to a single Bloodroot Dragon King. Yet, bloodroot dragons had supposedly been eradicated long ago when the Qingxuan Sect first took control of Bloodvine Valley. Why then were they reappearing now?
As for that forest sword,
Shen Mo clicked his tongue in amazement. It was clear that after this opening of Bloodvine Valley, another fierce struggle was inevitable. Someone as peace-loving as himself had no interest in such chaos. He'd take what he needed in advance and let them fight their battles. After all, neither of those two was any good. According to fate, he would team up with them to slay the Bloodroot Dragon King, only for them to immediately turn on him once the dragon was dead. A shred of conscience would have gone a long way, yet they seemed utterly devoid of it. At this moment, a streak of light appeared on the horizon. A towering elder with a broad frame and an imposing aura arrived. Though he said nothing, his presence was enough to make others lower their heads instinctively. He was none other than the Grand Elder in charge of the Discipline Hall.
everyone, the opening of Bloodvine Valley is imminent. Follow me.
Chapter 226, No Rush, I Still Have a Flower Seed. Chapter 226, No Rush, I Still Have a Flower Seed. Shen Mo surveyed the valley. At the valley's entrance, a few cottages stood quietly, surrounded by white, delicate flowers. The soft breeze caused the flowers to sway as if they were little dancing spirits. However, their fragrance was faint, almost imperceptible.
These must be the moon orchid flowers.
Shen Mo remarked.
Unfortunately, most of these flowers only have 1 or 2 petals. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to waste time cultivating them from seeds.
His gaze shifted to a clearing nearby. There 5 flower beds were lined up, each containing several seeds. The seeds were unusually large, about the size of a thumb. A senior from one of the cottages quickly approached, bowing respectfully to the Grand Elder. Behind him followed 3 core formation stage stewards. Clearly, these 4 were the station guardians of Bloodvine Valley. The leading elder greeted with a steady voice.
Greetings, Grand Elder.
The Grand Elder nodded slightly.
Zhang Feng, have you noticed anything unusual while guarding this area?
Zhang Feng chuckled lightly.
Grand Elder, you must be joking. Bloodvine Valley isn't one of those other 2 forbidden zones. Ever since our Qingxuan Sect took full control of this place, it has been extraordinarily calm. There's never been any anomaly. The bloodvines in the valley are behaving as usual. No bloodroot dragons have been born. And I inspect the valley's surrounding formations every 3 days to ensure everything is in order.
The Grand Elder finally nodded in approval.
Well done.
Shen Mo, however, couldn't help but wear an odd expression. If not for his ability to see personal panels, he might have believed Zhang Feng's words.
Interesting.
Shen Mo thought.
Zhang Feng is a spy. And he's not working for the Supreme Purity Sect, the Danha Sect, or even the Prefecture Lord of Yu Province. Instead, he's loyal to the 10,000 Demons Kingdom.
Outwardly, Shen Mo betrayed nothing, but inwardly he was surprised. He made a mental note of Zhang Feng's life panel. The Grand Elder turned to the gathered elders.
You may each select your seeds. After a day of cultivation, you may enter Bloodvine Valley. I must return to handle matters in the Discipline Hall, so I won't stay here any longer.
He cupped his hands to the elders in farewell, his stern demeanor unchanged. Safe travels, Grand Elder, the elders responded, bowing in return. Shen Mo strode purposefully to the flower beds, his gaze appearing to flit casually between them as if undecided. In truth, his focus was on the 3rd flower bed, searching for the darkest seed.
Got it.
Shen Mo grabbed 3 seeds from the 3rd bed, including the darkest one. According to the rules, each person could select up to 3 seeds. Seeing Shen Mo's choice, He Tianchu chuckled.
Elder Shen, I'd advise you to pick 1 seed from each bed. Why not take all 3 from one?
Shen Mo asked with a curious smile. He Tianchu grinned confidently.
While the stationed elder wouldn't intentionally neglect any flower bed, minor variations in nutrition are inevitable. By spreading your choices across different beds, you minimize risks. If you take 3 from one bed, you might get either the best or the worst outcomes. By diversifying, it's like not putting all your eggs in one basket. At least the results will be stable.
Shen Mo nodded in understanding.
Hall Master your expertise is evident.
He Tianchu puffed his chest proudly.
Of course, I've been into Bloodvein Valley 9 times already.
Shen Mo nodded again.
Still, I can't be bothered with splitting hairs. I'll take these 3. If they're all poor quality, I'll just chalk it up to bad luck.
He Tianchu laughed.
All right, if my moon orchid flowers turn out well, I'll gift you one.
Shen Mo cupped his hands in thanks, then moved aside and began channeling spiritual energy into his 3 seeds. The other elders soon finished selecting their seeds, leaving behind the smaller, misshapen ones in the flower beds. These leftover seeds would only yield 1 or 2 petal moon orchid flowers at best. Their sole purpose was to be planted at the entrance of Bloodvein Valley, using quantity to generate a qualitative deterrent against the valley's bloodveins. Shen Mo did not immediately inject spiritual energy into the dark seed. Instead, he began with the other 2 seeds. Before long, the first seed sprouted, breaking through its shell. With the nourishment of spiritual energy, it quickly grew, producing petals in no time. Only 2 petals. Around him, other elders were expressing various emotions: delight, frustration, or disappointment. He Tianchu exclaimed excitedly.
Haha, a 6-petal moon orchid. I do have some skill after all.
The surrounding elders cast envious glances his way. A 6-petal moon orchid was a rare find. With it in hand, He Tianchu would likely be safe from attacks by most of the bloodvines in Bloodvein Valley. Only the extraordinarily powerful bloodvines would dare challenge the flower's fragrance and attack him. Nearby, Yiyan also activated his first seed. His luck was average. He obtained a 3-petal moon orchid. Dissatisfied, Yiyan immediately turned to his second seed. Meanwhile, Shen Mo began activating his second seed as well. The result was worse than the first, only a single petal. On He Tianchu's side, another burst of laughter erupted.
The second seed is a 4-petal moon orchid. The third seed is a 5-petal moon orchid. Everyone, if you didn't get a good moon orchid, feel free to come to me and buy one. Ha ha ha.
He Tianchu was beside himself with joy. The other elders looked on with envy. Some couldn't help but regret not following He Tianchu's method of choosing seeds from 3 different flower beds. Suddenly, a startled cry broke the chatter.
A 7-petal moon orchid. No, it's 8 petals, my heavens.
The elders immediately turned their gazes. In Yi Yan's palm was a tiny 8-petal flower. A faint smile played on Yi Yan's lips. As expected, his luck wasn't bad. While it wasn't the ultimate 9-petal moon orchid, an 8-petal one was already remarkable. It would be enough to let him enter Bloodvein Valley ahead of the others. He Tianchu and the others looked on with admiration. It had been nearly 50 years since a moon orchid with more than 7 petals had appeared. Yet here was Yi Yan, summoning an 8-petal flower today. He Tianchu cast a few envious glances, but soon turned his attention elsewhere. Looking around, he noticed Shen Mo's poor results and strode over with large steps. He felt a twinge of sympathy. Shen Mo was a young prodigy, with extraordinary expertise in the art of taming beasts. Still, it seemed he had some shortcomings, like selecting seeds, where he clearly fell short compared to himself. Of course, He Tianchu had the advantage of experience, having entered Bloodvein Valley 9 times. That experience allowed him to cultivate 3 fairly excellent moon orchids today. He Tianchu chuckled.
Elder Shen, I'll have to keep the 6-petal flower, but I can give you this 5-petal one. How about it?
The surrounding elders were visibly surprised. He Tianchu was known to be a rather stingy person. Yet today, he was offering a 5-petal moon orchid to Shen Mo for free. However, the group quickly understood. Shen Mo, a young prodigy with a bright future, was clearly worth befriending. He Tianchu's gesture made perfect sense. The elders couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. If only they had Shen Mo's talent, they too might have others offering them moon orchids. Shen Mo simply smiled.
No rush, I still have one more seed.
Chapter 227. Unexpectedly, it's a 9-petaled moon orchid. Chapter 227. Unexpectedly, it's a 9-petaled moon orchid. He Tianchu chuckled and shook his head.
Elder Shen, if I'm not mistaken, weren't all three of these flower seeds taken from the same flower bed? The first two were of such poor quality, and this third seed doesn't look much better.
Shen Mo smiled faintly as he infused spiritual energy into the third seed.
Whether it's good or not can only be determined after infusing spiritual energy.
He Tianchu gave a resigned smile.
You really don't give up easily, do you? Fine, go ahead and infuse spiritual energy.
The result will probably be no different from the last two, he exclaimed in astonishment.
What? Where's a 9-petaled moon orchid? Holy, it really is a 9-petaled moon orchid. My heavens, this is probably the first 9-petaled moon orchid seen in a century. Unbelievable, Shen Mo actually cultivated it. His luck is incredible. The first two seeds only had 1 or 2 petals, and the third one turns out to have 9.
They say the 9-petaled moon orchid has mystical properties. I wonder if that's true. Elder Shen, could we have a closer look?
The elders, who had been admiring Yi Yan's 8-petaled moon orchid, immediately shifted their attention at the sound of He Tianchu's exclamation. When they saw the 9-petaled flower, they all gasped in disbelief. An 8-petaled moon orchid was already exceedingly rare. But now, there was a 9-petaled moon orchid. The elders swarmed around Shen Mo, eager to examine the flower up close. Yi Yan's side suddenly became deserted, leaving only a few elders from the second and fourth peaks standing by him. These elders looked visibly awkward. Truth be told, they were also curious about the 9-petaled moon orchid. Yi Yan's smile, which had been lingering at the corners of his lips moments ago, turned icy cold in a matter of seconds. He wasn't someone who craved the limelight. However, to go from being celebrated by dozens of fellow cultivators one moment to being completely overshadowed the next, anyone would feel stifled. Not far away, Zhang Feng, the stationed elder of Bloodvine Valley, glanced at the 9-petaled moon orchid in Shen Mo's hand, his eyes flashing with surprise. However, he said nothing, patiently waiting until all the elders had finished cultivating their flowers. Then in a loud voice he announced,
Elders, please hand over any moon orchids you won't be using. These moon orchids are to be planted at the entrance of Bloodvine Valley to prevent the bloodvines from escaping.
The elders, not wanting to violate sect rules, each kept 1 moon orchid for themselves and handed over the remaining ones. Some elders traded their moon orchids among themselves for contributions, spirit stones, or elixirs. Before long, every elder had a single white flower adorning their waist.
Everyone, cross the moon orchid barrier and enter.
Zhang Feng said with a smile. Yi Yan, expressionless, led the way, stepping into Bloodvine Valley first. He Tianchu and the others followed closely behind. Shen Mo, unhurried, joined the middle of the group as they entered the valley. Once all the elders had entered, Zhang Feng's respectful demeanor shifted instantly to one of indifference. However, when he turned to face 3 core formation stewards, his expression softened into a warm smile.
Come to my place. I had a feast prepared in the nearby town and stored it in my spatial ring. Let's have a good time.
Zhang Feng laughed heartily. The 3 stewards relaxed visibly, nodding in agreement. Zhang Feng had always treated them this way, and today was no different. The 4 entered the largest cabin together. Zhang Feng closed the door, his face now cold and detached. Within less than 100 breaths, muffled thuds could be heard from within the cabin. When Zhang Feng reopened the door, the 3 core formation stewards inside had already turned into lifeless corpses. Even in death, they couldn't fathom why the usually amicable stationed elder would suddenly murder them. Zhang Feng retrieved a voice transmission jade and infused it with spiritual energy.
All the elders of the Danha sect have entered Bloodvine Valley, and I have eliminated the 3 stewards. You may proceed.
A voice responded from the other side of the jade.
Understood.
Not long after, 3 figures skimmed close to the ground, flying through a dense forest until they reached the entrance of Bloodvine Valley. The trio's auras were chaotic yet potent, unmistakably marking them as nascent soul cultivators. The leader cupped his hands in salute.
Brother Zhang, you are in command of the 3 of us. What are your orders?
Zhang Feng gave a faint smile.
There's no need for much action, just wait here. Huh, why is that?
Zhang Feng smiled.
To be honest, 4 years ago, a bloodroot dragon appeared in Bloodvine Valley. I allowed it to grow unchecked and never reported this to the dance sect. Recently, I ventured into the valley to investigate. The bloodroot dragon population has grown considerably, and within 3 months, a bloodroot dragon king is certain to be born. We only need to wait here. The bloodroot dragon king will kill most of the elders inside the valley. Our task is simple: stay here and eliminate anyone who manages to escape.
The 3 cultivators were astounded.
Brother Zhang, you truly are a strategist. No wonder His Majesty the Demon Emperor entrusted you with this command.
Zhang Feng took a few steps forward, knelt toward the south, and prostrated himself fervently. His gaze was fanatical, filled with reverence.
I have visited the 10,000 demon nation and witnessed the Demon Emperor's awe-inspiring power firsthand. I know with certainty that the demon race is far stronger than the human race. Jing Nation is destined to fall before the might of the 10,000 demon nation. Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor, once I obtain the remains of the skyrending behemoth, I shall help you forge the ultimate demon body.
Seeing this, the 3 cultivators also knelt devoutly, facing south, and in unison pledged.
We will acquire the remains of the skyrending behemoth and assist His Majesty in forging the ultimate demon body.
Chapter 228. Shen Mo can't possibly harvest all the scarlet blood spirit valleys, can he? Chapter 228. Shen Mo can't possibly harvest all the scarlet blood spirit valleys, can he? At that moment, a fierce howling came from ahead. A particularly thick bloodvine lunged forward like a serpent, aiming directly to entangle Yi Yan. Yi Yan frowned slightly and suddenly drew his blade. With a flash of the blade, the bloodvine was severed in 2. However, his pace slowed slightly as a result. Meanwhile, Shen Mo remained unimpeded, untouched by any bloodvine attack. The distance between them widened further. Soon, the bloodvines ahead grew even thicker. Each vine was as wide as an adult's waist. They looked less like vines and more like serpents disguised as vegetation. The difference between 8 petals and 9 petals was stark. Most of the bloodvines targeted Yi Yan. In contrast, only a handful dared to attack Shen Mo. Shen Mo employed his 8 directions thunder movement technique, charging forward without pause. Yi Yan gradually fell behind. Before long, the surrounding noise faded entirely. Shen Mo was now the only one racing ahead in the dense, almost suffocating sea of vines. The bloodvines could sense Shen Mo's presence, but they were too intimidated by the 9-petaled moon orchid to launch an attack. For 10 straight days, Shen Mo advanced at an astonishing pace. Finally, he spotted a narrow passageway ahead. His heart leaped with joy.
The inner valley.
This was the gourd-shaped entrance, marking the boundary between the outer valley and the inner valley of Bloodvine Valley. Shen Mo accelerated again, surging through the passage in one burst. A strange world unfolded before his eyes. Red. Red, red, red. The trees were red, the grass was red. Even the soil was red. The entire landscape was a scarlet world. If not for the sky still being blue, Shen Mo might have thought he had stumbled into another dimension. However, the bloodveins here seemed oddly lifeless. Even though they were thicker than the ones outside, they lay sprawled on the ground, sluggish and motionless. Even when Shen Mo accidentally stepped on one, it didn't react much. They resembled beaten dogs, lying defeated on the ground. Shen Mo inhaled deeply, catching the familiar scent in the air. Soon he found his target. A lush patch of scarlet blood spirit valleys. Each plant was bursting with plump grains, as if they might split open their husks at any moment, exposing themselves to Shen Mo. Delight filled Shen Mo's face. The inner valley was indeed far superior to the outer valley. Judging by the sheer number of scarlet blood spirit valleys, there were at least 5 times as many here as in the outer valley. Still, Shen Mo didn't rush forward recklessly. Instead, his gaze shifted to the blood-red roots near the spirit valleys. Upon closer inspection, the roots were subtly undulating, not dead but alive.
Could those be bloodroot dragons?
Shen Mo mused. He didn't sense any threat from them. It was clear they were no match for him. Shen Mo quietly channeled his spiritual energy. Flames flickered silently in his palm. When his spiritual energy reached its peak, Shen Mo stomped the ground and leapt forward. With a forceful strike, his palm slammed down onto the surface of the roots. Boom! The flames ignited like oil-soaked firewood. Instantly, they roared to life. The seemingly inert blood-red roots convulsed violently, transforming into a monstrous dragon about 10 zhang long. It howled and roared in fury. Shen Mo sneered.
Hiding next to the Spirit Valley, waiting to ambush me, and now you're throwing a tantrum because I caught you. What nerve.
Without hesitation, he struck again, slamming his palm down. Nine Sun's Divine Phoenix technique. The Bloodroot Dragon couldn't withstand Shen Mo's second strike. Within mere moments, its entire body was reduced to a pile of black ash.
It seems that fire attribute spiritual energy is a natural counter to them. This suggests that exotic flames are likely even more effective against bloodroot dragons.
Shen Mo mused thoughtfully. With a casual wave of his hand, he harvested all the scarlet blood spirit valleys in the area and stored them in his spatial ring. As he was about to leave, he noticed two faintly glowing objects amidst the ashes. Another wave of his hand brought the items to his palm, drawn by his spiritual energy. The first was a pale gray bead, and if one listened closely, faint wails and howls could be heard emanating from it. The second was an irregular crimson crystal, neither metallic nor wooden, with a unique and mysterious appearance. These items were none other than the Yin Fiend bead and the vital bloodroot. The Yin Fiend bead needed no introduction. It was one of the finest treasures for enhancing one's core formation techniques. The vital bloodroot, on the other hand, wasn't for enhancing spiritual power, but rather for strengthening the physical body.
I've heard of the vital bloodroot's mystical properties before, but it's said to only appear in powerful bloodroot dragons. Ordinary cultivators rarely have the chance to obtain it, yet today I've found one.
Shen Mo's thoughts stirred. He recalled the information he had gathered about Bloodvine Valley. The vital bloodroot, once refined, could significantly strengthen the physical body. It improved strength, speed, and wound recovery, offering an all-around enhancement. However, it could only be refined up to 5 times in one's lifetime. Beyond that, its effects would diminish greatly, almost to the point of being negligible. Since the Danhe sect had taken control of Bloodvine Valley, no bloodroot dragons had been allowed to exist due to their instability, and the vital bloodroot had long vanished from the sect. For years, younger cultivators who sought vital bloodroot had searched in vain.
Vital bloodroot will undoubtedly be highly sought after. I only need to keep enough for my own use, the rest can be traded for items I need.
A smile spread across Shen Mo's face. He knew that at the center of the inner valley, there was a cluster of houses that served as a rest stop. These houses had been established by the Danhe sect and were protected by formations. Eventually, all the other elders would arrive there. He could use the opportunity to trade with them, exchanging resources as needed. With that, Shen Mo continued to follow the fragrance of scarlet blood spirit valleys, heading to the next location. Since Bloodvine Valley had been closed for 5 years, the inner valley was now brimming with spiritual energy. Even after traveling a short distance, Shen Mo encountered scattered scarlet blood spirit valleys. As the first person to enter the inner valley, Shen Mo could hardly leave empty-handed. Instead, he was making a grand harvest. Meanwhile, Yi Yan was deeply troubled. Extremely troubled. Although he had also entered the inner valley, he hadn't found many scarlet blood spirit valleys. Instead, he had been ambushed by several bloodroot dragons.
It must be Shen Mo.
Yi Yan gritted his teeth. He had never felt such hatred for anyone before. Huff.
Why are bloodroot dragons appearing? Weren't they supposed to have been eradicated long ago? For years, the stationed elders have meticulously inspected Bloodvine Valley to ensure that bloodroot dragons never reappear.
Yi Yan frowned deeply. The appearance of bloodroot dragons was far from good news. Moreover, he had no idea how long they had been present. If they had been around for as long as 5 years, It was highly likely that a bloodroot dragon king had already been born. Yi Yan knew full well that in a one-on-one fight, he wouldn't stand a chance against a bloodroot dragon king.
The terrain of Bloodvine Valley is peculiar, and its chaotic spiritual energy disrupts communication. I can't use my transmission jade to inform the Danha sect of the situation. Nor can I escape the valley in a short time. For now, I'll just have to take it one step at a time.
Yi Yan's gaze turned cold as he continued deeper into the valley. Coming to Bloodvine Valley only to leave empty-handed or worse, injured, would be utterly humiliating.
Even if Shen Mo is far ahead of me, he can't possibly harvest every single scarlet blood spirit valley he sees. There must be some left behind.
Chapter 229, Whatever you want, if I have it, you can take it. Chapter 229, Whatever you want, if I have it, you can take it. Half a month later, outside the Bloodvine Valley, at the entrance of a hidden cave. A handsome young man brushed aside the surrounding vines and entered, his expression lit up with delight.
Dan, there really is a flaw in this formation,
He exclaimed. A voice aged and wise echoed in his mind.
Naturally, every formation has its flaws. It just depends on whether you can find them.
Dan replied with a smile. Xiao chuckled.
I never expected someone so devoted to alchemy like you, Dan, to possess such mastery in formations as well.
Dan simply chuckled.
Once you recover the memories of your previous life, you'll understand. Your talent in formations far surpasses mine.
Xiao was intrigued.
Was I really that powerful in my past life?
Dan sighed with emotion.
You were the master of the most mysterious sect in the Jing Kingdom, the Burning Heavens Palace. Your mastery of eternal flames, formations, and swordsmanship was unmatched. Your fame spread far and wide. Even a Jing emperor and a demon emperor fell at your hands.
Xiao laughed, somewhat at a loss for words. He had recovered much of his past life's memories, but some crucial fragments remained missing. Oddly enough, Dan seemed to know more about his past than he did.
Go on in.
Dan urged.
The Bloodvine Valley is filled with treasures. Don't let anyone else get to them first.
Xiao nodded resolutely and moved forward quickly. He could sense something faintly calling out to him.
My heaven-cleaving sword manual should have a page hidden here. If I'm not mistaken, it must be the root sword manual.
Taking a deep breath, Xiao eyes gleamed with determination.
To uproot evil and burn the heavens to ashes.
The Uproot Sword Manual had 4 pages, while the Burning Heaven and Scorching Earth manuals had 2 pages each, their power far greater. Before long, Xiao saw light ahead. This place.
Stay cautious and keep a low profile.
Dan reminded in a hushed tone. Xiao smiled confidently.
Relax, Dan. From what I know, the Qingxuan Sect elders only entered the Bloodvine Valley half a month ago. This valley is vast. In just half a month, even the fastest among them couldn't possibly have reached the inner valley yet. I'll be the first to arrive here. Meeting anyone else would be nearly impossible.
Dan chuckled.
True enough.
A month passed in the blink of an eye. The elders who carried 1-petal, 2-petal, or 3-petal moon orchids had nearly all perished in the outer valley. Out of the 70-plus elders who entered the Bloodvine Valley, 9 had already fallen. Most of the remaining elders managed to reach the inner valley. But when they arrived, they were dumbfounded. The inner valley turned out to be even more barren than the outer valley. Where was the fabled Crimson Blood Spirit Valley? As if that disappointment weren't enough, they were shocked to encounter bloodroot dragons in the inner valley. In a fierce battle, many elders were no match for the bloodroot dragons and were forced to retreat. At this moment, 3 elders, led by He Tianchu, approached the center of the inner valley. He Tianchu vividly recalled that this area had a cluster of buildings protected by a formation, offering a temporary refuge from danger.
It's just ahead. We can use the formation there to hold off the bloodroot dragons.
He Tianchu, battered and exhausted, regained a glimmer of hope at the sight of the buildings. The 3 elders behind him, equally worn out, quickened their pace eagerly. two massive bloodroot dragons, each 8 or 9 meters long, pursued them with savage ferocity. The three elders were all at the early nascent soul stage, while He Tianchu alone was at the mid-nascent soul stage. Bloodroot dragons, formed from blood vine roots imbued with yin energy, were inherently powerful and overwhelming. Cultivators of the same realm were no match for them. Typically, two nascent soul stage cultivators were required to handle a single bloodroot dragon. Even for He Tianchu, facing a single bloodroot dragon in his current state was far from certain victory. Now, all four of them were injured, making it utterly impossible to stand against the dragons. As they dashed toward the cluster of buildings, the ground ahead suddenly rippled. Seemingly ordinary tree roots transformed in the blink of an eye into another dragon-like beast, 10 meters in length. It was yet another bloodroot dragon. Despair clouded He Tianchu and the others' faces. Two dragons behind, one in front. They were now trapped in a deadly pincer, with no way out. In such dire circumstances, who could possibly save them? Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a powerful burst of fierce azure flames erupted from the side. In the blink of an eye, the flames engulfed the bloodroot dragon standing in front of He Tianchu and his companions. It was as if the flames were boiling oil poured over a raging fire. The bloodroot dragon was completely consumed by the flames. Roar, roar, roar. From within the flames came the anguished roars of the bloodroot dragon, its ferocious aura entirely subdued. The sight left He Tianchu and the others stunned. They were well aware that bloodroot dragons feared fire. However, their own fire-based techniques barely scratched the creatures, only serving to enrage them further and trigger uncontrollable bouts of ferocity. But this azure flame, what was it? How could it so effortlessly deal such devastating damage to a bloodroot dragon? He Tianchu, being a seasoned cultivator, scrutinized the flames carefully. His mind churned until two words surfaced. Eternal flame. He refrained from voicing the thought, however, swallowing it back with great restraint.
Quick, into the shelter!
A familiar voice called from nearby. Then, a figure emerged and unleashed another burst of ferocious flames, enveloping the two bloodroot dragons that had been chasing He Tianchu and his group. He Tianchu's face lit up with joy.
Thank you, Elder Shen.
Wasting no time, the four of them quickened their pace and rushed into the shelter, its faint glow of protection encompassing them. Only then did they breathe a sigh of relief, their bodies nearly collapsing to the ground in exhaustion.
Elder Shen is incredibly strong. He's fighting 3 bloodroot dragons on his own. I underestimated him before. I thought he was too young and lacked combat experience. Now it's clear I was blind to his true abilities.
One of the elders beside He Tianchu admitted with a tone full of awe and embarrassment. Before long, the 3 bloodroot dragons succumbed to the flames, their massive bodies reduced to ashes. Shen Mo reached out and made a swift, grasping motion. Several faintly glowing objects flew into his palm. They were 2 yin sha pearls and 1 essence blood root. Shen Mo smiled. He had been hunting bloodroot dragons near the shelter when he noticed an opportunity presented on his life panel, foretelling such a chance encounter. Now, as predicted, he had obtained the corresponding treasures. As for saving people, that had merely been incidental. Gaining He Tianchu's gratitude and owing him a favor was just an added bonus. Why not? With long strides, Shen Mo entered the shelter. He Tianchu and his group rose to their feet, their expressions filled with gratitude as they cupped their hands in respect.
Thank you, Elder Shen. Without your intervention, we would have become food for the bloodroot dragons.
He Tianchu felt particularly emotional. Fortunately, his relationship with Shen Mo had always been neutral, neither close nor hostile. Otherwise, Shen Mo would never have helped him in such a dire situation. One of the elders couldn't help but ask,
Elder Shen, was that a yin sha pearl and an essence blood root you just obtained?
Shen Mo nodded slightly. The other 3 elders looked on with envy. They all knew that bloodroot dragons sometimes carried yin sha pearls and essence blood roots within their bodies. However, not every bloodroot dragon would yield such treasures upon death. Moreover, they had been completely outmatched by the bloodroot dragons since entering the inner valley, constantly fleeing and fighting for their lives. Acquiring such treasures was out of the question. He Tianchu's expression turned slightly awkward.
Elder Shen, would you be willing to trade one essence blood root with me? This item can greatly accelerate the healing of my wounds. Whatever you want in exchange, as long as I have it, it's yours.
Chapter 230, 20 pounds of Crimson Blood Spirit Valley Herbs for 1 essence blood root. Chapter 230, 20 pounds of Crimson Blood Spirit Valley Herbs for 1 essence blood root. The other 3 elders, their interest piqued, quickly joined in, their eyes full of anticipation as they looked at Shen Mo. Shen Mo smiled. This was precisely what he wanted. Over the past month, he had hunted bloodroot dragons all across the valley and already acquired the 5 essence bloodroots he needed, which he had long since refined. The surplus, of course, would be used for trade. But there was a crucial difference, offering a trade versus others asking for one. In the former case, the initiative rested with the other party, as though he were the one seeking their favor. In the latter, the power was firmly in his hands. It was they who sought him out.
We are all elders of the Qingxuan Sect, so naturally I can help.
Shen Mo said, his voice warm.
Each of you should have some Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs, correct?
20 pounds of Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs for 1 essence blood root.
He smiled pleasantly as he made the offer. Nascent soul cultivators were bound to carry numerous treasures, and Shen Mo had every intention of squeezing as much value as he could out of them.
20 pounds?
He Tianchu said with an awkward smile. After scouring the outer valley for a long time, he had managed to collect only 13 pounds of Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs. The 3 elders beside him looked even more embarrassed. While He Tianchu had gathered 13 pounds, none of them had even 10 pounds to their name. He Tianchu hesitated before speaking.
Elder Shen, can't you lower the price just a bit?
Shen Mo maintained his gentle smile.
The sect currently doesn't even have a single essence blood root available. If I were to bring this back, the price would skyrocket. You all know that as well as I do.
The 4 elders exchanged resigned smiles. He was right. Except for those who had previously refined essence blood roots, nearly every cultivator in the sect would be eager to get their hands on such a treasure. Shen Mo added,
If your Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs fall short, you can use contributions, yin sha pearls, or other rare treasures to make up the difference.
After a moment of thought, He Tianchu took out 10 pounds of Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs and a single yin sha pearl to trade for the essence blood root in Shen Mo's possession. Both parties were satisfied, each receiving what they needed. While He Tianchu and the other elders were thrilled with their gains, their expressions quickly turned grim again. The situation with the bloodroot dragons needed to be reported as soon as possible. But their communication talismans were useless here. Having ventured deep into the inner valley, escaping to the outside world would be nearly impossible. Moreover, while the protective formation could hold for now, it wouldn't last forever. The commotion here had already attracted more bloodroot dragons to their location. Even if they used all their spiritual stones to replenish the formation, it was only a matter of time before it failed. The worst part was that they had no idea how many bloodroot dragons were in the valley. Even worse, they couldn't be certain whether the legendary bloodroot dragon king mentioned in the Qingxuan Sect's ancient texts had been born. If the bloodroot dragon king truly existed, no amount of resistance would save them from an untimely death.
Elder Shen, you are the strongest among us. Why don't we escort you out to relay the message to the sect?
One of the elders suggested earnestly.
Indeed, at this rate, every elder who entered the Blood Vine Valley might perish. That would be a devastating loss for the sect.
Another elder sighed deeply. Shen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He already knew there were people lying in wait at the valley's exit, ready to ambush anyone who tried to leave. Not that Shen Mo feared those individuals. But he had his sights set on the most valuable treasures in the Blood Vine Valley. The Root Sword Manual, the remains of the hanging sky vine. Leaving without securing these would mean letting them fall into the hands of Yi Yan and Xiao Fan. That would render his entire journey pointless.
I suspect foul play is involved.
Shen Mo said solemnly. He Tianchu and the others were taken aback.
What do you mean by that?
Shen Mo explained.
When we entered the Blood Vine Valley, the Great Elder asked the stationed Elder Zhang Feng about the situation here. You all remember his answer, don't you?
The four elders shuddered, immediately recalling Zhang Feng's words. He had reported no anomalies in the valley. Not a single bloodroot dragon. Shen Mo glanced at the four elders, his expression serious.
I entered the inner valley earlier than all of you. I've already encountered at least 20 bloodroot dragons.
He said calmly.
And in the deeper regions, there are likely many more fighting amongst themselves. Such numbers could never have appeared within mere days or months. This must have been building up over many years.
His gaze swept across the four elders.
Given the situation, do you still think we can leave this place alive?
The expressions of He Tianchu and the others turned grim. They weren't fools. Shen Mo's analysis revealed the unsettling truth. Something about this whole ordeal was deeply suspicious.
But
He Tianchu frowned deeply. He had entered the Blood Vine Valley 9 times over the past 45 years, and Zhang Feng had always been the one stationed here. For decades, Zhang Feng had been diligent and reliable. Why would this time be different? Shen Mo waved his hand dismissively.
Rest for now. We can discuss this after your injuries have healed.
With that, he strode into one of the nearby shelters. As usual, he secured the area with various defensive formations before taking out the items from his storage ring.
I've already gathered 4 Yin Sha pearls, perfect for upgrading my Dan crown to purple.
Without hesitation, he began refining the Yin Sha pearls, wasting no time. Elsewhere, Yi Yan's cold expression remained unchanged as he walked briskly into one of the shelters. He still looked the same as ever, dressed in a crimson robe, a long blade strapped to his waist, his icy demeanor creating a sense of distance that seemed to push others away. Behind him followed Wang Wu, a fellow elder from the second peak, whose fawning smile contrasted starkly with Yi Yan's coldness. Wang Wu chuckled obsequiously.
Elder Yi, there's no need to worry. Plenty of people would gladly trade their Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs for one of your Essence Blood roots.
At this, Yi Yan's expression softened slightly. He had spent half a month searching the inner valley, yet his haul of Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs was pitiful, only 20 pounds. Yesterday, he had discovered a patch of land teeming with the herbs. However, just as he approached, he was ambushed by a particularly massive bloodroot dragon. Its body exceeded 40 zhang in length. After a brief skirmish, Yi Yan realized he was no match for the creature and had no choice but to retreat, gritting his teeth in frustration. Before entering the Blood Vine Valley, Yi Yan had made a bold pledge to Yang Ke, swearing he would return with 100 pounds of Crimson Blood Spirit Valley herbs. If he succeeded, his haul would break all records in the valley's history. Such an accomplishment would earn him a significant amount of contribution, points enough to elevate his elder status to the 3rd cauldron rank. With that rank, he would gain access to another restricted area within the sect, a place teeming with far greater opportunities than the Blood Vine Valley. Yi Yan and Wang Wu pressed on, soon arriving at a cluster of shelters where over 20 other elders had gathered in recent days. Some were trading, others were chatting with furrowed brows, and still others were sharing their experiences and observations from the past few days. Yi Yan's arrival immediately drew the attention of the gathered cultivators. Many turned to glance at him, their gazes subtly scrutinizing. Yi Yan was a well-known figure in the Qingxuan Sect, and his reputation was formidable. Seeing him now only confirmed his renown. Most of the other elders bore varying degrees of injuries, but Yi Yan appeared unscathed, with only his robe slightly damaged.
I heard Elder Yi encountered that 40 Zhanglong bloodroot dragon yesterday and survived. Not only that, he escaped completely unscathed.
One elder whispered.
Incredible! No wonder the sect master praises him as a prodigy. That 40 Zhang bloodroot dragon has already killed several nascent soul elders. I barely escaped with my life after using a powerful nascent soul technique. That monster is terrifying. I think it's on the verge of evolving into a bloodroot dragon king. It can't be.
Chapter 231, Even Yi Yan is no match for them, so who can face them? Chapter 231, Even Yi Yan is no match for them, so who can face them? Yi Yan glanced at Wang Wu beside him. Wang Wu immediately understood.
Elder Yi has slain a bloodroot dragon and obtained 2 portions of its essence bloodroot. He's willing to trade them for Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley. 1 portion of essence bloodroot for 25 caddies of Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley.
Wang Wu placed his hands on his hips and shouted arrogantly. The other elders revealed peculiar expressions upon hearing this. Yi Yan immediately sensed something was off. Essence bloodroot was such a precious item that it should have been in high demand. If he named his price, these elders should have been scrambling to outbid one another. But now those strange looks, what did they mean? He Tianchu coughed lightly.
Elder Yi, your price is a bit steep.
Wang Wu was indignant.
Essence bloodroot hasn't appeared in centuries. It's normal for it to be expensive.
If you've got the guts, go hunt a bloodroot dragon yourself and see if you can find any essence bloodroot.
He even let out a derisive laugh as he finished. He Tianchu chuckled helplessly.
That's true, I couldn't possibly hunt a bloodroot dragon on my own. It would take at least 2 elders teaming up to take one down.
After a brief pause, he suddenly laughed slyly.
But just because I can't doesn't mean someone else can.
The other elders, hearing this, couldn't help but burst into laughter as well. Yi Yan and Wang Wu both frowned. Wang Wu was about to speak again when Yi Yan suddenly realized who He Tianchu was referring to.
It's Shen Mo.
He said coldly. He Tianchu smiled.
Elder Yi is indeed perceptive. To be honest, Elder Shen is also capable of single-handedly slaying bloodroot dragons, and his prices are much lower than yours. I mean no offense to you, Elder Yi, I'm just stating the facts.
Yi Yan took a deep breath, clenching his fists tightly. That damned Shen Mo, ruining his plans again. Wang Wu leaned in and whispered.
Elder Yi, should we?
Yi Yan said coldly. To weaker elders, the bloodroot dragons were disasters and threats. But to someone as powerful as Yi Yan, they were rare opportunities. Of course, if he encountered those 2 exceptionally strong bloodroot dragons, he would have no choice but to flee. Yi Yan didn't see this as a disgrace. In the entire Bloodvein Valley, no one could match those 2 formidable bloodroot dragons. Running away from an unwinnable fight, what was wrong with that?
Let's go, I'm heading out to hunt bloodroot dragons. Who's teaming up with me?
He Tianchu laughed heartily.
Count me in. I'm in too.
Immediately, 2 elders volunteered to join.
By the way, Hall Master there have been reports of 2 exceptionally strong bloodroot dragons appearing in the north and south recently. Be careful not to run into them.
One elder warned solemnly. He Tianchu nodded.
Don't worry, even Elder Yi isn't their match. Do you think I'd go looking for trouble with them? I'll be avoiding them as much as possible.
After He Tianchu and his team left, the remaining elders began murmuring among themselves. It was clear to everyone that among those 2 exceptionally strong bloodroot dragons, one was bound to evolve into a bloodroot dragon king. And when that bloodroot dragon king emerged, it would spell disaster for them all. But even Yi Yan couldn't defeat them. So who could possibly take them on? Meanwhile,
the place where the bloodroot dragon king resides must also be where the forest sword art and the celestial vine remains are located. I need to find it before Yi Yan and Xiao Fan do.
Over the next month, Shen Mo used the dwellings as his base, exploring outward in all directions until he reached the farthest edges of Bloodvein Valley. Finally, on the last day of that month, he found his target. Ahead, the sound of an earth-shattering battle erupted. Shen Mo cautiously advanced, using the blood-red trees as cover to conceal his presence. Through the gaps in the branches, he saw 2 colossal bloodroot dragons, each 40 zhang tall, locked in a savage battle. Scarlet blood soaked the ground, turning the area into a crimson swamp. The surrounding bloodvine plants and trees had been completely trampled, leaving only a few lucky bloodvines standing isolated on the ground. The terrain in the area was almost entirely leveled. For dozens of miles around, it was a zone of death devoid of life. Such battles were almost constant within Bloodvein Valley. But these two bloodroot dragons were extraordinarily large. Far larger than any Shen Mo had ever encountered before.
Without a doubt, a bloodroot dragon king will emerge from one of them.
Shen Mo mused. He had clearly arrived ahead of schedule. According to the original sequence of events, it was Yi Yan who first discovered the slumbering bloodroot dragon king. By then, the bloodroot dragon king had already been decided, and its strength was so overwhelming that it required Shen Mo, Yi Yan, and Xiao Fan to join forces to barely defeat it. But now, Shen Mo had found them before that critical moment. He had the chance to strike before the bloodroot dragon king emerged, or when the two were both critically wounded. He could snuff out the bloodroot dragon king before it even had the chance to rise. This was the power of being able to see the panels of life. Shen Mo suppressed his aura entirely, crouching silently in the shadows, watching the two behemoths tear into one another. Bang, bang, bang. Scarlet tendrils fell from midair, crashing into the ground and splashing blood everywhere. The wounds on the two bloodroot dragons multiplied. Their vitality weakened with every passing moment. The battle was reaching its climax. The victor would be crowned king, and the loser would meet its end. The larger of the two bloodroot dragons seized an opening, driving its claws deep into the chest of its rival. With a resounding crack, it ripped out the smaller dragon's heart, formed from condensed root tendrils, and swallowed it whole. The smaller bloodroot dragon let out a mournful cry, as if its strength had been drained away in an instant. The larger dragon followed up with another swipe, tearing the smaller dragon's head clean from its body and devouring it in massive gulps. Roar! Though severely wounded, the large bloodroot dragon threw its head back and let out a triumphant roar. The sound reverberated with the joy of a victor. On its head, a small crown began to take shape, forming rapidly. Lowering its head, the great bloodroot dragon prepared to consume the corpse of its defeated foe. Only by devouring it could it truly become the bloodroot dragon king. But at that moment, an intense red flame surged forth, condensing into a massive flame blade 30 zhang long, slashing down mercilessly. Nine Suns Divine Phoenix Art, second form. Red Lotus Flame. And added to it the Yuan Infant Divine Art, Blazing Sun Source Light. The power of this strike was pushed to its absolute limit. The bloodroot dragon immediately sensed the threat of death. It had no choice but to dodge with all its might. But Shen Mo had been building up this attack for some time, and the dragon's massive size made it slow to react. In an instant, the red flame blade crashed down. It cleaved through the dragon's left shoulder and front limb, taking a portion of its torso with it. The severed tendrils didn't even reach the ground before being incinerated by the intense flames. At the wound, the fire fed on the blood and burned even fiercer. Roar! The bloodroot dragon howled in rage, its cry filled with indescribable agony. It twisted its massive head, straining to see its attacker. It found itself staring at a diminutive figure. Compared to its massive bulk, the figure seemed utterly insignificant. The bloodroot dragon's fury deepened. Instead of retreating, it slammed the ground with its massive legs and charged forward. Blood splattered everywhere. Mud flew in all directions.
Instead of fleeing, it's coming straight at me.
Chapter 232, Who Killed These Two Bloodroot Dragons? Chapter 232, Who Killed These Two Bloodroot Dragons? Shen Mo had anticipated the various reactions of the massive bloodroot dragon. Its current response, furiously charging at him, was actually the easiest scenario for him to exploit and kill it.
Perfect. After refining the demon armor helmet, I haven't had the chance to use it. Today, I'll test its power on you.
Shen Mo thought. With a mere thought, the purple-black helmet appeared, fully enclosing his head, leaving only his icy cold eyes visible. The purple-black chest plate and right arm guard soon followed, covering his torso and right arm. It was as though he had been born with this set of purple-black demon armor. Back in the Flame Prison Relman's cave, after obtaining the Divine Thunder Demon Suppression Scripture and the Demon Armor Helmet, Shen Mo had refined the helmet long ago. However, he hadn't had the opportunity to use it while he was in the Dragon Snake Mountains. The demon armor was a complete set of heaven-tier spiritual equipment. Each additional piece significantly increased its power. Now, with the helmet, chest plate, and right arm guard, its power had multiplied several times over. With a flick of his wrist, Shen Mo crushed 3 blood pouches hidden in his sleeve. 9 drops of ice flood dragon blood burst forth, fusing into the demon armor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The demon armor underwent a dramatic transformation. One moment, it exuded a sinister demonic aura. The next, it radiated a bone-chilling coldness. It seemed as though the armor had been forged entirely from millennia-old profound ice.
Kill!
Frigid energy gathered in his chest plate. Endless ice energy surged from all directions. As the massive bloodroot dragon roared and lunged forward, its maw wide open to devour Shen Mo, an icy pillar erupted from the chest plate. From head to tail, the pillar pierced straight through the bloodroot dragon. Boom! The colossal body of the bloodroot dragon crashed heavily to the ground. Its crimson tendrils dimmed, losing all vitality. They now looked like dried blood scabs left to wither for days. The bloodroot dragon was utterly lifeless. It had completely lost its chance to become the bloodroot dragon king. Shen Mo exhaled slowly and withdrew the demon armor back into his body. Striding quickly toward the massive corpse, he carefully examined the behemoth. As expected in the dragon's chest cavity, he discovered a green vine about the length of an adult's arm. Though it was withered and soft, it emitted a faint green light that nourished everything around it. Even holding it briefly, Shen Mo noticed a subtle transformation in the ground. Looking down, he saw that the vines and plants, submerged in the muddy, blood-soaked battlefield from the 2 bloodroot dragons' battle, were beginning to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. Moreover, they were rapidly climbing toward Shen Mo's palm. Clearly, they craved this vine intensely. Without hesitation, Shen Mo stored the remains of the celestial vine in his spatial ring. This green vine, so out of place in Bloodvein Valley yet possessing such miraculous effects, was clearly not a product of the valley.
Without a doubt, this must be the remains of the celestial vine.
Shen Mo affirmed to himself, nodding slightly as he confirmed his discovery. Searching further within the massive bloodroot dragon, he found 3 yin fiend orbs and 5 portions of essence bloodroot.
And the forest sword art.
Shen Mo wondered. After a moment's thought, his attention turned to the smaller bloodroot dragon's corpse nearby. Its body was already beginning to sprout tender red shoots. Shen Mo's gaze sharpened, and he immediately moved closer. After a thorough search, he found a simple, ancient page within the smaller bloodroot dragon's body. On the page, a single character was written in bold, flowing calligraphy.
Root!
The strokes were bold and powerful, yet sharp and penetrating. Each stroke seemed to carry an indomitable sword aura. Continuing his search of the smaller bloodroot dragon's body, Shen Mo also retrieved 3 more yin fiend orbs and 3 portions of essence bloodroot.
Excellent, the forest sword art is now in my hands.
Shen Mo said, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The most coveted treasures of Bloodvein Valley were now in Shen Mo's possession. With that, this journey had been more than worthwhile.
The commotion here must have reached the ears of other cultivators. It's time to leave.
Shen Mo thought as he quickly acted. Using sword techniques, he unleashed a flurry of chaotic slashes, carefully erasing any traces of the fiery burn marks from his earlier attack. Only then did he activate his movement technique, transforming into a gust of wind and vanishing from the battlefield. Not long after he left, several figures arrived hurriedly. At the forefront was Yi Yan, accompanied by Wang Wu, He Tianchu, and others. Wang Wu gawked at the blood-soaked, muddy ground and the 2 mountainous bloodroot dragon corpses. His jaw dropped and he was left speechless for a long time. He Tianchu's eyes widened.
It's those 2 exceptionally powerful bloodroot dragons. Yes, it's them, both over 40 zhang in length. But how could they have died here?
Yi Yan's sharp gaze scanned the scene, immediately noticing the sword marks on the corpses and the residual icy aura lingering in the air.
It was someone skilled in swordsmanship who cultivates ice element techniques.
He said calmly. He Tianchu froze for a moment. Whoever could kill these two bloodroot dragons was no ordinary person. They had to be a powerhouse on par with Yi Yan. But among the elders who had entered Bloodvein Valley this time, no one seemed to match those criteria. Wang Wu whispered.
It's also possible that someone deliberately left these traces to mislead others.
Yi Yan nodded slightly.
What a pity, those dragons must have contained yin fiend orbs and essence bloodroot, but it's all been taken by that person.
Wang Wu said, regret written all over his face. More and more elders arrived, one after another. Seeing the two massive bloodroot dragon corpses, their reactions mirrored those of He Tianchu and Wang Wu, utter shock and disbelief. For a long time, no one could find their voice. Suddenly, He Tianchu's expression brightened with excitement.
Everyone, these two bloodroot dragons were the most likely candidates to become the bloodroot dragon king. Now that they're dead, the crisis is over.
The elders behind him also had a gleam in their eyes, their excitement palpable. Indeed. Over the past few days, they had joined forces to slay several other bloodroot dragons. Now, with these two strongest dragons also gone, it was unlikely for another bloodroot dragon king to emerge within Bloodvein Valley. Without the threat of a bloodroot dragon king, they could band together and escape. A burly elder sighed.
Whoever killed these two bloodroot dragons has essentially saved our lives.
A stunningly beautiful female elder swayed her alluring figure and spoke with a teasing tone.
If I find out who it is, I'll have to thank him properly. I'll make sure he won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days.
Her words immediately elicited a chorus of shouts.
It's me, I did it. I didn't want to brag, but fine, I'll admit it was me.
The beautiful elder sneered.
Keep pretending. You silver-plated spearheads couldn't even dream of killing these two bloodroot dragons.
Several elders laughed awkwardly, their bravado fading under her sharp words. He Tianchu chuckled, shaking his head.
Let's go, we should continue hunting bloodroot dragons. When the time comes, we'll leave Bloodvein Valley together.
He waved his hand, signaling the elders to follow. Yi Yan had no interest in lingering either. The corpses had already been stripped clean of valuables. Staying here was pointless. It was far more practical to hunt another bloodroot dragon or gather more scarlet blood spirit valley. The elders who had gathered soon dispersed in all directions. The area returned to an eerie calm. Not long after, a handsome figure cautiously approached. It was Xiao Fan. Seeing the two enormous corpses, even Xiao Fan couldn't hide his astonishment. Just 10 days ago, one of these bloodroot dragons had been chasing him relentlessly, pushing him to the brink of despair. If not for his use of a Yuan infant divine art and the assistance of Yao Lao, he might not have survived. And now, both of these bloodroot dragons lay dead before him.
Who could have done this? Someone with such overwhelming power.
Chapter 233, You Must Be Surprised We Are Still Alive. Chapter 233, You Must Be Surprised We Are Still Alive. Xiao Fan's mind echoed with Dan's uncertain and astonished voice.
The one who slew them has incredible power. Look, the smaller bloodroot dragon wasn't killed by that person. It was slain by the larger bloodroot dragon.
And as for the larger one, although its body is covered in sword wounds, very few are fatal.
But its mouth was shattered, and the force blasted straight through to its tail.
I can confirm that the person who killed it must have used an extremely powerful move, piercing it from head to tail in a single strike.
Having said this, Dan finally revealed a tone of admiration.
Xiao Fan, if you were to face this person, even if you sacrificed your lifespan to use the core formation art, and even if I exhausted my soul to assist you, you would only stand a 30% chance at best.
Xiao Fan frowned.
30% to win.
Dan sighed.
30% for us to lose.
Hearing this, Xiao Fan's frown deepened. Dan was a prudent and knowledgeable elder. If even he said so, it meant Xiao Fan was undoubtedly no match for that individual.
Usually, those entering the Bloodvine Valley are the first or second elders of the Qingxuan Sect.
Xiao Fan said in a low voice.
I've heard that only two of those elders are exceptionally strong, Yi Yan and Shen Mo.
I haven't seen Shen Mo and can't say for sure.
Dan replied.
But I've encountered Yi Yan before. That person's status is extraordinary, his destiny is entwined with great fortune, and he possesses a special constitution that attracts the favor of otherworldly flames. It must be him.
Xiao Fan sighed softly.
In that case, my root character sword art must have fallen into his hands as well.
Dan said in a low voice.
Don't worry. From what I know, the two strongest pages of the heaven-slaying sword art are the burning heaven sword art and the scorching earth sword art. As long as you can retrieve those 2 pages, it doesn't matter if the first 4 pages are missing. Don't get hung up on every little gain or loss.
Xiao Fan nodded, calming his thoughts.
Dan is right, I'm getting too attached. No matter how strong he is, I can surpass him eventually.
Xiao Fan declared.
As for Shen Mo, after escaping his pursuit, I've made rapid progress. I'll settle that old score with him sooner or later.
Dan nodded in approval.
Well said. Besides, this trip wasn't for nothing. The Yin Fiend Pearl and the essence of the Bloodroot Dragon are rare treasures.
I also know of a nascent soul stage cultivator's cave. That person was an evil practitioner who killed more than a dozen nascent soul cultivators and used their core crowns to refine a batch of Yin Fiend pearls with dark arts.
He intended to leave them for his descendants, but while traveling, he was hunted down and killed by righteous cultivators on an unnamed island in the Eastern Sea. That cave has remained undiscovered ever since. Xiao Fan was overjoyed.
You know where it is.
Dan smiled proudly.
Of course I do. I'll take you there.
With the Yin Fiend pearls from that place, combined with the ones you obtained from slaying the Bloodroot Dragon, you'll definitely have enough to refine a golden core crown.
Xiao Fan's face lit up.
Excellent, no time to waste. Let's set off now.
Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had gone by. There was now only 1 day left before Bloodvine Valley would close. At this moment, outside Bloodvine Valley, Zhang Feng stood quietly with 3 nascent soul stage cultivators. They had already killed 4 people who attempted to escape from Bloodvine Valley to report its situation to the elders of the Qingxuan Sect.
By my calculations, today is the last day. No doubt by now, the valley is filled with corpses. That Bloodroot Dragon King must have already wiped out all the Qingxuan Sect elders.
Zhang Feng laughed confidently, his tone full of certainty. The 3 cultivators beside him quickly cupped their hands in respect.
We owe this to Brother Zhang's foresight. To think you started planning this decades ago.
Zhang Feng smiled faintly.
You flatter me, I merely placed a small bet. Come, let's enter Bloodvine Valley together and claim the remains of the hanging sky vine.
The 3 nodded enthusiastically and followed closely behind. The Qingxuan Sect elders were no match for the Bloodroot Dragon King. However, they themselves had no fear of the creature. Before their journey, the Demon Emperor had bestowed upon them a treasurous scale from the Demon Emperor himself. As the sovereign of the 10,000 demons nation and the ruler of the demon race, the Demon Emperor's scale held tremendous suppressive power over demonic beasts like the Bloodroot Dragon King. Once the scale was revealed, the Bloodroot Dragon King would be overwhelmed with fear, its strength significantly diminished, and it would stand no chance against them. Carrying a 5-petaled moon orchid each, the 4 of them prepared to enter the flower field and step into Bloodvine Valley. But before they could take a step, the valley echoed with the sounds of a fierce battle.
Kill! Break through! Don't mind the surrounding bloodveins, just charge forward.
The group was followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Zhang Feng and the others froze. Before they could react, a large group of nascent soul cultivators, led by Shen Mo, Yi Yan, and others, broke through the bloodveins and charged out of the valley. The blood veins, resembling serpents, slithered closely behind them. However, the valley entrance was surrounded by clusters of moon orchids. While each flower had few petals, their sheer number created a powerful barrier, forcing the blood veins to retreat in fear. Defeated, the blood veins reluctantly withdrew back into the valley. Zhang Feng and his 3 companions stared at the dozens of elders in utter disbelief. Shen Mo glanced at Zhang Feng's group and smiled faintly.
Zhang Feng, you must be wondering why we're not dead.
Zhang Feng was too stunned to speak. Yi Yan's voice was icy as he ordered.
Arrest them!
The elders surged forward as one. Before Zhang Feng and his companions could react, they were captured on the spot. What followed was a thorough search inside and out. Their entire bodies, from their tongues to the gaps between their teeth, were inspected meticulously. To ensure they couldn't commit suicide, rags were stuffed into their mouths.
Send them to the Hall of Justice immediately. I will personally escort them.
Yi Yan commanded coldly, his tone as chilling as ancient ice. Shen Mo smiled lightly.
Hall Master shall we head back? We came out a day early, and no one is here to welcome us.
He Tianchu chuckled.
Indeed, let's return to the sect and report the events of Bloodvine Valley to the council hall.
The elders transformed into streaks of light, flying back toward the Qingxuan Sect. 6 months ago, over 70 cultivators had entered Bloodvine Valley. Now only about 50 remained. During those 6 months, 21 nascent soul cultivators perished in the valley, a significant loss for the Qingxuan Sect. When this news spread, it would undoubtedly stir reactions from the Shanking Sect, Danhe Sect, and the prefectural administration. But these matters were beyond their concern. Those worries were for the sect master and the 10 great elders to handle. At the Qingxuan Sect's mountain gate, bells tolled solemnly. Any elders near the sect immediately returned. Shen Mo, Yi Yan, and He Tianchu entered the council hall together. He Tianchu glanced at Shen Mo and Yi Yan, who remained silent. Sighing, he reluctantly began to report the events in Bloodvine Valley in detail. Elder Li Zhendao frowned deeply. A bloodroot dragon appeared in Bloodvine Valley. Who was in charge of inspections there? Were they just idling away? The first elder stood abruptly.
Where is Zhang Feng? He claimed to inspect the valley annually for the past 5 years. How did he fail to detect the bloodroot dragon?
Shen Mo responded calmly.
Zhang Feng has already been captured, along with 3 accomplices. Those 3 accomplices practice techniques from the 10,000 Demons Nation and speak with a distinct Wu Prefecture accent. It's highly likely they are spies sent by the 10,000 Demons Nation.
The first elder's eyes widened in disbelief. The other elders exclaimed in shock.
What? Spies from the 10,000 Demons Nation? They infiltrated Yuzhu, reached Bloodvine Valley, and hid in the heart of our territory.
Chapter 234, Elder Shen, feel free to speak your mind. Chapter 234, Elder Shen, feel free to speak your mind. The 5th elder hurriedly asked.
Did a bloodroot dragon king appear? How many elders were lost?
The other elders also turned their attention to him. This was a sharp question, and it was the question everyone present wanted an answer to. He Tianchu shook his head.
We discovered 2 bloodroot dragons, each 40 zhang long. If they had fought to the death and devoured each other, a bloodroot dragon king might have been born. But they were both killed.
Upon hearing this, Yang Ke was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter.
Good, excellent, Yanner, you've done well. As expected of my disciple, saving everyone from disaster.
Yi Yan, hearing this, looked uncomfortable. He Tianchu and the others, on the other hand, wore rather peculiar expressions. Yang Ke frowned.
What's wrong? You weren't the one who killed them.
Yi Yan said nothing, his expression stiff. He Tianchu coughed lightly.
Elder Yi didn't kill them. In fact, we don't know who did. By the time we arrived, both 40 Zhang bloodroot dragons were already dead.
Li Zhendao, Yang Ke, Wan Muchen, and the others frowned slightly. Who could it be? Could someone among the 1st or 2nd Cauldron elders possess such power? He Tianchu continued.
During my investigation, I discovered a flaw in the formation surrounding Bloodvine Valley. along with a cave that connects the outside directly to the valley's interior. Perhaps an outsider killed the two bloodroot dragons. A flaw in the formation, that must have been Zhang Feng's doing.
The great elder said gravely.
Precisely.
He Tianchu nodded. Li Zhendao suddenly asked.
Hall Master He, how many casualties were there this time?
As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the hall grew heavy. This was the most critical question. Nascent soul cultivators are the backbone of a sect. Even though soul formation cultivators can conquer territory, nascent soul cultivators are essential to maintain and defend it. Furthermore, the nascent soul stage serves as the foundation for advancing to soul formation. If too many nascent soul cultivators are lost, the sect will face a crisis of succession and talent depletion. When the current generation of soul formation cultivators grows old or dies, leaving no successors, the Jade Cauldron sect would become vulnerable, a piece of meat on the chopping block for others to devour. He Tianchu fell silent. The number was so shocking he hesitated to speak.
Speak, this matter doesn't implicate you. I won't hold you accountable.
Li Zhendao said, striving to keep his voice calm.
Reporting to the sect master, a total of 21 elders have died.
He Tianchu said, gritting his teeth.
21!
Li Zhendao, known for his composed demeanor, showed visible shock at this number. 21 nascent soul elders. How many nascent soul cultivators did the Jade Cauldron sect have to begin with? It was known that the first and second cauldron elders were the most numerous. For the third and fourth cauldrons, their numbers dwindled to only about 20. As for the fifth and sixth cauldrons, they were exceedingly rare, countable on one hand. This loss was nothing short of a devastating blow to the Jade Cauldron sect. Elders like Wan Muchen frowned deeply, their expressions a mix of complex emotions. Yang Ke's gaze flickered, betraying no joy or sorrow. Li Zhendao took a deep breath.
Is there no good news at all? What about the yield from the Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley?
He Tianchu hesitated.
The bloodroot dragons wreaked havoc in Bloodvine Valley. Most of them were guarding the Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley.
He trailed off, but Li Zhendao understood. Li Zhendao sighed lightly.
Hall Master He, how much Scarlet Blood Spirit grain did you manage to obtain?
He Tianchu replied in a low voice.
12 jin. The other elders managed about 10 jin each.
Li Zhendao's body swayed slightly. Scarlet Blood Spirit grain was one of the Jade Cauldron sect's unique resources. Although the Qingxuan Sect and the Dan Sect also had spirit grains, none matched the Scarlet Blood Spirit grain in efficacy or growth rate. In the past, the Jade Cauldron Sect relied on Scarlet Blood Spirit grain to purchase spiritual artifacts from the Qingxuan Sect, pills from the Dan Sect, and spiritual beasts and demon beast materials from the state governor's office. Bloodvine Valley opened once every 5 years, and each time, it yielded at least 2,000 jin of Scarlet Blood Spirit grain. But now, the yield has been directly halved. How will the Jade Cauldron Sect conduct normal trade with the other 3 major factions over the next 5 years?
What about you two?
Li Zhendao looked hopefully at Yi Yan and Shen Mo. Yi Yan was silent for a moment before handing over a storage ring.
I, Yi Yan, have gathered 90 jin of Scarlet Blood Spirit grain and am willing to turn it all over to the sect, not keeping even a single grain.
Li Zhendao was instantly overjoyed.
Good, good, good. 90 jin is excellent. Elder Yi, the sect is immensely grateful for your selflessness.
However, Yi Yan's face showed no joy. Before entering Bloodvine Valley, he had made a pledge with Yang Ke to deliver 100 jin. Failing to meet the target left him feeling ashamed, unable to even force a smile. Yang Ke, on the other hand, was extremely pleased. While other elders averaged only 10 jin, Yi Yan had brought back 90 jin of Scarlet Blood Spirit grain. The sheer difference highlighted Yi Yan's exceptional capabilities. And by extension, it reflected well on Yang Ke as his master. Li Zhendao turned to Shen Mo.
What about you, Elder Shen?
Since his last encounter with Shen Mo, Li Zhendao had specifically ordered a thorough investigation of his background. In his eyes, Shen Mo's potential was no less than Yi Yan's. Thus, he had high expectations for him as well. If Shen Mo could deliver 70 or 80 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain, Li Zhendao would feel content. While the total harvest this time wouldn't match previous years, it wouldn't fall too far behind either. Shen Mo produced a storage ring.
I've followed the sect's rules 70% for myself and 30% turned over to the sect. Sect Master, this ring contains the 30% I'm submitting.
Li Zhendao's expression froze. The other elders' faces became equally complicated. While Yi Yan willingly turned over everything, why couldn't Shen Mo empathize with the sect's struggles and do the same? Turning over only 30%, what's the point? Li Zhendao let out a bitter smile. This rule had been established by the sect's founding ancestor to incentivize the elders, and he couldn't easily challenge it. Accepting the storage ring, Li Zhendao peeked inside. Initially, he had no great expectations, thinking there might be 30 or 50 jin at most. However, upon seeing the densely packed scarlet blood spirit grain within, he was stunned. There were at least 300 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain. This could only mean,
Elder Shen, is this truly 300 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain? And this?
Shen Mo nodded.
Indeed.
His.
What, 300 jin? And that's only 30%. Does that mean Shen Mo harvested 1,000 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain?
The eighth elder's eyes sparkled.
Sect Master, are you certain? Is it truly 300 jin?
Li Zhendao affirmed with utmost seriousness.
It is indeed 300 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain.
He turned to Shen Mo, his tone filled with warmth.
Elder Shen, according to the sect's rules, the portion submitted by an elder is purchased at a rate of 1 C-grade contribution per 5 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain. Since you've turned in 300 jin, the sect will award you 60 C-grade contributions. Furthermore, as you've set a new record for the sect, an additional B-grade contribution will also be granted.
Taking a deep breath, Li Zhendao's smile grew even warmer.
Finally, on behalf of the sect, I'd like to ask if you're willing to sell a portion of the remaining 700 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain to the sect. Rest assured, the sect won't shortchange you. We're prepared to increase the exchange rate, and the decision will entirely depend on your wishes. Moreover, Elder Shen, whatever you want, feel free to ask, everything is negotiable.
Chapter 235, 10th Peak Elder Shen Mo promoted to 3rd Cauldron Elder. Chapter 235, 10th Peak Elder Shen Mo promoted to 3rd Cauldron Elder. Li Zhendao, as the sect master, generally only displayed sincerity and equality when dealing with the 10 elders. But using such a tone with a young 2nd Cauldron Elder, that was unprecedented. Shen Mo smiled faintly. This outcome was something he had anticipated. However, Li Zhendao was even more enthusiastic than Shen Mo had expected.
Sect Master, of course, this can be discussed. I certainly can't consume so much scarlet blood spirit grain on my own.
Shen Mo said with a polite bow. Li Zhendao beamed with delight.
Good, good. The Jade Cauldron Sect is truly blessed to have you. Elder Yi, Hall Master He, please step outside for now. I need to discuss the pricing of the scarlet blood spirit grain with Elder Shen.
Yi Yan left the discussion hall with a grim expression. He Tianchu, indifferent as always, also departed. Though he had long known that Shen Mo possessed a significant amount of scarlet blood spirit grain, he had never imagined it would be as much as 1,000 jin. Outside the hall, Wang Wu approached Yi Yan as soon as he stepped out.
Elder Yi, how did it go?
Yi Yan, in a foul mood, ignored him entirely and flew off from the main peak. He Tianchu chuckled.
Wang Wu, you're still as tactless as ever. Couldn't you see how upset Yi Yan looked?
With that, he also flew off, heading to the 3rd peak. Wang Wu scratched his head.
Upset? Doesn't Yi Yan always have that cold and unpleasant expression?
Not long after, a powerful voice echoed from the discussion hall, spreading across the entire mountain range. It was the voice of Sect Master Li Zhendao.
This time, during the opening of Bloodvine Valley, 10th Peak Elder Shen Mo voluntarily submitted 300 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain to the sect, a remarkable contribution. After deliberation in the discussion hall, it has been decided that 10th Peak Elder Shen Mo will be promoted to 3rd Cauldron Elder effective immediately.
The soul formation cultivator's voice resonated for miles. From the main peak to the 10th peak and across the entire Hengtai mountain range, everyone heard it clearly. Elders, stewards, disciples, regardless of rank, were all shaken upon hearing the announcement. 300 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain. What kind of concept was that? It was equivalent to the total amount submitted by over 30 elders combined. How did Shen Mo manage to harvest so much scarlet blood spirit grain? Even many 3rd and 4th Cauldron elders began investigating what had happened in Bloodvine Valley and who Shen Mo truly was. Their inquiries left them even more astounded. Shen Mo had only joined the Qingxuan Sect a few years ago. In such a short time, he had risen from a 1st Cauldron elder to a 3rd Cauldron elder. For context, Yi Yan's rise was already considered astonishingly fast. Yet, even Yi Yan had taken 3 full years to move from 1st Cauldron to 2nd Cauldron and had yet to advance to 3rd Cauldron. Shen Mo's rapid ascension far surpassed Yi Yan's. On the 10th peak, Shen Mo sat on a stone bench. Wan Muchun, Zhao Yaelv, and Lu Dongxuan stared at him with burning curiosity. Their stares made Shen Mo feel slightly awkward.
Why are you 3 looking at me like that?
Shen Mo asked with a helpless smile. Lu Dongxuan said excitedly.
Our 10th peak has really earned some glory this time.
Zhao Yaelv rubbed her hands with glee.
I heard you still have some essence blood roots.
Wan Muchun's gaze was sharp.
Did you kill those 2 massive bloodroot dragons?
Shen Mo coughed lightly.
I do have some essence bloodroots left. I was planning to trade them for things I need. As for those 2 massive bloodroot dragons, I have no idea how they died.
Wan Muchun snorted.
Don't play coy. I know you have an eternal flame I've known for a while. Bloodroot dragons are severely restrained by eternal flames. Of all the cultivators who entered Bloodvine Valley, only you and Yi Yan could have killed the bloodroot dragons, but Yi Yan doesn't possess an eternal flame. So the answer was obvious from the start.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Since you've already figured it out, why bother asking?
Wan Muchun laughed heartily.
I just wanted to satisfy this old man's curiosity. Junior brother, come, let's play a game of dice.
Zhao Yaelv tugged at Shen Mo's arm, her face filled with excitement. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh.
All right, my wager is 1 essence bloodroot. What's your wager, senior sister?
Without hesitation, Zhao Yaelv produced 3 bottles of great infant transformation pills.
Here are these.
Shen Mo finally nodded. Playing dice wasn't out of the question, but the stakes had to be fair. The 2 items, Essence Bloodroot and Great Infant Transformation Pills, were indeed of comparable value. Shen Mo glanced at Zhao Yaelu, and a thought suddenly struck him. Zhao Yaelu, being the daughter of the Ghost King, was born under a cursed fate, plagued by misfortune. Logically, playing dice games like this should make her lose 9 times out of 10. Why then did she always seem to win? There had to be something unusual about it. Shen Mo scanned Zhao Yaelu's life profile and couldn't help but smile. So that's it.
What are you smiling at? You look like a villain.
Zhao Yaelu asked, puzzled. Shen Mo smiled lightly.
Nothing, go ahead, senior sister, roll the dice.
Lu Dongxuan quickly grabbed Shen Mo's arm and whispered.
Don't do it, senior sister is incredibly skilled at this. You'll regret it. I speak from experience. 5 years ago, I ended up losing even my undergarments to her. Since then, I've sworn never to gamble with her again.
Shen Mo chuckled, about to reply, when Zhao Yaelu jumped up, grabbed Lu Dongxuan's ear and twisted it viciously.
Shut up, don't ruin my bonding time with junior brother.
She snapped. Lu Dongxuan, face full of grievance, retreated obediently to the side. Zhao Yaelu pulled out a bamboo container, trapping 3 dice inside. She shook it energetically, the dice rattling against one another. After a while, she slammed the container onto the stone table.
Big or small?
Zhao Yelu grinned mischievously. Shen Mo didn't answer immediately. Instead, he asked.
What do you think it is, senior sister?
Without hesitation, Zhao Yelu said.
I think it's small.
Shen Mo nodded.
All right, I'll bet on big.
Zhao Yelu froze. She turned to Wan Muchen, her face filled with anger.
Old man, did you tell him?
Wan Muchen looked bewildered.
Tell him what?
Zhao Yelu gritted her teeth.
My secret to always winning at dice.
Wan Muchen glanced at Shen Mo, who winked. Wan Muchen laughed helplessly.
I can assure you, I didn't tell Shen Mo anything.
Lu Dongxuan, confused, asked.
What secret to always winning?
Zhao Yelu's frustration turned into a mix of shame and defeat. She tossed the 3 bottles of great infant transformation pills to Shen Mo.
Fine, I give up. I'm not playing with you anymore. I'll find some other suckers to play with.
With that, she stormed off, not even bothering to open the bamboo container. Lu Dongxuan scratched his head and opened the bamboo container. The result was 6, 4, and 6 big.
What the?
Lu Dongxuan muttered, utterly baffled. It felt like he was on the verge of understanding something, yet it slipped through his grasp. Wan Muchen coughed lightly.
Shen Mo, I didn't expect you to be this clever. You figured it out so quickly.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
It was just a guess.
Zhao Yelu was born under a cursed fate of constant misfortune. Since Zhao Yelu instinctively thought it was small, Shen Mo bet on big, guaranteed win. Her usual success came from the same trick. She'd instinctively decide whether it was big or small and then bet the opposite. Shen Mo had seen all of this clearly from Zhao Yelu's life profile. Wan Muchen patted Shen Mo's shoulder.
All right, I'm off. This morning, I've got a date with 2 ladies for drinks, a stroll with another in the afternoon, and a song to enjoy tonight. Busy day, can't delay.
With that, he shot into the sky like an arrow and disappeared. Lu Dongxuan stood there, more confused than ever.
What knowing, what guessing, what's going on?
Shen Mo patted Lu Dongxuan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly.
Senior brother Lu, don't ask questions you shouldn't. I'm heading back to Dragon Snake Mountain. Let's catch up sometime.
Chapter 236, It's Him Again, Shen Mo. Chapter 236, It's Him Again, Shen Mo. News of the Bloodvine Valley incident quickly reached the ears of the 3 major powers in Yuzhou. Supreme Purity Sect. Sect Master Mo Lingxiao sat with a calm expression as a kneeling steward reported the details. After hearing the news, Mo Lingxiao turned to the gaunt middle-aged man beside him, a faint smile spreading across his face.
Beifeng, did you hear that? The Jade Cauldron Sect grows weaker by the day. To think a mere Bloodvine Valley cost them 21 nascent soul elders. If that valley had been under the Supreme Purity Sect's control, and it was our elders entering it, even with spies from the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom scheming against us, such heavy losses would never have occurred.
Su Beifeng nodded with a knowing smile.
Exactly. The Jade Cauldron Sect has no industries capable of competing with the other powers, and their overall strength is declining year after year. At this rate, they're clearly at the bottom of the 3 sects in Yuzhou.
Mo Lingxiao chuckled.
And now, having lost so many nascent soul elders, I doubt they've brought out much Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley harvest either. It's the perfect opportunity to press them and cut off their resources.
The steward, still kneeling, hesitated before speaking. Sect Master, the Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley harvest.
Didn't you just report that 21 elders were killed?
The steward hurriedly explained.
That's true, but there was one elder, a young man named Shen Mo, who alone submitted 700 pounds of Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley harvest. Moreover, Sect Master Li Zhendao of the Jade Cauldron Sect promoted him to a 3rd-rank elder on the spot.
My investigations show this Shen Mo is a native of Qingxuan Prefecture, only in his 20s, and he's been in the Jade Cauldron Sect for less than 3 years. Mo Lingxiao's frown deepened.
What? The Jade Cauldron Sect has such a young genius, and I've never heard of him.
Hearing the name, Su Beifeng's expression shifted as if recalling something.
Sect Master, I just remembered something. Do you recall the Divine Sword Sect of Qingxuan Prefecture?
Mo Lingxiao thought for a moment before nodding.
I do. They had an old sect master who reached the nascent soul stage. You reported this a few years ago. What about them?
Su Beifeng gestured for the steward to leave, then knelt respectfully and continued.
Sect master, the Divine Sword Sect's old master is named Yao Yunluo. My nephew, Su Changqing, was tasked with recruiting him into the Supreme Purity Sect.
Yao Yunluo held a nascent soul celebration and set up an elaborate banquet to assert dominance and unite the forces of Qingxuan Prefecture under his rule.
But he didn't expect Shen Mo to also be a nascent soul cultivator. At that very celebration, Shen Mo killed him. Furthermore, Elder Lu Dongxuan of the Jade Cauldron Sect was also present at the event. Because of his presence, my nephew dared not act rashly and had no choice but to withdraw in frustration. Since Yao Yunluo wasn't officially part of the Supreme Purity Sect, I didn't think it necessary to report the matter to you at the time.
After finishing, Su Beifeng lowered his head, uneasy.
Sect Master, if this matter spreads, it will surely disgrace the Supreme Purity Sect. I took the liberty of suppressing it and await your punishment.
Mo Lingxiao waved a hand dismissively.
It was just an entry-level nascent soul cultivator. If he's dead, so be it. You are the 10th elder, the face of the Supreme Purity Sect. Why would I punish you? But this Shen Mo.
Su Beifeng nodded solemnly.
Precisely.
Mo Lingxiao's face remained impassive.
Keep a close eye on his every move. This Shen Mo is likely a young genius on par with Yi Yan. First, see if he can be recruited. If not, find an opportunity to eliminate him. We can't leave potential threats unchecked.
Su Beifeng bowed deeply.
Understood.
Pill River Sect. In a luxurious hot spring, Hai Qingxuan, the rotund sect master of the Pill River Sect, soaked contentedly. Around him, several lightly robed women tended to his every need. A steward outside the room loudly reported the latest news about the Jade Cauldron Sect. Hai Qingxuan lazily opened his mouth. A woman to his left understood immediately and fed him a plump, juicy grape. Chewing slowly, Hai Qingxuan finally spoke, his tone indifferent.
21 nascent soul elders dead. I can't imagine what gives the Jade Cauldron Sect the nerve to keep resisting the imperial court. Do they still think they're the strongest sect in Yuzhou, like when they were first established? Go on, don't bother me with such trivial matters. Yes, sect master.
The steward responded obediently before retreating. Prefecture Lord's Manor. A tall, silver-haired elder sat casually at the edge of a pond, fishing with his eyes closed. Strangely, his fishing rod had no bait, no hook, just a plain string dangling in the water. Behind him, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Wu Renayan, a trusted general under the prefecture lord of Yuzhou.
Reporting to the prefecture lord.
Wu Renayan said with a respectful bow.
There is news from Bloodvine Valley.
The prefecture lord didn't open his eyes and replied indifferently.
No need for details, just tell me how many died.
Wu Renayan nodded.
21 nascent soul elders.
The prefecture lord suddenly opened his eyes, frowning.
Only 21? I was expecting at least 50 casualties. What exactly happened? Explain it thoroughly.
Wu Renayan nodded.
According to our sources, the two most powerful bloodroot dragons in the valley were slain by an unknown party, and no bloodroot dragon king was ever born.
The prefecture lord furrowed his brow.
That explains it. I had thought the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, after all their planning, would surely produce a bloodroot dragon king. It seems I overestimated them.
Shaking his head, he continued.
Still, the loss of 21 elders is a severe blow to the Jade Cauldron Sect. Also, they must not have harvested much scarlet blood Spirit Valley, correct? This would be the perfect opportunity to reduce the supply of spiritual and demonic beast materials to their sect.
Wu Renayan gave a sheepish smile.
Prefecture Lord, as far as I know, the Jade Cauldron Sect's harvest of Scarlet Blood Spirit Valley is nearly identical to previous years.
The prefecture lord was taken aback.
What?
Wu Renayan spoke in a lower voice.
There is a young elder named Shen Mo who submitted 700 pounds of scarlet blood Spirit Valley in one go.
Li Zhendao was overjoyed and made this widely known, declaring Shen Mo as a role model for the entire sect. The prefecture lord murmured the name thoughtfully. Pill River Sect. In a luxurious hot spring, Hai Qingxuan, the rotund sect master of the Pill River Sect, soaked contentedly. Around him, several lightly robed women tended to his every need. A steward outside the room loudly reported the latest news about the Jade Cauldron sect. Hai Qingxuan lazily opened his mouth. A woman to his left understood immediately and fed him a plump, juicy grape. Chewing slowly, Hai Qingxuan finally spoke, his tone indifferent. 21 nascent soul elders dead. I can't imagine what gives the Jade Cauldron sect the nerve to keep resisting the imperial court. Do they still think they're the strongest sect in Yuzhou, like when they were first established? Go on, don't bother me with such trivial matters. Yes, sect master, the steward responded obediently before retreating. Prefecture Lord's manor. A tall, silver-haired elder sat casually at the edge of a pond, fishing with his eyes closed. Strangely, his fishing rod had no bait, no hook, just a plain string dangling in the water. Behind him, the sound of footsteps approached. It was Wu Renayan, a trusted general under the prefecture lord of Yuzhou. Reporting to the prefecture lord, Wu Renayan said with a respectful bow, there is news from Bloodvine Valley. The prefecture lord didn't open his eyes and replied indifferently, no need for details, just tell me how many died. Wu Renayan nodded, 21 nascent soul elders. The prefecture lord suddenly opened his eyes, frowning. Only 21? I was expecting at least 50 casualties. What exactly happened? Explain it thoroughly. Wu Renayan nodded. According to our sources, the two most powerful bloodroot dragons in the valley were slain by an unknown party, and no bloodroot dragon king was ever born. The prefecture lord furrowed his brow. That explains it. I had thought the 10,000 demons kingdom, after all their planning, would surely produce a bloodroot dragon king. It seems I overestimated them. Shaking his head, he continued, still, the loss of 21 elders is a severe blow to the Jade Cauldron sect. Also, they must not have harvested much scarlet blood Spirit Valley, correct? This would be the perfect opportunity to reduce the supply of spiritual and demonic beast materials to their sect. Wu Renayan gave a sheepish smile. Prefecture Lord, as far as I know, the Jade Cauldron sect's harvest of scarlet blood Spirit Valley is nearly identical to previous years. The prefecture lord was taken aback. What? Wu Renayan spoke in a lower voice. There is a young elder named Shen Mo who submitted 700 pounds of scarlet blood Spirit Valley in one go. Li Zhendao was overjoyed and made this widely known, declaring Shen Mo as a role model for the entire sect. The prefecture lord murmured the name thoughtfully. Shen Mo again, this young man is quite intriguing. Keep a close watch on him, report every word he says and every action he takes down to the smallest detail. Wu Renayan bowed deeply, understood. The prefecture lord pondered for a moment before speaking again.
There are still a few human traders from the 10,000 demons kingdom, correct?
Wu Renayan nodded.
Yes, there are several. They did not participate in the Bloodvine Valley operation and are currently working on turning the Fire Jiao dragon against us.
The prefecture lord nodded slightly.
Good, I hear the bloodline of the demon emperor is an irresistible temptation for many beasts. If they can get close enough to the Fire Jiao dragon, they should be able to sway it. If they fail even at that, they're beyond worthless. You've done well, take some rest.
Wu Renayan nodded.
Yes, prefecture lord, I shall take my leave.
Chapter 237. I just made a small contribution to the sect. Chapter 237. I just made a small contribution to the sect. Jade Cauldron Sect, second peak. Yan sat cross-legged in quiet cultivation at the loft atop the peak. But no matter how hard he tried, his mind couldn't calm down. Each time he closed his eyes, the face of that person surfaced in his thoughts. Tab tab. Familiar footsteps echoed nearby. Yi Yan opened his eyes. A tall, elderly man stood before him. The two sat across from each other, locking gazes. This man was none other than Yang Ke. Yang Ke sighed softly.
Your heart is unsettled. No matter how much you cultivate, you won't be able to reach the right state.
Yi Yan remained silent. For decades, his cultivation had been smooth, overcoming obstacles with ease. Life had been a series of victories for him. No opponent had ever been able to trouble him for long. But now he had met such a person. This person had stirred ripples in the tranquil lake of his heart. And those ripples refused to subside. If this continued, it would inevitably create a mental demon within him.
I must surpass him. Otherwise, my state of mind will never stabilize and my cultivation speed will suffer.
Yi Yan thought. He raised his head, meeting Yang Ke's eyes with determination. Yang Ke nodded approvingly.
Good, I see no sign of defeat in your eyes, only a burning fighting spirit. That's the Yi Yan I know, my disciple.
With that, he retrieved a piece of paper from his storage ring and handed it to Yi Yan. Yi Yan was momentarily surprised as he accepted it.
This is.
Yang Ke smiled.
It's intelligence I purchased at great cost from the prefectural governor's office. Years ago, our sect's founder mated the ancient flood dragon with a heavy water python. The heavy water python isn't particularly remarkable, but its body is extraordinarily tough and capable of regenerating its tail. In recent attempts at breeding, none of the selected snakes or pythons could endure the flood dragon's strength. You've searched far and wide for rare beasts, but they still couldn't help the flood dragon reproduce. I believe the issue lies not with the flood dragon, but with the partner. If we can find another heavy water python, we might be able to help the flood dragon reproduce.
Yi Yan quickly understood.
This paper contains information on a heavy water python. Exactly.
Yang Ke's smile deepened.
This is a heavy water python discovered by the prefectural governor's office, and no one else knows about it yet. If you can capture it and bring it back for the flood dragon, aiding its reproduction, your reputation in the sect will soar. Even Li Zhendao would think twice before saying anything that might offend the flood dragon.
Yi Yan's expression remained calm, but waves of emotion surged within him. Yang Ke was right. If he completed this mission, even as a nascent soul stage cultivator and a mere second peak elder, he would earn the flood dragon's friendship. That friendship was priceless. What was a mere Shen Mo offering 700 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain compared to him helping the flood dragon reproduce? Yi Yan said resolutely.
All right, I'll go now. I'll ensure the heavy water python is returned unharmed. Go, I await your good news.
Yang Ke said with a smile. Dragon Snake Mountain. After 6 months away, the mountain was still as picturesque as ever. Shen Mo landed lightly near a house halfway up the mountain. Huang Keiying was roasting meat. Seeing him, she ran over joyfully.
Elder, you're back. This is the lamb leg I roasted. Try it, does it taste good?
Mei He and Huang Bei arrived with a group of stewards in tow. Shen Mo noticed there were over a dozen more stewards than there had been 6 months ago. Among them, some bore looks of unease. Taking the roasted lamb leg Huang Keiying handed him, Shen Mo took a bite and nodded slightly. With a smile, he patted the girl's head.
Not bad, your cooking has improved greatly since 6 months ago.
Huang Keiying beamed with a grin so wide it was as if Shen Mo's praise was the most significant thing in the world.
Go ahead and keep playing. Roast it a bit more, I'm waiting to enjoy it.
Shen Mo said with a smile.
Understood, elder.
Huang Keiying's little face turned serious, treating his words as a formal command. After Huang Keiying left, Shen Mo's expression grew calm.
In the 6 months I've been away, it seems some things have happened on Dragon Snake Mountain.
Mei He immediately stepped forward to report.
Elder, after you left for Bloodvein Valley, the first elder, second elder, third elder, sixth elder, and seventh elder all recommended stewards to Dragon Snake Mountain.
There are now 12 more than when you left. Old Huang and I dared not disobey their orders, so we temporarily allowed them to stay here.
They've behaved themselves during this time and caused no trouble.
Shen Mo's gaze swept over the stewards, his expression carrying a faint smile.
Recommended stewards.
More like spies, planted to pry into the secrets of Dragon Snake Mountain. For nearly 3 centuries, the mountain had been running at a loss. Yet, under his management, it not only became profitable but exceeded the sect's requirements by over tenfold. Such a transformation would naturally arouse curiosity. Shen Mo's gaze settled on the most nervous among them.
Why do you look so uneasy? Are you afraid of me?
The group exchanged glances nervously before one brave steward stepped forward, lowering his head respectfully.
Elder Shen, I serve under the third elder. I'm not afraid, only uneasy because I made a mistake. I've just been ordered to return to the third peak.
As soon as he finished, 2 more stewards stood up.
Yes, we also made mistakes. When feeding the Feiyun beast, we forgot to dry its food. We've already reported to the sect and will leave Dragon Snake Mountain this afternoon.
Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
Anyone else planning to leave?
SHH. 6 more stood up. Some claimed they were resigning due to errors, while others cited transfer orders sending them to other sect properties. In short, the moment Shen Mo returned, they all conveniently decided to leave Dragon Snake Mountain.
Very well then, I won't see you off.
Shen Mo said nonchalantly.
Yes, Elder, we'll take our leave immediately.
Not daring to linger or argue, the stewards quickly departed in haste. Just then Huang Keiying returned, carrying a whole roasted lamb. Her face was filled with confusion.
There were so many stewards here just now. Where did they all go?
Shen Mo chuckled.
They made mistakes and left.
Oh, I see.
Huang Keiying didn't think much of it. Beaming with excitement, she raised the roast lamb coated in cumin spices and held it out to Shen Mo.
Elder, take a sniff. Doesn't it smell amazing?
Her eager, expectant face resembled a child waiting for praise. Shen Mo took a deep breath, nodding heavily.
Amazing, Keiying's culinary skills are getting better and better. I'm in for a treat from now on.
Huang Keiying blushed.
If Elder wants to eat, I'll cook for you every day.
With that, she set down the roast lamb and ran off, her face flushed. Only then did Mei He and Huang Bei step forward, their faces filled with confusion.
Elder, why did they all leave in such a hurry?
The 2 looked utterly baffled. The sect's news hadn't yet reached them, and they had no idea what had transpired in the council hall. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
I just made a small contribution to the sect. The elders had no choice but to show me some respect. It's as simple as that.
A small contribution.
Chapter 238, Refining the Golden Crown Nascent Soul, Tremendous Power Boost. Chapter 238, Refining the Golden Crown Nascent Soul, Tremendous Power Boost. Late at night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Mei He and Huang Bei sat on small stools under the moonlight, drinking wine and snacking on peanuts. They couldn't help but glance at the largest house, which belonged to Shen Mo. Mei He took a sip of his wine and exclaimed,
Old Huang, I still can't wrap my head around it. Elder Shen, so young, yet he managed to accomplish such a monumental feat. He's incredible.
Huang Bei nodded, deeply moved.
You're right. At dinner, I overheard news from the sect that Elder Shen personally contributed 700 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain. Even the sect master treated him with great respect. I was stunned.
It's something I never would have dared to imagine in my lifetime.
Mei He chuckled.
I have a feeling this kind of thing will happen more often in the future. Don't get too surprised over something this small.
Huang Bei laughed as well.
True, Elder Shen isn't just anyone. Many people say he and Yi Yan are the 2 prodigies of the Jade Cauldron Sect. Their future is at least at the transformation stage level.
Mei He sighed deeply.
Honestly, I feel so fortunate for my decision back then. Thankfully, I clung to Elder Shen's big golden thigh. That's the only reason I could become a steward of the Jade Cauldron Sect, no longer living like a rogue cultivator with my life hanging by a thread. Do you know, the old friends I've known for hundreds of years are all gone either devoured by demonic beasts or killed by their companions.
Compared to them, I'm living comfortably. drinking wine, eating snacks, and enjoying life without a care.
Huang Bei burst out laughing.
Sometimes I admire your luck. Who would have thought that an unassuming young man we met on the ship would turn out to be such a big deal?
The two old men drank 3 rounds of wine, their faces flushed red, and soon fell fast asleep. From the shadows, Huang Keiying emerged, carrying 2 blankets to drape over them. Inside the house, Shen Mo was sorting through his spoils. He had harvested 1,000 jin of scarlet blood spirit grain from Bloodvine Valley, kept 300 jin for himself, and contributed the remaining 700 jin to the sect. Li Zhendao had given him exceptional rewards. While others needed 5 jin for 1 sea-level contribution, Shen Mo only needed 4 jin, earning him 175 sea-level contributions. In addition, he set records, captured spies, and accomplished a great feat, earning him 1 B-level contribution. Altogether, Shen Mo's Jade Cauldron Orb now held 2 B-level contributions and 186 C-level contributions, an amount exceeding most 4 Cauldron Elders. Armed with these contributions, Shen Mo immediately headed to the Scripture Pavilion and Treasure Pavilion to make a spree of redemptions. He thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of shopping. His extravagance left the stewards of the Scripture and Treasure Pavilions dumbfounded. They'd seen people with high contributions before, but never in such massive quantities.
12 yin sha pearls, costing 4 sea-level contributions. 1 earth-grade high-quality spiritual weapon, the Scorchblade Sword, costing 30 sea-level contributions. 10 bottles of Great Infant Transformation Pills, costing 10 sea-level contributions. Earth-grade top-tier defensive technique, Immovable Dragon King Cauldron, costing 50 sea-level contributions.
Additionally, over 100 ancient books and historical records about Jing Country, 10,000 Demon Nation, and the 3 sects of Yuzhu, costing 10 sea-level contributions in total. Shen Mo chuckled at the tally. In total, he had spent 104 sea-level contributions. His Jade Cauldron Orb now held 2 B-level contributions and 82 sea-level contributions. Contributions come quickly but are spent even faster.
Still, I earn contributions at a good pace. No need to worry.
Smiling faintly, Shen Mo sat down and began refining the yin sha pearls. The transition from a purple-crowned nascent soul to a golden-crowned one required far more yin sha pearls than he had anticipated. Initially, he thought 8 pearls would be sufficient. Yet even after refining all the pearls obtained from the 2 massive bloodroot dragons, the nascent soul's crown showed no signs of transformation. Thus, Shen Mo had redeemed additional yin sha pearls from the sect. Time passed day by day. Gradually, the nascent soul's crown began to change. After 3 days, it underwent a dramatic transformation. The purple hue faded, replaced by a dazzling golden brilliance. On the 3rd night, the last trace of purple disappeared entirely. At a certain moment, the brilliant gold completely overshadowed the purple. The entire nascent soul's crown became incomparably noble at this instant, resembling the crown of celestial deities. With a single thought, Shen Mo guided the golden crown to rest perfectly atop the nascent soul's head. Instantly, a tingling sensation spread throughout his body. As expected, the recovery speed of his nascent soul's energy had improved significantly. Without hesitation, Shen Mo left his residence in Dragon's Snake Mountain, seeking a towering barren peak. Channeling his spiritual energy, he connected with the fire elemental energy in the heavens and earth. In an instant, a fiery blade 30 meters long appeared abruptly in the sky. As the blade descended, Shen Mo decisively activated the power of sunlight source glow. The blade's potency surged dramatically. Boom! With one strike, the mountain peak vanished without a trace. Countless stones, trees, and grass were vaporized instantly under the intense heat. Where a towering peak once stood, only a flat expanse remained. Shen Mo marveled at the results.
It seems the golden crown not only reduced the activation time for sunlight source glow, but also greatly enhanced its power.
He gauged his current state roughly. Now he could activate sunlight source glow once a day. Previously, this technique could double the power of any skill, with an additional doubling for fire-based techniques. But now it had undergone a significant transformation. Even ordinary techniques could have their power amplified by twofold. Fire-based techniques, however, received a staggering threefold boost.
No fancy techniques can compare to the simple and effective boost in multipliers.
Shen Mo mused, clicking his tongue in admiration. Satisfied, he left the area. Not long after Shen Mo departed, a figure descended from the Qingxuan Sect's southern gate, passing by the area. Soon after, the figure paused and returned. The cold moonlight illuminated the handsome, yet indifferent face of Yi Yan, who was on his way to a tributary of the Qingxuan River to find the heavy water python. Looking at the scorched ground, Yi Yan muttered curiously.
I remember there was a mountain peak here, at least 300 meters tall. How did it vanish without a sound? Could a powerful cultivator have casually destroyed it?
He sniffed deeply, his expression turning serious.
There's an incredibly strong fire elemental energy lingering in the air. At the very least, it must be a nascent soul stage peak cultivator adept in fire-based techniques. Possibly someone with control over a unique flame. A cultivator of such caliber would be at least a four-cauldron elder in the Qingxuan Sect. But I've never seen such an elder in the sect. Could it be a powerful rogue cultivator?
Yi Yan's wariness grew. The world truly had no shortage of powerful individuals. He realized he still lacked the strength to dominate the world and needed to remain cautious.
I must find that heavy water python quickly and gain the trust of the fire dragon. Only then will I truly establish myself within the Qingxuan Sect.
Chapter 239: The Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra and the Theory of Developing a Heavenly Grade Primordial Soul. Chapter 239: The Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra and the Theory of Developing a Heavenly Grade Primordial Soul. Dragon Snake Mountain. Shen Mo had no idea that his casual actions had once again caused a subtle shift in Yi Yan's state of mind. At the moment, he sat cross-legged on his bed, carefully examining a dried, withered branch in his hand. The remains of the skydraping tendril. That was the name displayed on his life panel. However, Shen Mo truly had no idea what the skydraping tendril was. If he didn't know, then he would simply find out himself. This item could not be revealed to anyone, or it would inevitably attract the covetous eyes of the demon clans. To investigate, he had a stack of over a dozen books by his side. These books, which recorded the history of the 10,000 demon nation, had been exchanged from the Qingxuan Sect's library using his contribution points. Each book had cost 1 ding-level contribution point, quite expensive. As he flipped through one of the volumes, Shen Mo suddenly murmured to himself.
Skydraping tendril, a name associated with an ancient demonic beast.
It thrived in the clouds, its body stretching for thousands of miles, resembling a mass of dark clouds. Each time its tendrils descended, they could annihilate an entire city. Shen Mo was slightly astonished. To think such terrifying demonic beasts existed in ancient times. He continued to browse through the books. While reading a history of the demon clans, he stumbled upon another mention of the skydraping tendril.
The first demon emperor of the 10,000 demon nation was a demon who cultivated from a green vine. The demon clans referred to him by various titles: the Green Vine Emperor, the Green Vine Exalted, and the Vine Ancestor. When the Green Vine Demon Emperor awakened the skydraping tendril bloodline, later generations of demons also began to refer to the Green Vine Demon Emperor as the skydraping tendril.
Shen Mo's eyes revealed a flicker of understanding. So this dried branch was likely a fragment of the Green Vine Demon Emperor's remains.
No wonder those spies were so desperate to take it back. This item contains an immense amount of wood elemental spiritual energy. Even after thousands of years, its potency remains undiminished. If the current demon emperor were to obtain it, it would undoubtedly benefit them immensely.
After pondering for a moment, Shen Mo took out an ancient tome. It was the Heaven Tier High-Grade Technique, Divine Thunder Demon Suppressing Sutra. His current cultivation method, Flame Hell Destruction Manual, could only take him to the peak of the nascent soul stage, offering no path to develop a primordial soul. But this Divine Thunder demon-suppressing sutra, painstakingly authored by Inferno Master himself, was the continuation of the Flame Hell Destruction Manual. It contained Inferno Master's conjectures on how to develop a heavenly-grade primordial soul. What's more, one of the required materials mentioned in this conjecture was none other than the sky-draping tendril. Shen Mo flipped open the title page of the Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra. It was as if Inferno Master's voice resonated in his mind.
I created both the Flame Hell Destruction Manual and the Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra, two heaven-tier techniques, yet I myself have only reached an earth-grade primordial soul. During my lifetime, I had the fortune of studying the Imperial Nine-Dragon Supreme Art of the Jing Kingdom's royal family, as well as three heaven-tier techniques of the 10,000 Demon Nation. Unfortunately, all four methods could only develop earth-grade primordial souls. Even the Imperial Nine-Dragon Supreme Art produces merely a pseudo-heavenly grade primordial soul, not a true heavenly grade one. When I ventured to the demon-suppressing sea and observed the Divine Thunder, I had a sudden realization. It was then that I formed the conjecture for developing a heavenly grade primordial soul. To achieve this, three treasures are required. First, an item capable of breaking through the nascent soul stage. The empty spring of the Jing Kingdom's royal family and the soul abyss spike of the 10,000 Demon Nation are ideal. Second, a material to nourish the primordial soul. The remains of the first green vine demon emperor, also known as the sky-draping tendril, are optimal. Other options include the longevity peach and the celestial creation flower.
These two are commonly referenced in most techniques, so I won't elaborate further. Third, an item that connects the physical body and the primordial soul.
Most techniques, including the Imperial Nine-Dragon Supreme Art, follow the principle of stitching the body and soul together, uniting them into one. However, upon observing the Divine Thunder in the demon-suppressing sea, I speculated that strong external elements, such as Divine Thunder or Eternal Flame, could achieve the same effect through tempering. In my theory, the Divine Thunder of the demon-suppressing sea is ideal, followed by dragon-shaped lightning flame, and lastly natural lightning. This is all I can say. These are merely conjectures. Divine Thunder wields immense power. Future practitioners must proceed with caution.
Shen Mo read every word on the title page carefully, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Inferno Master had laid a clear path for him. The rest would depend on his choices moving forward. Shen Mo closed the Divine Thunder Demon-Suppressing Sutra and carefully placed the sky-draping tendril remains into a jade box, storing it in the deepest part of his spatial ring. Of the three treasures required to develop a heavenly-grade primordial soul, he already possessed one. The other two didn't seem far out of his reach either.
Time to rest for today. Tomorrow, I'll go find that old flood dragon.
With that thought, Shen Mo closed his eyes and began meditating, quietly cultivating. The next day, the sun broke through the layered clouds, and the morning glow illuminated the eastern sky. In Dragon Snake Mountain, the chatter of birds and beasts echoed through the forests, creating a vibrant and thriving scene. Shen Mo's first task of the day was to head underground in Dragon Snake Mountain to check on the flame dragon egg. To his surprise, he detected a faint heartbeat within the egg.
It seems the nutrients I've provided were overly abundant, causing its hatching time to accelerate. With the heartbeat now present.
Satisfied, Shen Mo nodded. After inspecting the formation protecting the area, he swiftly left. Back on the surface, he gave a few instructions to Mei He and Huang Bei, directing them to grind medicinal herbs following his methods. Their task was to prepare potions for the green-eyed python to purify its bloodline. Once they began their work, Shen Mo set off directly for the Jade Cauldron Sect's main gate. With a swoosh, Shen Mo's speed was incredible. In just the time it took to drink a cup of tea, he had arrived at the sect's gate and descended onto the martial arts training grounds. The stewards and disciples passing by noticed the three small cauldrons on his chest emblem, quickly bowing in respect. The sharper ones recognized Shen Mo's youthful appearance and immediately connected him to the recently distinguished elder Shen, who had made significant contributions. Their respect for Shen Mo deepened, and they lowered their heads even further, not daring to show any hint of disrespect. To their greetings, Shen Mo responded with a slight nod but didn't say much, heading straight for a nearby valley. Along the way, he encountered several elders with one or two cauldrons on their emblems. These elders smiled warmly and greeted him. The reason was obvious. Shen Mo had sold them valuable blood essence roots during their time in the Blood Vine Valley. These roots were rare treasures that many couldn't even purchase when they wanted to. Having acquired them from Shen Mo and seeing his bright prospects, it was only natural to greet him warmly. After all, it would be foolish to snub someone who might prove crucial in the future. Those who had reached such a high cultivation level were not short on wisdom. Understanding social niceties was second nature. In return, Shen Mo responded to their smiles and greetings with warmth and politeness, maintaining harmonious interactions. Soon, the number of cultivators around him dwindled. Ahead lay a secluded valley. At the valley's entrance stood two drowsy Foundation establishment stewards acting as guards. A closer look revealed heavy dark circles under their eyes, suggesting they hadn't rested well. Shen Mo didn't bother asking why they looked so drained. The answer came in the form of an earth-shattering dragon roar from within the valley.
Roar, roar, roar.
The airwaves surged, scattering bamboo leaves in all directions. The roar carried uncontrollable fury and agitation, a sound that would have terrified any mortal to death on the spot. The two stewards, however, skillfully covered their ears, showing the experience of having endured this countless times before. Shen Mo's approach immediately put them on alert.
Which elder are you? This is the resting place of the sect protector. Without a token, no one may enter.
Chapter 240, Forgive me for asking, are you impotent? Chapter 240, Forgive me for asking, are you impotent? Shen Mo nodded, stepping past the two guards and striding boldly into the valley. The valley was unusually spacious. Everywhere, bamboo, pine, and cedar trees lay scattered in disarray. Leaves and stones were strewn haphazardly across the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. At the valley's center was a deep, dark pit. Peering into it, Shen Mo could see nothing but an abyss of darkness, its depths unknowable. He was surprised. Where was the old flame dragon, should he call out? The thought had barely crossed his mind when a massive figure emerged from the pit. In an instant, it almost blotted out the sky, casting the entire valley into shadow. Shen Mo looked up, locking eyes with two colossal vertical pupils. Below them was a broad, prominent snout, from which hot, heavy breaths emanated like raging gusts of wind, threatening to blow Shen Mo away. Beneath the snout was a cavernous mouth lined with rows of sharp dragon teeth. However, the dragon's teeth were noticeably yellow, with bits of meat stuck between them, an unhealthy sight. It could use a good cleaning.
Young brat, this isn't a place for the likes of you. Get lost.
The old flame dragon snarled, its yellow teeth flashing as it spoke. Shen Mo smiled.
Protector, I have a token. The sect leader sent me here to see if I can assist you in reproducing.
The old flame dragon froze for a moment before erupting in anger.
Over the past 100 years, 8 elders have come here. All of them were utterly useless. And now you, a young pup, think you can do something? Get lost. Before I decide to eat you, get out of my sight.
Shen Mo observed the flame dragon's life panel, his expression turning increasingly peculiar.
Still here. I don't care who you are, I'll eat you if I feel like it.
The old flame dragon growled impatiently, baring its teeth. Shen Mo cleared his throat.
Protector, forgive my bluntness, but...
The old flame dragon was rendered speechless. In that instant, it felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, as though its dragon scales had been stripped away, its dragon tendons exposed for all to see.
Brat nonsense, I'm not impotent.
It roared, its tone laced with both anger and denial. Shen Mo gave a faint, knowing smile. The old flame dragon's life panel floated before his eyes. Name Aoyan's. Stage 6th Peak. Fate attributes: egg-laying beast, innate speed, sparse offspring, flame dragon bloodline, great demon fragment. Shen Mo examined the fate attributes in detail. Egg-laying beast, white grade fate attribute. You are not viviparous but oviparous like most egg-laying beasts. Innate speed, blue grade fate attribute. Your speed far surpasses that of other beasts at the same tier. Sparse offspring, white grade fate attribute. You have been impotent since youth, though you are highly interested in females. In your entire life, you have only ever sired one offspring. Flame dragon bloodline, orange grade fate attribute. Your affinity for fire elemental energy far exceeds that of ordinary beasts. You can absorb fire elemental energy from the heavens and earth with exceptional speed and even bathe in magma without harm. Great demon fragment, orange grade fate attribute. You are the reincarnated fragment of a 6th-tier peak great demon. A strand of the great demon's soul resides within you. However, the great demon has 10 fragments in total, and these fragments are destined to compete for dominance. Although you are the fastest cultivator among the fragments, you have not awakened memories of your past life. Shen Mo continued reading further. Destiny, forever bound to the 6th-tier peak. Ultimately, you will be devoured by the 3rd fragment of Ao Huang. Upcoming Event 1, 5 days from now, your frustration from not having a mate will reach a breaking point. In a fit of rage, your roars will inadvertently kill the 2 stewards guarding the valley entrance. Overcome with guilt, your cultivation will begin to decline. Upcoming Event 2, half a month from now, Yi Yan will bring a heavy water python for you to mate with. While the mating will succeed, it will not produce offspring. This failure will further enrage you, but it will also deepen your trust in Yi Yan. Upcoming Event 3, 1 month from now, after receiving Demon Emperor's blood from 2 new stewards, you will decide to leave the Qingxuan Sect and join the 10,000 Demon Nation. Shen Mo's gaze lingered on the panel for a moment before looking up at the old flame dragon, whose mood had already soured.
Protector Ao Yan, your face doesn't lie. Would you like me to help you address this?
Shen Mo asked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. The old flame dragon snarled but remained silent, its previous bluster replaced by visible unease. Shen Mo was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that this old flame dragon was also one of the great demon's fragments. In his mind, the image of Ao Wu suddenly surfaced. Back when he left Xunjiang Prefecture, he had considered bringing Ao Wu with him. After all, he had fed Ao Wu for a long time, and they had developed a bond. Ao Wu had been reluctant to part with him but ultimately stayed behind, as if some unseen force was calling and driving it forward.
You brat, get out, get out, get out.
The old flame dragon was now thoroughly enraged. He hated nothing more than someone doubting his capabilities. The roar snapped Shen Mo out of his thoughts. Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
Before I came here, I thought the Protector might have some physical or psychological issues. But now, I see that's not the case. The truth is, Protector Ao Yan, you will only ever have one offspring in your life, the flame dragon egg you sired long ago.
The old flame dragon glared at him viciously.
Are you cursing me? Impossible, I will reproduce again, I can still.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Protector, you were born with a defect but still possess an intense interest in females. Am I right?
The old flame dragon froze, then shouted in anger and disbelief.
How do you know that?
Shen Mo replied calmly.
You're disabled in that way. How can you expect to reproduce?
He finally understood the truth. The Qingxuan Sect had always claimed that the flame dragon's lack of offspring was due to the inability of snake and python demonesses to endure the dragon's overwhelming force. In reality, this was merely an excuse to save face for the flame dragon. Hearing Shen Mo's words, the old flame dragon's vertical pupils glowed with a chilling light, as if ready to devour Shen Mo in the next moment. Yet Shen Mo stood his ground, unfazed, and didn't move a muscle. He knew the old flame dragon's temperament well. Though outwardly fierce and constantly threatening to eat people, it had never actually eaten anyone. Even in its destined fate, when its uncontrollable fury accidentally killed the 2 guards at the valley entrance, it was overcome with guilt, leading to a decline in its cultivation level. Such a creature was unlikely to harm him. As expected, seeing Shen Mo remain unmoved, the old flame dragon's ferocity waned.
Damn it!
The flame dragon dropped its massive head onto the ground, its eyelids drooping as its six-tier peak aura dissipated entirely. Now it no longer looked like a majestic dragon, but rather a pitiful, sick creature stranded on a shallow beach. Shen Mo, seeing this, sat cross-legged casually.
Protector, there's no need to feel so defeated. Perhaps that lost flame dragon egg of yours might return someday.
Hearing this, the old flame dragon became even more dejected.
Impossible!
A deep look of sorrow filled his face.
I am already a dragon without offspring.
Shen Mo smiled.
What if I told you I have a way to bring it back?
Chapter 241. Today the old flood dragon will rise again. Chapter 241. Today the old flood dragon will rise again. The old flood dragon gave him a serious once-over and sneered.
Come on now, even cultivators in the nascent soul realm have searched high and low for it. You're just a small-time cultivator in the core formation stage. What makes you think you can find that egg?
Shen Mo smiled without saying a word. The old flood dragon scrutinized him again and couldn't help but add.
Of course, if you do manage to find my offspring, I'll fetch you whatever you desire.
Shen Mo chuckled softly.
Give me a year, and I'll bring back your offspring. Fine, but if you fail, I'll eat.
The old flood dragon smacked its lips.
Sure, next time I'll bring you some food.
Shen Mo said with a smile as he got up. When Shen Mo walked out of the valley, the two stewards guarding the entrance looked at him with admiration. They had seen Li Zhendao and Yi Yan's reactions when facing the old flood dragon. Both had shown some degree of fear. No matter what they said or did, there was always a trace of tension. After all, they were facing a peak 6th-ranked demonic beast. Li Zhendao fared better, he wouldn't be killed with one slap. But Yi Yan, he'd definitely be flattened like a pancake. This made Shen Mo's composure all the more impressive. Even when those massive vertical pupils locked onto him, even when the old flood dragon's anger flared and its claws seemed ready to strike, Shen Mo showed no trace of fear. It was as if he knew the old flood dragon wouldn't lay a finger on him and that he wouldn't come to any harm.
Take good care of the guardian elder. Whatever he wants to eat, get it immediately without delay.
Shen Mo instructed casually.
Yes, we'll make sure of it.
The two stewards nodded quickly. Shen Mo nodded slightly before turning to leave. After chatting with the old flood dragon today, the latter's mood had improved considerably. Because of this, those two unlucky gatekeepers wouldn't lose their lives.
Now, time to focus on steady cultivation and wait for the next 6 months. 6 months from now, when those spies from the 10,000 Beasts nation try to use the demon emperor's blood to manipulate the old flood dragon, it will also be an opportunity for me.
Shen Mo thought as he rose into the air and returned to Dragon Snake Mountain. Half a month later, Yi Yan descended at the entrance of the valley, his expression calm. Although his face remained an icy mask, his brows and eyes betrayed a trace of barely concealed delight. The two stewards still stood guard at the valley's entrance. The moment they saw Yi Yan from afar, they bowed deeply.
Greetings, Elder Yi.
Yi Yan gave a slight nod.
How has the guardian elder been lately?
The two stewards exchanged a glance. The one on the left quickly replied.
Reporting to Elder Yi, the guardian elder has been in a good mood lately. An elder often comes to chat with him and even brings plenty of food.
Yi Yan frowned.
Who?
The steward on the right responded awkwardly.
We're just ordinary stewards. How could we dare to ask that elder's name?
Yi Yan.
Describe him then.
The steward on the left recalled for a moment.
He has 3 small cauldrons on his chest. He's a 3-cauldron elder.
The steward on the right added.
Oh, and he's very handsome, much younger than Elder Yi.
Yi Yan's gaze turned sharp. Younger than him, yet already a 3-cauldron elder. There was only one person in the Qingxuan Sect who fit that description. Shen Mo.
How does he have a token to approach the old flood dragon? Why is he here too? Could it be he knows something and is trying to make his move before me gaining the old flood dragon's trust and leaping ahead in status?
Yi Yan sneered.
Does he think chatting with the guardian elder and bringing him snacks will win over a peak 6th rank great demon? Laughable.
Yi Yan didn't linger, he strode into the valley. The two stewards exchanged a glance, puzzled. They weren't fools. After hearing Yi Yan's words, they immediately realized there was likely some enmity between these two. The two stewards lowered their gazes, staring at their noses and focusing inwardly, not daring to say another word. The enmity between these two genius elders was not something they dared meddle with. Before long, Yi Yan reached the center of the valley. The old flood dragon's upper body was sprawled outside a massive cave. Its left forepaw rested lazily on the ground, while its right forepaw gripped a roasted whole lamb dusted generously with cumin, tossing it into its mouth. Beside it was an oversized platter piled high with roasted lambs and cattle. However, what were originally roasted animals, the size of a person, looked no larger than drumsticks in the old flood dragon's maw. At this moment, the old flood dragon was thoroughly enjoying itself, its vertical pupils nearly closing in contentment.
Guardian elder, I've brought you something.
Yi Yan said respectfully, cupping his hands. The old flood dragon stirred, lifting its eyelids slightly. With a glance, it said,
Oh, it's you, Yi Yan. Long time no see. Where have you been lately?
Yi Yan replied solemnly.
I went on a trip outside. Can you guess what I found?
The old flood dragon laughed heartily.
Surely not my egg.
Yi Yan smiled awkwardly.
I didn't find the flood dragon egg, but I did find a heavy water sky python for you.
The old flood dragon froze, its eyes widening in surprise.
Really?
Yi Yan nodded and retrieved his beast-taming pouch. The beast-taming pouch was a spiritual tool with a self-contained space, similar to a storage ring. The difference was that storage rings could only store inanimate objects, while beast-taming pouches could house living demonic beasts. Beast-taming pouches, like storage rings, were classified into low, medium, high, and top grades. Low-grade pouches were only about 10 cubic meters in size. Beasts stored inside could only sleep and couldn't absorb spiritual energy, requiring occasional release for fresh air. Medium-grade pouches had capacities ranging from 20 to 50 cubic meters. Beasts inside could also only sleep, but could absorb external spiritual energy. High-grade pouches held at least 100 cubic meters. Beasts could move freely and absorb spiritual energy inside. Top-grade pouches were almost like miniature worlds, capable of growing plants and allowing beasts to roam and play freely. However, top-grade pouches were extremely rare, with only the Jing Kingdom's royal family possessing one. The Qingxuan Sect, home to many disciples practicing beast-taming techniques, naturally had numerous beast-taming pouch owners. Still, the value of these pouches was far higher than storage rings, meaning most cultivators only possessed low-grade ones. Only elders could exchange for medium-grade pouches. As a young cultivator personally praised by the Qingxuan Sect's leader, Yi Yan naturally owned a medium-grade pouch. It was sufficient to safely transport the heavy water sky python without harm. Yi Yan opened the mouth of his beast-taming pouch.
Guardian elder, please take a look.
In the next moment, a beam of light shot out from the pouch, landing on the ground with a thud. The figure that appeared stretched over 30 meters long, its body gleaming azure with scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The heavy water sky python scanned its surroundings, then raised its head. The next thing it saw was a pair of massive, oppressive vertical pupils staring down at it.
It really is a heavy water sky python.
Chapter 242, Where's My Weapon? Chapter 242, Where's My Weapon? The heavyweighter python trembled uncontrollably as it gazed at the enormous creature before it. In its entire life, it had never encountered such a powerful fellow serpent. Its quaking appearance only made the old flood dragon's heart itch with anticipation. Seeing this scene, Yi Yan's heart brimmed with satisfaction. It seemed that his plan was about to succeed. Unable to contain his excitement, the old flood dragon raised his head and let out a triumphant roar. The exhilarating sound reverberated through the gates of the Qingxuan Sect, leaving the disciples in utter confusion. Usually, the guardian dragon's roars were tinged with anxiety and melancholy. But today, it sounded as if it had been injected with adrenaline, ready to soar into the heavens at any moment. Then, just as the old flood dragon prepared to engage, he suddenly felt something was amiss beneath him. Curious, he lowered his head.
Damn it, where's my weapon? My great weapon, where is it?
In an instant, his earlier excitement turned into dejection.
Forget it, forget it.
The old flood dragon muttered to himself, his spirits plummeting.
Looks like I'll never pass on my bloodline in this lifetime.
At that moment, the heavyweighter python had collapsed weakly in the old flood dragon's embrace, its serpentine form lying limp like a delicate blue flower, seemingly offering itself up. Yet, it was a case of unrequited affection. The flood dragon had no interest. The more the old flood dragon thought about it, the angrier he became.
You bring a python here, knowing full well I can't reproduce. Are you mocking me?
He waved his claw, sending a gust of wind that blew the heavyweighter python away. Yi Yan, caught in the crossfire, was also expelled from the valley.
Scram, all of you get the hell out of here.
The old flood dragon's irritated roar echoed through the valley, followed by another earth-shaking dragon roar that startled the entire Jade Cauldron sect. The heavyweighter python was dumbfounded.
I was all set up, and now you're telling me to leave.
Yi Yan was equally stupefied.
I went through so much trouble to bring you this heavyweighter python, only for you to change your mind at the last moment and kick me out. What the hell is this supposed to mean?
Even a clay figure has its limits. Yi Yan was no clay figure, he was a peerless genius. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Taking a deep breath, Yi Yan collected the confused heavyweighter python into his beast pouch and left immediately. The two stewards guarding the valley entrance were also bewildered. They had no idea what had transpired.
Why did Elder Yi leave in such a rage after coming here so happily?
They muttered to each other. On the second peak, a streak of light landed at the summit. It was Yi Yan, his face as cold as ice. Not far away, second elder Yang Ke was casually chatting with the fourth elder. The fourth elder remarked. Yang Ke sighed.
Indeed, pure nascent transformation pills are only known to the Nine-Turn Pill sect. None of the four major factions have mastered them yet. If the Pill River sect succeeds...
The fourth elder shook his head.
If this continues, alchemy will follow in the footsteps of beast taming, declining year after year. What should we do?
Yang Ke's expression turned grave.
Hesitation leads to ruin. We should have abandoned both the alchemy and beast taming industries long ago, focusing all our resources on the forging industry. Unfortunately, someone like Shen Mo appeared out of nowhere, hindering my plans. And the sect master, too so soft-hearted, still dreaming of restoring the glory of our beast taming industry.
At this point, Yang Ke snorted in frustration.
Isn't that your disciple Yi Yan?
The fourth elder pointed out as he noticed Yi Yan approaching with his usual icy demeanor. The fourth elder chuckled.
I guess he's back to share the good news about delivering the heavyweighter python to the old flood dragon.
However, given Yi Yan's perpetually frosty expression, those unfamiliar with him found it hard to distinguish whether he was in a good or bad mood. Yang Ke felt something was off. Yi Yan's expression did not resemble joy. However, Yang Ke couldn't imagine what might have gone wrong. Even if the heavyweighter python couldn't help the old flood dragon pass on its bloodline, at the very least, it should have improved the old flood dragon's impression of Yi Yan. No matter how one looked at it, this was supposed to be a sure-win situation. The fourth elder greeted Yi Yan with a smile.
Yi Yan, congratulations! Gaining the Guardian's trust today marks the beginning of a boundless future for you. Who knows, in the future, when the next sect master is chosen, the Guardian might recommend you for the position.
Yang Ke felt deeply comforted by these words. If his disciple became the future sect master, wouldn't that make him the sect master's mentor? Perhaps even the de facto emperor of the Jade Cauldron sect. But Yi Yan stopped in his tracks upon hearing these words. His icy expression became even more grim. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the urge to act out. Yi Yan said in a cold tone.
Fourth elder, enough.
The fourth elder was taken aback, not understanding what had happened. Yang Ke instinctively furrowed his brow, faintly sensing that something was amiss.
You go on ahead.
He said, signaling the fourth elder.
I need to discuss the old flood dragon's situation with Yi Yan. All right.
Though confused, the fourth elder nodded and left. Once they were alone, Yang Ke asked in a low voice.
Yi Yan, what happened?
Yi Yan took a deep breath and looked directly into Yang Ke's eyes.
Master, the old flood dragon insulted me. I brought him the heavyweighter python, and not only did he fail to show any gratitude, but he also inexplicably kicked me out, speaking with extreme aggression. Such an unbearable humiliation, how could I possibly accept it?
By the end of his account, Yi Yan's tone was brimming with fury. Throughout his life, anyone who dared treat him in such a way had long since become nothing but bones in their grave. Yang Ke frowned deeply.
How could this be?
He knew the old flood dragon's temperament well. Although foul-mouthed and fond of scaring people, it was ultimately a creature that repaid kindness. What could have caused such behavior today?
Could someone have spoken ill of you?
Yang Ke speculated in a low voice. Yi Yan's eyes flickered as a thought crossed his mind.
As far as I know, Shen Mo also has a token granting him access to that valley. Moreover, he has been frequenting it often recently. The old flood dragon seems to have a good relationship with him.
Yang Ke's eyes turned sharp.
What? No wonder the old flood dragon treated you so harshly. It must have been influenced by Shen Mo's provocations. He's clearly trying to gain the old flood dragon's trust before you. That boy Shen Mo is far more cunning than he appears.
Yang Ke abruptly stood, pacing back and forth in frustration. Yi Yan's expression was equally grim. If Shen Mo managed to win the old flood dragon's trust, his standing in the Qingxuan Sect would rise significantly, far surpassing Yi Yan's own. There was something else weighing heavily on Yi Yan's mind, something he had never shared with anyone. It was their first encounter on the suspended river. Back then, Yi Yan had deliberately issued a commission, using Guo Long and others as bait to lure out the Yin Spectre in hopes of obtaining the Yin Fiend Pearl. It was not an honorable act. His original plan had been to kill all witnesses, ensuring that no one would ever know. But unexpectedly, Shen Mo had been on that boat. Not only did Yi Yan fail to obtain the Yin Fiend Pearl, but Shen Mo and the others had also escaped. Although Yi Yan had masked his face, he hadn't concealed his aura. With Shen Mo's abilities, it was likely he had already identified Yi Yan. The persona Yi Yan presented to the world was one of cold authority and ruthless power, not one of someone willing to use any means to achieve his ends. Even if this was his true nature, it was something he could never allow to surface. He knew sect master Li Zhendao well. Li Zhendao would never entrust the Jade Cauldron sect to someone who used underhanded means without principles. If Shen Mo revealed that incident to Li Zhendao, the consequences would be disastrous. Yi Yan exhaled deeply.
Master, what should I do?
His expression was grave. Yang Ke stopped pacing and shook his head.
There's no need to worry. No matter how hard Shen Mo works to curry favor with the old flood dragon, at most, the old flood dragon will only remember him. Unless he can bring back a flood dragon egg, there's no way the old flood dragon will truly trust him. If you couldn't win the old flood dragon's trust and support, Shen Mo has no chance of doing so either.
Chapter 243. The Pill Formula for Pure Nascent Transformation Pills in the Flame Pill Palace. Chapter 243. The Pill Formula for Pure Nascent Transformation Pills in the Flame Pill Palace. After hearing Yang Ke's words, Yi Yan's emotions finally calmed down. Yang Ke was right. If even he, Yi Yan, couldn't gain the old flood dragon's trust, and if none of the numerous soul transformation cultivators in the Jade Cauldron sect could manage it, how could Shen Mo, a mere nascent soul cultivator, possibly succeed? If Yi Yan couldn't obtain the old flood dragon's support, it was better that no one else could either.
Yi Yan, don't concern yourself with Shen Mo. He's like the light of a firefly, while you are the radiant sun and moon. Even if he suppresses you temporarily, so what? In the end, you will be the one who has the last laugh. You possess the solar molten fire physique, a top-tier heavenly constitution. Your future is limitless.
Seeing Yi Yan's expression finally ease, Yang Ke continued to comfort him.
Thank you for your guidance, Master.
Yi Yan replied calmly, cupping his hands. Yang Ke nodded in satisfaction.
Focus on cultivating for now. Break through to the peak of the nascent soul stage as soon as possible. I'll arrange a few commissions for you. With them, you should be able to ascend to the position of Three Cauldrons Elder within 2 years. By then, you'll have the qualifications to visit the Flame Pill Palace.
Yi Yan nodded solemnly, feeling a surge of anticipation. The Flame Pill Palace was one of the 3 restricted areas controlled by the Qingxuan Sect. In the past, it had been a sacred site for alchemy under the Nine-Turn Pill Sect. The area was rich in geothermal fire and extremely high in temperature. At its peak, 18 geothermal furnaces operated there simultaneously, producing countless extraordinary pills. And the Nine-Turn Pill Sect hadn't stopped with just this one location. They had possessed 5 such sacred sites. But during the coalition war led by the Supreme Purity Sect, the Jade Cauldron Sect, and the Pill River Sect to destroy the Nine-Turn Pill Sect, decades of conflict had reduced 3 of these sites to ruins. Of the 2 remaining, one fell to the Pill River Sect and the other, the Flame Pill Palace game under the Jade Cauldron Sect's control. Scattered throughout the Flame Pill Palace were numerous ancient pill formulas, some intact, others fragmented. In certain hidden areas, millennia-old Earth-grade pills were still believed to be stored. All of it depended on one's luck and effort to uncover. Even a fragment of a pill formula, once submitted to the sect, could earn enormous contributions. Yang Ke sighed.
It's said that the Flame Pill Palace contains the formula for the pure nascent transformation pill. Unfortunately, since our sect took over the palace, we've searched everywhere without success. The palace opens once every 10 years, and this time it's the turn of the 3rd and 7th elders to enter for alchemy purposes. The 7th elder is my man. When the time comes, he'll lend you a helping hand. Yi Yan, your destiny is extraordinary. Perhaps you'll be the one to discover the pure nascent transformation pill's formula.
Yi Yan nodded deeply. A single pure nascent transformation pill had the potency of 10 great nascent transformation pills or 100 ordinary nascent transformation pills. If he could obtain the formula, it would be a monumental contribution to the Jade Cauldron Sect. Such an achievement might elevate him directly to the rank of 4 Cauldrons Elder.
Master, I also heard a rumor.
Yi Yan suddenly said.
They say there's a tame sacred essence pill hidden in the Flame Pill Palace.
Yang Ke scoffed.
A single tame sacred essence pill can elevate a heavenly grade constitution to the higher saint grade. Its value is unimaginable. Even during the Nine-Turn Pill Sect's prime, it was a top-secret treasure of the sect. Why would it be stored in the Flame Pill Palace? That's just a false rumor spread by the remnants of the Nine-Turn Pill Sect to provoke the Supreme Purity Sect, the Pill River Sect, and the state governor's mansion into targeting us. Don't let such nonsense distract you. Finding the pure nascent transformation pill's formula alone would etch your name into the history of the Jade Cauldron Sect.
From that day forward, every disciple of the Jade Cauldron Sect would sing your praises.
A vivid image formed in Yi Yan's mind, himself standing above the clouds with countless Jade Cauldron Sect disciples kneeling below, their voices echoing in reverence. That pinnacle of glory was enough to intoxicate anyone. Yang Ke smiled and added,
As for the rumor about a tame sacred essence pill in the Flame Pill Palace, treat it as nothing more than idle chatter.
the last known tame sacred essence pill was taken by the royal family of Jing Kingdom when the Nine-Turn Pill Sect was destroyed. Yi Yan cupped his hands in acknowledgement.
You're right, Master. I shouldn't let my thoughts run wild.
Yang Ke chuckled.
Good, by the way, I have something to give you.
As he spoke, Yang Ke retrieved 10 gray beads. Yang Ke took out 10 gray beads from his storage ring. They were Yin Fiend pearls. The Yin Fiend energy within them was exceptionally pure and dense, clearly not of ordinary quality but the finest grade of Yin Fiend pearls. Yi Yan was slightly startled.
These are.
Yang Ke smiled.
If I'm not mistaken, you've reached the level of a purple pill crown. You're only one step away from achieving a golden pill crown. These yin fiend pearls were exchanged with the seventh elder for a bottle of spirit refinement pills. As your master, it is my duty to pay attention to your cultivation. These are for you.
Yi Yan nodded solemnly.
Thank you, master. I will begin my training immediately and will not let you down. Go ahead, go ahead.
Yang Ke replied with a smile. 1 month later, Dragon Snake Mountain. In the expansive wilderness of Dragon Snake Mountain, the terrain was barren. Not a single blade of grass grew nearby, and even intact rocks were few and far between. At the center of this desolate expanse stood 2 figures. One was a young man clad in green robes, his appearance youthful and calm. The other was a rugged middle-aged man wearing a loose elder's robe, giving him the air of a rustic farmer. The two were engaged in an intense sparring session, one attacking and the other defending, honing their martial skills. For miles around, no vegetation grew. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't because the land was unsuitable for plants, but because no living thing could withstand the destructive energy radiating from the duo's battle. Growing, there would be tantamount to courting death. Clang, clang, clang. A massive spear wreathed in violet lightning descended from the sky, directly engulfing the young figure in a storm of dust and debris. The ground shook and smoke billowed into the air. Yet in the next moment, a fierce wind arose. A majestic and imposing giant cauldron appeared out of nowhere, materializing to block the carefully prepared attack. The young figure staggered back more than 10 steps before finally stabilizing himself.
Well done, junior brother. Most people wouldn't have been able to withstand that move. I'm impressed you managed to block it.
The rugged middle-aged man said, laughing heartily. The young man smiled but said nothing. These two were Shen Mo and Lu Dongxuan. Recently, Lu Dongxuan had been frequenting Dragon Snake Mountain, and every time he came, the two would engage in fierce battles. Although Shen Mo's cultivation level was slightly lower than Lu Dongxuan's, in actual combat, he was no weaker. On multiple occasions, his performance had left Lu Dongxuan astounded. Especially this time Shen Mo had previously been unable to block such an attack. However, after advancing his mastery of the immovable Dragon King Cauldron to the 3rd level, he now managed to block it with ease.
Tusk, this martial technique was well worth the 50 sea-level contributions I spent to exchange for it. A top-tier Earth-grade technique indeed.
Lu Dongxuan said with a thumbs up, clearly delighted. Shen Mo nodded with a smile.
Indeed, the immovable Dragon King Cauldron surpasses all the defensive techniques I've used so far.
As his cultivation progressed and his strength grew, his lower-tier Earth-grade defensive technique, Four-Sided Mysterious Gate, was gradually becoming less effective in battles. The higher-tier Earth-grade defensive technique, Evergreen Body Shield, was still usable but starting to show its limits. Now, with the immovable Dragon King Cauldron, his defensive capabilities had taken a massive leap forward.
It's time, junior brother. I'm off to drink.
Chapter 244, Human Traders and the Demon Emperor's Blood. Chapter 244, Human Traders and the Demon Emperor's Blood. Shen Mo chuckled softly.
All right, senior brother, be careful not to get outwitted by Su Beifeng. Don't worry about that old fool. He's too dim-witted to suspect that I'm the one stealing his wine.
Lu Dongxuan replied with a mischievous laugh before disappearing into the horizon. Shen Mo shook his head, half amused, half exasperated. Su Beifeng, the 10th elder of the Supreme Clarity Sect, was a master brewer. He was highly particular about the environment for brewing and therefore kept his brewing location far from the sect's core, often in remote mountains or secluded valleys. It was unclear how Lu Dongxuan's nose worked, but he always managed to sniff out the brewing site. Moreover, he had perfected the art of sustainable pilfering, never stealing all the wine, just 1 or 2 jars each time. This left Su Beifeng assuming that some wild beast had developed a taste for his wine.
By my calculations, the spies sent by the 10,000 Demons Kingdom should have infiltrated the Jade Cauldron sect by now. preparing to turn the old flood dragon against us. Perfect timing, I should head over too. Credit for handling this situation, I'll gladly take it.
With that, Shen Mo rose into the air, flying directly toward the gates of the Qingxuan Sect. Outside the valley, where the old flood dragon resided. The guards at the entrance had been replaced with two unfamiliar faces. The previous guards had been punished by Second Elder Yang Ke for misconduct and were now undergoing 3 months of secluded reflection. The new guards were locals of Taishan Prefecture, with clean backgrounds that no one could find fault with. At this moment, the two new guards exchanged a glance and entered the valley together. The old flood dragon lay lazily at the cave entrance, nibbling on the delicacies Shen Mo had brought during his last visit. Apart from regretting the lack of offspring, he had no real complaints about his life.
Hem!
The old flood dragon caught the scent of strangers and opened his eyes to look at the unfamiliar faces.
What happened to the two guards? Why are you here instead?
He growled. One of the men replied solemnly.
Respected guardian of the sect, the previous guards committed offenses and have been punished with 3 months of seclusion. We are their temporary replacements.
The old flood dragon nodded. Everyone makes mistakes, it was not unusual. However,
The scent on you two is peculiar. It makes me feel both repulsed and intrigued.
the dragon suddenly remarked after sniffing the air. The two men exchanged a glance before one of them said in a low voice.
Respected guardian, your keen sense is remarkable. You detected it instantly. This proves that you have not been fully subdued by the humans. You remain a noble demon.
The old flood dragon was taken aback. What nonsense are they spouting? I don't get it.
Who are you two, really?
He demanded impatiently. The taller man replied in a deep voice.
Respected guardian, I have a method to help you reproduce and have offspring again.
The shorter man chimed in.
Guardian, you are not the last flame flood dragon in the world. Our master has another young flame flood dragon in his possession.
The old flood dragon's eyes widened, flashing with excitement.
Really? Where?
The flame flood dragon bloodline was incredibly noble. Even mating with ordinary serpents or pythons often failed to produce offspring. And truthfully, the old flood dragon had no interest in such mundane creatures. But if another flame flood dragon existed, perhaps meeting it would awaken his dormant male instincts. The tall man respectfully answered.
It resides in the 10,000 Demons Kingdom.
The shorter man added.
As long as you leave the Qingxuan Sect and follow us to the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, you will naturally regain the ability to reproduce.
Moreover, His Majesty the Demon Emperor will greatly value you, treating you as his trusted ally.
The old flood dragon fell silent. So that's it. Human traders who had willingly pledged themselves to the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. He had encountered many such people during his campaigns with the founding patriarch of the Qingxuan Sect. These individuals believed that the demon race was superior to the human race, more perfect, and destined to unify this world. Thus, they willingly became lackeys of the demon race. Traitors like these he had killed many in the past.
Lord Aoyan, you don't need to dwell on the past. Even if you had a conflict with the 10,000 Demons Kingdom back then, that was the you of the past, not the you of today. The Demon Emperor of that time is long gone. The current Demon Emperor assures you that bygones will be bygones. As long as you're willing to join the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, you can have anything you desire. Being able to reproduce is merely the simplest of conditions.
The two continued their attempts to persuade him. The old flood dragon's heart wavered slightly. His only offspring was that dragon egg, but despite years of searching, its whereabouts remained unknown. Now, the opportunity to reproduce had presented itself once more. It was an opportunity he felt he should seize tightly. If he let it slip by, there might never be another chance to continue his bloodline. The old flood dragon was a traditionalist. He firmly believed that if he could not pass on his bloodline, his life would be wasted. However, leaving the Qingxuan Sect to join the 10,000 Demons Kingdom would be a blatant betrayal. The Jade Cauldron Sect would inevitably face reproach from the Supreme Clarity Sect, the Danhe Sect, and the Prefecture Governor's Office. As someone revered as the
guardian of the sect.
by the Jade Cauldron Sect, it was unthinkable for him to commit such a deed. The old flood dragon was immediately caught in a dilemma. Instinct urged him to prioritize reproduction. Reason and loyalty told him that his duty was to protect the Jade Cauldron Sect, not betray it. The two individuals noticed his hesitation and rejoiced inwardly. The taller man, understanding the importance of pressing his advantage, took out a drop of blood. The blood was extraordinary, constantly shifting its form. Lions, wolves, tigers, leopards, oxen, sheep, cats, dogs, and even dragons and phoenixes all appeared in sequence. The sight of this drop of blood immediately captured the old flood dragon's attention.
This
He exclaimed,
is the demon emperor's blood, not ordinary blood but essence blood. The current demon emperor embodies the best traits of all the races within the 10,000 demons kingdom, the greatest demon emperor in history. A single drop of the demon emperor's blood carries a 10% chance of allowing you to undergo ancestral regression and elevate your bloodline.
The taller man spoke with solemnity, his words filled with fervor and reverence. The old flood dragon's heart was shaken to its core. Ancestral regression. This was an allure no demon beast could resist. If a flame flood dragon underwent ancestral regression, it would become a true dragon. Even with just a 10% chance, it was an opportunity not to be missed. As the old flood dragon hesitated, nearly ready to agree, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed. A young figure walked in with his head held high, a faint smile on his face.
Guardian of the sect, I have an idea. Take the demon emperor's blood, but don't follow them to the 10,000 demons kingdom.
This sudden voice startled the two men, who quickly turned around. They saw the young and handsome face of none other than Shen Mo. The two men had thoroughly investigated this valley beforehand. The three individuals holding valley tokens were Li Zhendao, Yi Yan, and Shen Mo. Li Zhendao, as the sect master, was too busy with his duties to visit frequently. Yi Yan had left the Jade Cauldron Sect yesterday on a mission and wouldn't return for at least 10 days or half a month. Shen Mo was reportedly absorbed in managing the beast-taming industry in Dragon Snake Mountain, supposedly too preoccupied to appear here. Yet here he was, inexplicably standing in the valley.
Shen Mo.
The old flood dragon looked at Shen Mo with an awkward smile, feeling as though he'd been caught doing something wrong. The taller man suddenly pointed at Shen Mo and shouted,
Guardian of the sect, kill him. He's a human prodigy, destined to become an enemy of the 10,000 demons kingdom in the future. Kill him, and it'll serve as your token of allegiance to the demon emperor.
Chapter 245. The Emperor will personally annihilate 5 cities as punishment. Chapter 245. The Emperor will personally annihilate 5 cities as punishment. Shen Mo stood calmly, unmoved in his place. The old flood dragon scratched his head helplessly.
Shen Mo's a good guy. I don't want to kill him.
The tall man's expression stiffened. Shen Mo smiled faintly.
Are you finished? If so, it's my turn to speak. This drop of the demon emperor's blood is indeed precious, but it harbors malicious intent. Guardian, take a closer look.
The old flood dragon hesitated, then released his peak 6th rank aura, enveloping the drop of blood completely. Moments later, his expression darkened. His enormous vertical pupils locked onto the two men with a fierce glare.
There's a soul contract hidden in the demon emperor's blood. The demon emperor wants to make me his slave.
A terrifying aura erupted from the flood dragon like a roaring tidal wave. In an instant, it suppressed the two men entirely. With a thud, both fell to their knees, their legs snapping audibly as bloody fragments of bone pierced through their knees. Their agonized screams filled the air. The old flood dragon's gaze was icy cold. An invisible force gathered from all directions, as if a colossal hand had seized the two men. Their faces turned crimson, veins bulging as they struggled. Finally, like balloons pushed to their limits, they burst apart, scattering blood and flesh in all directions. Shen Mo, his hands clasped behind his back, released a burst of spiritual energy, creating a barrier. Not a speck of blood touched him. The old flood dragon growled irritably.
Damn it, that demon emperor is truly despicable, deceiving me like this and even trying to enslave me.
He paused, a trace of lingering fear flashing in his eyes.
Good thing you were here, otherwise I might have fallen for their scheme.
Shen Mo smiled.
I happened to arrive in time. When I overheard their words, I sensed something was off.
When the Qingxuan Sect was first founded, you fought alongside the sect's patriarch, slaying numerous demons, including some from the 10,000 Demons Kingdom's current royal families.
There's no way the demon emperor would genuinely let bygones be bygones and regard you as a trusted ally.
The old flood dragon grumbled.
You're absolutely right. But this drop of essence blood.
He couldn't help but look down at the drop of blood in his claw. The essence blood still radiated an almost irresistible allure, especially to demon beasts, akin to an aphrodisiac. However, refining it would inevitably bind him as a slave to the far-off demon emperor in the southern lands, leaving both his body and mind no longer his own. Still, abandoning it outright felt like an incredible waste. Shen Mo smiled.
I have a solution.
The old flood dragon raised a brow.
This is a soul contract laid by the demon emperor. What can a mere core formation cultivator like you possibly do?
Shen Mo chuckled.
If you trust me, leave the demon emperor's blood with me. Once I've handled it, we can refine it together. How does that sound?
The old flood dragon was surprised by Shen Mo's bold proposition, but soon laughed at his audacity. After a moment of consideration, he nodded slightly. The essence blood contained a soul contract. If Shen Mo tried to take it for himself, he would also become the demon emperor's slave. Moreover, during their time together, the old flood dragon had come to see Shen Mo as trustworthy. He didn't seem like someone who would try to hoard the blood. Besides, Shen Mo was only a core formation cultivator. Even if they refined the blood together, Shen Mo's speed would pale compared to his. Ultimately, the dragon would claim the majority of the benefits. With that thought, the old flood dragon nodded and handed the demon emperor's blood to Shen Mo.
All right, I'll return in a few days.
Shen Mo said, clasping his hands in farewell before leaving. The old flood dragon waved his claw, summoning a gust of wind to blow away the blood and remains scattered across the ground. There was no need to publicize the incident with these 10,000 Demons Kingdom spies. It was better to act as if they had never appeared. After all, he had nearly been swayed by their scheme, driven by greed to the brink of becoming the demon emperor's slave. If such a story spread, he'd lose all face. Better to bury it altogether. Dragon Snake Mountain. Shen Mo returned to his residence without delay. He immediately summoned Mei He and Huang Bei to gather the materials he needed. Once everything was ready, Shen Mo began working to unravel the soul contract within the essence blood. His confidence stemmed from his mastery of the true beast taming art. The true beast taming art included a method for breaking soul contracts. For a soul contract that had not yet been activated, the process was significantly simpler. However, since the caster of the contract was the demon emperor at least at the peak of the nascent soul stage, it still posed a considerable challenge.
Mother elixir of soul fracture, soul concentrating water, shadow flower.
It's done.
Shen Mo carefully placed the drop of the demon emperor's blood into a concoction he had prepared using more than a dozen rare herbs. At first, the blood remained unresponsive, simply floating atop the liquid. Shen Mo waited patiently. One day passed, then two, then three. On the fourth day, thin strands of black mist began to emerge around the blood. The mist rose upward, eventually forming a towering black shadow over 10 feet tall. The shadow resembled a humanoid figure, but upon closer inspection, its every feature appeared distinctly inhuman. Its entire form radiated an aura of absurdity and sinister malevolence. Suspended midair with its hands behind its back, the shadow exuded a palpable authority. Its hollow eye sockets betrayed an air of cold indifference, ruthless decisiveness, and absolute dominance. This was unmistakably a fragment of the demon emperor's will embedded within the blood. Had Shen Mo not arrived and warned the old flood dragon, refining the blood would have enslaved the dragon through the soul contract attached to this fragment of will. The entirety of Dragon Snake Mountain fell eerily silent. No demon beast dared to make a sound. Even Mei He, Huang Bei, and the other stewards found themselves paralyzed, as though a boulder were pressing down on their chests. The hollow eye sockets of the shadow suddenly turned toward Shen Mo. In that instant, Shen Mo felt as if a primordial beast had locked its gaze on him, ready to strike and tear him apart. The oppressive sensation faded as quickly as it had come, leaving Shen Mo frowning as he studied the shadow.
Interesting, my soul contract has been broken.
The shadow remarked, its tone calm yet filled with an underlying menace.
Ignorant mortal, you have sealed your own fate. Though I cannot kill you from 10,000 miles away, in due time, I will personally annihilate 5 cities as a warning.
With a casual wave of its hand, the black mist dissipated, and the shadow vanished entirely. The drop of Demon Emperor's blood became clearer and purer, free from any malicious presence. The oppressive, mountain-like pressure finally began to lift. Shen Mo's expression darkened slightly. If you can't kill me, you'll slaughter 5 cities instead, such an indiscriminately ruthless demon emperor.
Regardless, the soul contract within this essence blood has been removed. Time to visit the old flood dragon.
Without wasting time, Shen Mo headed toward the flood dragon's valley. The demon emperor's essence blood contained immense energy. As the demon emperor was still alive and reigning in the 10,000 demons' kingdom, the drop of blood was exceptionally fresh and potent. Its energy far surpassed that of the ice dragon blood Shen Mo had acquired before. It was impossible for Shen Mo alone to fully absorb and refine it. If he recklessly attempted to do so, his body could rupture, leaving him severely injured and in need of lengthy recovery. Such risks made hoarding the blood counterproductive. At the valley, the old flood dragon sensed Shen Mo's approach and let out a hearty laugh.
Back so soon, couldn't figure out how to break the soul contract, huh?
Shen Mo smiled faintly and revealed the purified drop of Demon Emperor's essence blood. The old flood dragon immediately sensed that the soul contract was completely gone, and his eyes widened in disbelief.
What the how did you do that?
Chapter 246. Don't blame me if I absorb most of the essence blood. Chapter 246. Don't blame me if I absorb most of the essence blood. The old dragon widened his eyes. No matter how much he racked his brain, he couldn't have imagined that Shen Mo not only broke the soul contract embedded in the demon emperor's essence blood, but also accomplished this feat in just 4 days. Too fast. It was something a nascent soul cultivator shouldn't be capable of.
As per our agreement, we'll share and absorb this drop of the demon emperor's essence blood. That still holds, right?
Shen Mo smiled. The old dragon scratched his head with a claw, shedding a few aged scales, and nodded slightly.
Of course, I am a dragon of my word. Hee, but don't blame me if I absorb most of the essence blood. I'm pretty fast at refining, you know.
Shen Mo chuckled.
Don't worry, I won't blame you.
But if I end up absorbing most of the essence blood, I hope you, Lord Protector, won't hold it against me either.
Hearing this, the old dragon burst into laughter, as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world.
Shen Mo, what you just said is utterly ridiculous. You're just a nascent soul cultivator. How can you compete with me, a 6th-tier peak demon beast? I'm equivalent to a peak human transformation cultivator. Besides, this essence blood from the demon emperor is far better suited for demon beasts to absorb and refine.
For you, a human, it'll be hard to handle such violent and domineering power.
Shen Mo smiled faintly.
That won't trouble you, Lord Protector. I know my limits.
The old dragon chuckled and said,
All right, let's begin.
He extended a claw and lightly poked. A surge of spiritual energy shot forth, crashing into the drop of Demon Emperor's essence blood. In the next moment, the essence blood split into 2 streams, one flowing toward the old dragon and the other toward Shen Mo. The old dragon opened his maw wide and inhaled deeply. A stream of blood surged into his mouth. He even winked at Shen Mo as if to say,
Look how fast I'm absorbing it, with no side effects at all.
Shen Mo remained silent, his lips curled in a smile. Suddenly, he channeled his spiritual energy to draw in a strand of the bloodstream. That strand of blood coiled toward him like a serpent, writhing as if alive, resisting Shen Mo's refining efforts. This was the side effect. After all, the original owner of this essence blood, the demon emperor, was still alive and well. No matter how much Shen Mo's spiritual energy surged and crushed, he couldn't completely refine the strand of blood. Meanwhile, the old dragon had already absorbed 3 strands of blood. The difference in speed between the two was clear. At this moment, the blood strand near Shen Mo began to retaliate, attempting to break free from his spiritual energy and return to the essence blood.
Once something falls into my hands, there's no escaping.
Shen Mo smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, a green flame erupted. Zize. The previously unyielding blood strand reacted instantly, writhing like a worm thrown onto a scorching brazier. Although it made no sound, it seemed to scream silently in agony. The old dragon's eyes widened as he saw the green flames. He had lived as long as the Qingxuan Sect had existed, and his experience was vast. One glance and he recognized it. Eternal flame. Moreover, it was red lotus flame, renowned for its fierce, overpowering heat. A flame so intense it could melt rocks into liquid. Metal and iron would turn to water in its presence. In the blink of an eye, the once resisting blood strand was thoroughly refined into a crimson mist. Shen Mo inhaled deeply, drawing the mist into his body. Instantly, he felt his bones, meridians, and flesh undergo visible improvements. Shen Mo's bones grew sturdier. His meridians became more resilient. His blood flowed with boundless energy. His muscles hardened and strengthened. Finally, his dantian was fortified. In just a few breaths, his dantian expanded slightly, capable of holding even more spiritual energy.
Just one strand of blood has such an effect, truly worthy of being demon emperor essence blood.
Shen Mo's breathing quickened. Without hesitation, he drew in 2 more strands of blood, refining them simultaneously. The once defiant blood strands now writhed like grasshoppers roasted over a fire under the searing flames of the red lotus flame. Their fate was sealed. In mere moments, the 2 strands of blood were fully refined, the demon emperor's lingering will completely erased, and transformed into a large mass of blood energy. Shen Mo inhaled deeply, absorbing the blood energy into his body. Once again, his entire being was strengthened. He didn't stop. This time, with a wave of his hand, he drew in 4 strands of blood at once and began refining them simultaneously. The efficiency left the old dragon utterly dumbfounded.
Damn it! I knew heavenly flames were incredible, but I didn't realize they were this incredible. His speed in refining the demon emperor's essence blood is even faster than mine, and I'm a 6th-tier peak demon beast. Unbelievable.
The old dragon gritted his teeth. He couldn't afford to lose face by falling behind a mere nascent soul cultivator. Determined, he opened his maw and inhaled 4 strands of blood into his belly. His stomach worked like a furnace, with spiritual energy surging to accelerate the refinement of the blood strands. However, the blood strands he had yet to finish refining began to pile up, and his expression turned sour. His massive vertical pupils blinked repeatedly, and he squirmed uncomfortably. Anyone watching might think he was about to have a stomachache. Time ticked by second. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. The demon emperor's essence blood, once the size of an adult's palm, had shrunk to smaller than a fingernail. The old dragon had completely given up on refining it. Now he lay his massive head beside the pit, watching Shen Mo helplessly. It wasn't that he didn't want to refine more. The issue was that the red lotus flame refined the blood strands far too quickly. Every strand Shen Mo pulled in would be fully refined in less than 5 breaths. Meanwhile, the old dragon's belly could only handle refining 7 or 8 strands at a time before it became overloaded. As a result, after 7 days, Not only did the old dragon fail to absorb most of the demon emperor's essence blood as he had hoped, but he ended up with less than half. At least 80% of the essence blood had been absorbed by Shen Mo. Only 20% remained for the dragon.
This boy must have tamed the Red Lotus flame long before he joined the Qingxuan Sect. Remarkable, truly remarkable. He's on par with my old master in his prime.
The old dragon couldn't help but glance at Shen Mo with admiration. Having lived for over 1,000 years, he had only encountered a handful of cultivators with heavenly flames. For Shen Mo to not only encounter but tame a heavenly flame was an extraordinary accomplishment, far surpassing most cultivators.
In terms of talent, Shen Mo is no less than Yi Yan. Unless Yi Yan also acquires a heavenly flame, there's no way he can compete with Shen Mo.
The old dragon sighed in amazement. He had once placed his hopes on Yi Yan, believing that Yi Yan's bright future would lead him to become the next sect master of the Qingxuan Sect, succeeding Li Zhendao. But now, it seemed Shen Mo had an even greater chance.
This aura.
The old dragon was lost in thought when he suddenly noticed Shen Mo's aura surging wildly. His robes billowed as a fierce wind swept through the valley. Bamboo leaves danced in the air like a raging dragon.
The demon emperor's essence blood has not only greatly enhanced his physical body, but also significantly expanded his danshan. Combined with his usual cultivation accumulation, this breakthrough was inevitable.
Chapter 247, Nascent Soul Stage Perfection, A Predetermined Fate. Chapter 247, Nascent Soul Stage Perfection, A Predetermined Fate. In the valley, the old flood dragon lay resting, its eyes half-closed in feigned slumber. A cultivator clad in green robes sat cross-legged on the ground, his robes rippling as his aura surged steadily upward. Time flowed like water. A day passed, then two, a month, then 2 months.
You're finally awake. I was getting bored of waiting.
Shen Mo stood up and smiled.
Thank you, Lord Protector, for watching over me.
The flood dragon waved its claw dismissively, with a hint of pride.
You've got a bright future ahead of you, kid. Watching over you wasn't much trouble. Don't make a big deal out of it.
Shen Mo chuckled lightly.
How long have I been cultivating?
The flood dragon scratched its claw thoughtfully.
Time, I don't really keep track of that, but I'd say about 6 months.
You're finally awake. I was getting bored of waiting. Shen Mo stood up and smiled. Thank you, Lord Protector, for watching over me. The flood dragon waved its claw dismissively with a hint of pride. You've got a bright future ahead of you, kid. Watching over you wasn't much trouble. Don't make a big deal out of it. Shen Mo chuckled lightly. How long have I been cultivating? The flood dragon scratched its claw thoughtfully. Time, I don't really keep track of that, but I'd say about 6 months. During that time, Li Zhendao came by once. He wanted to see me, but when he noticed you breaking through, he kept his distance and left after saying a few things. Oh, and that old fellow from the 10th peak came looking for you too. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow.
Elder Wan Muchen from the 10th peak. What could he want with me?
The flood dragon scratched its head.
Something about alchemy, I think. I wasn't really paying attention.
Shen Mo nodded thoughtfully.
Makes sense. I'll head to the 10th peak then. Go on, but don't forget what you promised me. Help me find that dragon egg.
The flood dragon said nonchalantly.
Don't worry.
Shen Mo replied with a nod. The 10th peak. In a blink, Shen Mo landed atop the 10th peak. As expected, there were quite a few people gathered around a stone table at the peak, all engrossed in a game of high-stakes gambling. Zhao Yeilu, as usual, was dominating the game. She was winning every single round. No elder attempting to win the Grade B contribution token from her succeeded. Without exception, they all lost. If anyone, driven by frustration, tried to gamble even more, they only lost even greater amounts. Zhao Yeilu was grinning from ear to ear, unable to contain her delight. Noticing Shen Mo, she waved at him and said,
Oh, it's junior brother. Wait over there for a bit. Let me finish dealing with these guys first.
Shen Mo nodded and sat down nearby. Not long after, the elders left one by one, dejected and downcast. They had all lost a considerable amount of pills, artifacts, and contribution points to Zhao Yeilu. Zhao Yeilu gleefully sorted her spoils, laughing to herself the entire time. Shen Mo coughed lightly a few times. Only then did Zhao Yeilu realize someone was still there. She quickly stashed her winnings into her storage ring and forced a sheepish smile.
Junior brother, what brings you here?
Shen Mo relayed what the old flood dragon had told him and asked.
The elder came looking for me earlier. What was it about?
Zhao Yeilu scratched her head.
I don't really know. But I do know where the old man is. Come on, I'll take you.
Without waiting for a response, Zhao Yeilu grabbed Shen Mo by the sleeve and soared into the air, flying straight toward the northern foothills of the Hengtai Mountains. The entire Tai Mountain prefecture was under the jurisdiction of the Qingxuan Sect, and even the local magistrate was backed by the sect. The Hengtai Mountains were the core territory of the Qingxuan Sect, and the dozens of cities surrounding it were bustling hubs of activity. As they flew, Shen Mo gazed down at the cities below, feeling the vibrant pulse of mortal life. A sense of nostalgia washed over him. He had spent so much time cultivating that he had unknowingly grown distant from the warmth of the human world.
See those 4 cities over there? Their red light districts are the best. The old man loves visiting them. We'll split up and search. If you find him, just send me a message through the transmission jade.
Zhao Yeilu said, pointing to several cities below. With that, she darted toward one of the cities without waiting for a reply. Shen Mo nodded and descended into one of the cities. He concealed his identity as a nascent soul stage cultivator, changing into the plain robes of a rogue cultivator. Shen Mo deliberately suppressed his aura, presenting himself as merely at the core formation stage. This level wouldn't draw too much attention or invite trouble, making it the most appropriate disguise. After entering the city, Shen Mo wandered casually through its streets. After only a short walk, he overheard a group of qi condensation cultivators at a roadside stall whispering among themselves.
Things are terrible in Mist Province. 5 cities were wiped out in a single day, not a soul left alive. They say it was the demon emperor of the 10,000 demons kingdom who personally acted. Seriously, Mist Province's forces can't handle the 10,000 demons kingdom. How could they let the demon emperor destroy 5 cities in a day? It's not that they can't handle them, they're simply no match. How could one province compete with such power? I heard half of Mist Province has already fallen. It's tragic. Do you think the 10,000 demons kingdom will eventually invade Yu Province? Hard to say.
Shen Mo's gaze grew colder. That day, he had forced the lingering will of the demon emperor out of his blood essence. Before leaving, the demon emperor had sworn to slaughter 5 cities as revenge. Shen Mo had anticipated this possibility, but hadn't expected the demon emperor to annihilate 5 cities so effortlessly. It seemed Mist Province's strength was even weaker than he had imagined. At this rate, the 10,000 demons kingdom would inevitably set its sights on Yu Province. Subconsciously, Shen Mo glanced at his destiny panel. Destiny, 15 years from now, the 10,000 demons kingdom launches a full-scale invasion of Yu Province. The 4 major forces of Yu Province mount a desperate defense, but are successively destroyed. Thanks to the protection of Li Zhendao, Wan Muchun, and the old flood dragon, Shen Mo narrowly escapes with his life and flees Yu Province. However, the demon emperor's overwhelming power leaves a profound shadow on Shen Mo's heart, halting his progress at the peak of the nascent soul stage and preventing him from advancing to the divine transformation stage. He lives a lonely life and dies peacefully.
So it's true.
Shen Mo sighed softly. Although he would survive, his destiny indicated that he would remain trapped at the nascent soul stage, unable to reach greater heights. The lingering shadow left by the demon emperor would haunt him forever. In essence, it was no different from death. After a brief moment of reflection, Shen Mo quickly steadied his mind. Back in Qingxuan Prefecture, he had faced an even bleaker fate, where a single misstep would have led to his death. Yet back then, he had managed to defy his destiny and break free from his chains. This time, his life wasn't even at stake. Thanks to Li Zhendao and the others, he would escape alive. If he had defied fate before, he could do so again. 15 years, that was all the time he had. Shen Mo quickened his pace, following the flow of people until he arrived at a vibrant red light district. The heavy scent of cosmetics and perfume hung thick in the air, detectable even from 10 miles away. Standing outside a grand building, Shen Mo extended his senses and quickly pinpointed an elegant room on the second floor. Inside, the old elder Wan Muchen was with two poorly dressed young girls, passionately discussing the art of flower arrangement. They were debating which flowers were best for drying, how to choose the right vase, when to arrange the flowers, and when to add water. The discussion seemed to be going on for far too long. Helpless, Shen Mo lightly cleared his throat, channeling a trace of spiritual energy into the sound. Ordinary people wouldn't hear it, but cultivators at his level or higher would immediately sense it. Sure enough, the window of the second-floor room soon opened. A head of white hair popped out, and Wan Muchen's voice called down cheerfully.
Oh Shen Mo, what brings you here?
Apologies, I'm in the middle of discussing the art of flower arrangement with these two young ladies. Wait there, I'll come right down.
Chapter 248, Entering the Fire Pill Palace to Contribute to the Sect, Nothing Else. Chapter 248, Entering the Fire Pill Palace to Contribute to the Sect, Nothing Else.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time.
Wan Muchen said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle.
Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent?
Wan Muchen froze for a moment before slapping his forehead.
Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk.
Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchen ignored them and turned serious.
Recently, a few major events have occurred.
Shen Mo nodded.
Please, Elder Wan, go on.
Wan Muchen sighed softly.
First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time, Wan Muchen said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent? Wan Muchen froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk. Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchen ignored them and turned serious. Recently, a few major events have occurred. Shen Mo nodded. Please, Elder Wan, go on. Wan Muchen sighed softly. First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result. What's shocking is that the governor's mansion and the sects in Mist Province had no idea the Demon Emperor had infiltrated their territory alone. Many believe that the Demon Emperor's power is unmatched. As a peak divine transformation stage demon, he could likely slay a peak divine transformation stage human cultivator with ease. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Even from the drop of blood essence left by the Demon Emperor, Shen Mo had sensed the being's terrifying strength. It was no wonder so many humans willingly betrayed their kind to serve the 10,000 demons' kingdom. They genuinely believed that the Demon Emperor would unify the world and that the demon race was superior and more perfect than humans.
The second issue concerns Yu Province.
Wan Muchen continued.
The Pill River sect has managed to reverse engineer parts of the pure nascent soul transformation pills recipe using 2 ancient alchemical formulas. While the success rate is abysmally low, at only around 20%, it's still a significant breakthrough.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time, Wan Muchun said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent? Wan Muchun froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk. Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchun ignored them and turned serious. Recently, a few major events have occurred. Shen Mo nodded. Please, Elder Wan, go on. Wan Muchun sighed softly. First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result. What's shocking is that the governor's mansion and the sects in Mist Province had no idea the Demon Emperor had infiltrated their territory alone. Many believe that the Demon Emperor's power is unmatched. As a peak divine transformation stage demon, he could likely slay a peak divine transformation stage human cultivator with ease. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Even from the drop of blood essence left by the Demon Emperor, Shen Mo had sensed the being's terrifying strength. It was no wonder so many humans willingly betrayed their kind to serve the 10,000 demons' kingdom. They genuinely believed that the Demon Emperor would unify the world and that the demon race was superior and more perfect than humans. The second issue concerns Yu Province, Wan Muchun continued. The Pill River Sect has managed to reverse engineer parts of the pure nascent soul transformation pills recipe using 2 ancient alchemical formulas. While the success rate is abysmally low, at only around 20%, it's still a significant breakthrough. If the Pill River Sect begins mass-producing pure nascent soul transformation pills, their nascent soul cultivators' realms will skyrocket. Any force that allies with the Pill River Sect will also be able to rapidly enhance their own nascent soul cultivators' realms. From what I've heard, the Qingxuan Sect and the Governor's Mansion are already in talks with the Pill River Sect to purchase these pills. If they buy them, we'll have no choice but to follow suit. This will turn our Jade Cauldron Sect's alchemy industry into another chicken rib, just like our previous beast-taming ventures. Shen Mo was mildly surprised. The pure nascent soul transformation pill was incredibly potent. Even a nascent soul cultivator of mediocre talent could, by thoroughly refining a single bottle of these pills, directly advance to the nascent soul stage perfection. With such pills, one could compensate for their weaknesses in other areas with sheer cultivation level. The Pill River Sect's move was indeed stirring up the waters of Yu Province.
So why come to me, Elder Wan?
Shen Mo asked suddenly. He had little expertise in alchemy and no knowledge of alchemical techniques. Even if he wanted to help, there was little he could do. Wan Muchun's expression grew solemn.
You're aware of the Fire Pill Palace, correct? It's one of the Jade Cauldron Sect's restricted areas.
Shen Mo nodded slightly. He did know of it. The Fire Pill Palace had once been the legendary alchemical grounds of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, many of its cultivators, unable to flee in time, hid valuable pill recipes and elixirs in secret corners of the Fire Pill Palace. Even now, lucky individuals occasionally stumbled upon a pure nascent soul transformation pill or 2 within the palace. The palace's abundant underground fire energy wasn't infinite, however, and thus it was only opened once every 10 years. Each time, a large number of elders would venture inside to seek their fortunes. Even finding a discarded pill or a damaged recipe could earn significant sect contributions. Shen Mo seemed to understand.
You want me to enter the Fire Pill Palace?
Wan Muchun nodded emphatically.
That's also the wish of the sect leader and the Grand Elder.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time, Wan Muchun said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent? Wan Muchun froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk. Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchun ignored them and turned serious. Recently, a few major events have occurred. Shen Mo nodded. Please, Elder Wan, go on. Wan Muchun sighed softly. First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result. What's shocking is that the governor's mansion and the sects in Mist Province had no idea the Demon Emperor had infiltrated their territory alone. Many believe that the Demon Emperor's power is unmatched. As a peak divine transformation stage demon, he could likely slay a peak divine transformation stage human cultivator with ease. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Even from the drop of blood essence left by the Demon Emperor, Shen Mo had sensed the being's terrifying strength. It was no wonder so many humans willingly betrayed their kind to serve the 10,000 demons' kingdom. They genuinely believed that the Demon Emperor would unify the world and that the demon race was superior and more perfect than humans. The second issue concerns Yu Province, Wan Muchun continued. The Pill River Sect has managed to reverse engineer parts of the pure nascent soul transformation pills recipe using 2 ancient alchemical formulas. While the success rate is abysmally low, at only around 20%, it's still a significant breakthrough. If the Pill River Sect begins mass-producing pure nascent soul transformation pills, their nascent soul cultivators' realms will skyrocket. Any force that allies with the Pill River Sect will also be able to rapidly enhance their own nascent soul cultivators' realms. From what I've heard, the Qingxuan Sect and the Governor's Mansion are already in talks with the Pill River Sect to purchase these pills. If they buy them, we'll have no choice but to follow suit. This will turn our Jade Cauldron Sect's alchemy industry into another chicken rib, just like our previous beast-taming ventures. Shen Mo was mildly surprised. The pure nascent soul transformation pill was incredibly potent. Even a nascent soul cultivator of mediocre talent could, by thoroughly refining a single bottle of these pills, directly advance to the nascent soul stage perfection. With such pills, one could compensate for their weaknesses in other areas with sheer cultivation level. The Pill River Sect's move was indeed stirring up the waters of Yu Province. So why come to me, Elder Wan? Shen Mo asked suddenly. He had little expertise in alchemy and no knowledge of alchemical techniques. Even if he wanted to help, there was little he could do. Wan Muchun's expression grew solemn. You're aware of the Fire Pill Palace, correct? It's one of the Jade Cauldron Sect's restricted areas. Shen Mo nodded slightly. He did know of it. The Fire Pill Palace had once been the legendary alchemical grounds of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, many of its cultivators, unable to flee in time, hid valuable pill recipes and elixirs in secret corners of the Fire Pill Palace. Even now, lucky individuals occasionally stumbled upon a pure nascent soul transformation pill or 2 within the palace. The palace's abundant underground fire energy wasn't infinite, however, and thus it was only opened once every 10 years. Each time, a large number of elders would venture inside to seek their fortunes. Even finding a discarded pill or a damaged recipe could earn significant sect contributions. Shen Mo seemed to understand. You want me to enter the Fire Pill Palace? Wan Muchun nodded emphatically. That's also the wish of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The Fire Pill Palace is fraught with danger, but your unique physique and possession of heavenly flame will allow you to navigate it like a fish in water. Moreover, there is a complete recipe for the pure nascent soul transformation pill hidden within the Fire Pill Palace. We hope you can find it. Shen Mo was somewhat surprised.
I heard that was just a rumor, spread by the remnants of the nine-turn alchemy sect to sow discord among the three sects of Yu province. Wasn't it deliberate misinformation?
Wan Muchen shook his head.
It's real.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time, Wan Muchen said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent? Wan Muchen froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk. Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchen ignored them and turned serious. Recently, a few major events have occurred. Shen Mo nodded. Please, Elder Wan, go on. Wan Muchen sighed softly. First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result. What's shocking is that the governor's mansion and the sects in Mist Province had no idea the Demon Emperor had infiltrated their territory alone. Many believe that the Demon Emperor's power is unmatched. As a peak divine transformation stage demon, he could likely slay a peak divine transformation stage human cultivator with ease. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Even from the drop of blood essence left by the Demon Emperor, Shen Mo had sensed the being's terrifying strength. It was no wonder so many humans willingly betrayed their kind to serve the 10,000 demons' kingdom. They genuinely believed that the Demon Emperor would unify the world and that the demon race was superior and more perfect than humans. The second issue concerns Yu Province, Wan Muchen continued. The Pill River Sect has managed to reverse-engineer parts of the pure nascent soul transformation pills recipe using 2 ancient alchemical formulas. While the success rate is abysmally low, at only around 20%, it's still a significant breakthrough. If the Pill River Sect begins mass-producing pure nascent soul transformation pills, their nascent soul cultivators' realms will skyrocket. Any force that allies with the Pill River Sect will also be able to rapidly enhance their own nascent soul cultivators' realms. From what I've heard, the Qingxuan Sect and the Governor's Mansion are already in talks with the Pill River Sect to purchase these pills. If they buy them, we'll have no choice but to follow suit. This will turn our Jade Cauldron Sect's alchemy industry into another chicken rib, just like our previous beast-taming ventures. Shen Mo was mildly surprised. The pure nascent soul transformation pill was incredibly potent. Even a nascent soul cultivator of mediocre talent could, by thoroughly refining a single bottle of these pills, directly advance to the nascent soul stage perfection. With such pills, one could compensate for their weaknesses in other areas with sheer cultivation level. The Pill River Sect's move was indeed stirring up the waters of Yu Province. So why come to me, Elder Wan? Shen Mo asked suddenly. He had little expertise in alchemy and no knowledge of alchemical techniques. Even if he wanted to help, there was little he could do. Wan Muchen's expression grew solemn. You're aware of the Fire Pill Palace, correct? It's one of the Jade Cauldron Sect's restricted areas. Shen Mo nodded slightly. He did know of it. The Fire Pill Palace had once been the legendary alchemical grounds of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, many of its cultivators, unable to flee in time, hid valuable pill recipes and elixirs in secret corners of the Fire Pill Palace. Even now, lucky individuals occasionally stumbled upon a pure nascent soul transformation pill or 2 within the palace. The palace's abundant underground fire energy wasn't infinite, however, and thus it was only opened once every 10 years. Each time, a large number of elders would venture inside to seek their fortunes. Even finding a discarded pill or a damaged recipe could earn significant sect contributions. Shen Mo seemed to understand. You want me to enter the Fire Pill Palace? Wan Muchen nodded emphatically. That's also the wish of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The Fire Pill Palace is fraught with danger, but your unique physique and possession of heavenly flame will allow you to navigate it like a fish in water. Moreover, there is a complete recipe for the pure nascent soul transformation pill hidden within the Fire Pill Palace. We hope you can find it. Shen Mo was somewhat surprised. I heard that was just a rumor spread by the remnants of the Nine-Turn Alchemy sect to sow discord among the three sects of Yu province. Wasn't it deliberate misinformation? Wan Muchun shook his head. It's real. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy sect was destroyed, its young sect master fled under the protection of several elders. His final destination was the Fire Pill Palace. He carried the Nine-Turn Alchemy Codex, which contains some of the most precious pill recipes, alchemy techniques, and even a heaven-rank cultivation technique of the Nine-Turn Alchemy sect. Among those recipes is the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. However, when we sealed off the Fire Pill Palace and searched for over a month, leaving no stone unturned, we couldn't find any trace of him. There's also no evidence that he ever escaped the Fire Pill Palace. The young sect master simply disappeared, neither alive nor dead. Shen Mo frowned slightly as he listened. It did sound plausible. If it was true, then with the aid of his destiny panel, he would have no trouble finding the pure nascent soul transformation pill's recipe. Wan Muchun continued.
The Fire Pill Palace is set to open in 1 year.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time, Wan Muchun said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent? Wan Muchun froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk. Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchun ignored them and turned serious. Recently, a few major events have occurred. Shen Mo nodded. Please, Elder Wan, go on. Wan Muchun sighed softly. First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result. What's shocking is that the governor's mansion and the sects in Mist Province had no idea the Demon Emperor had infiltrated their territory alone. Many believe that the Demon Emperor's power is unmatched. As a peak divine transformation stage demon, he could likely slay a peak divine transformation stage human cultivator with ease. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Even from the drop of blood essence left by the Demon Emperor, Shen Mo had sensed the being's terrifying strength. It was no wonder so many humans willingly betrayed their kind to serve the 10,000 demons' kingdom. They genuinely believed that the Demon Emperor would unify the world and that the demon race was superior and more perfect than humans. The second issue concerns Yu Province, Wan Muchun continued. The Pill River sect has managed to reverse engineer parts of the pure nascent soul transformation pill's recipe using 2 ancient alchemical formulas. While the success rate is abysmally low, at only around 20%, it's still a significant breakthrough. If the Pill River sect begins mass-producing pure nascent soul transformation pills, their nascent soul cultivators' realms will skyrocket. Any force that allies with the Pill River sect will also be able to rapidly enhance their own nascent soul cultivators' realms. From what I've heard, the Qingxuan Sect and the Governor's Mansion are already in talks with the Pill River Sect to purchase these pills. If they buy them, we'll have no choice but to follow suit. This will turn our Jade Cauldron Sect's alchemy industry into another chicken rib, just like our previous beast-taming ventures. Shen Mo was mildly surprised. The pure nascent soul transformation pill was incredibly potent. Even a nascent soul cultivator of mediocre talent could, by thoroughly refining a single bottle of these pills, directly advance to the nascent soul stage perfection. With such pills, one could compensate for their weaknesses in other areas with sheer cultivation level. The Pill River Sect's move was indeed stirring up the waters of Yu Province. So why come to me, Elder Wan? Shen Mo asked suddenly. He had little expertise in alchemy and no knowledge of alchemical techniques. Even if he wanted to help, there was little he could do. Wan Muchen's expression grew solemn. You're aware of the Fire Pill Palace, correct? It's one of the Jade Cauldron Sect's restricted areas. Shen Mo nodded slightly. He did know of it. The Fire Pill Palace had once been the legendary alchemical grounds of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, many of its cultivators, unable to flee in time, hid valuable pill recipes and elixirs in secret corners of the Fire Pill Palace. Even now, lucky individuals occasionally stumbled upon a pure nascent soul transformation pill or two within the palace. The palace's abundant underground fire energy wasn't infinite, however, and thus it was only opened once every 10 years. Each time, a large number of elders would venture inside to seek their fortunes. Even finding a discarded pill or a damaged recipe could earn significant sect contributions. Shen Mo seemed to understand. You want me to enter the Fire Pill Palace? Wan Muchen nodded emphatically. That's also the wish of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The Fire Pill Palace is fraught with danger, but your unique physique and possession of heavenly flame will allow you to navigate it like a fish in water. Moreover, there is a complete recipe for the pure nascent soul transformation pill hidden within the Fire Pill Palace. We hope you can find it. Shen Mo was somewhat surprised. I heard that was just a rumor spread by the remnants of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect to sow discord among the three sects of Yu Province. Wasn't it deliberate misinformation? Wan Muchen shook his head. It's real. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, its young sect master fled under the protection of several elders. His final destination was the Fire Pill Palace. He carried the Nine-Turn Alchemy Codex, which contains some of the most precious pill recipes, alchemy techniques, and even a heaven-rank cultivation technique of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. Among those recipes is the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. However, when we sealed off the Fire Pill Palace and searched for over a month, leaving no stone unturned, we couldn't find any trace of him. There's also no evidence that he ever escaped the Fire Pill Palace. The young sect master simply disappeared, neither alive nor dead. Shen Mo frowned slightly as he listened. It did sound plausible. If it was true, then with the aid of his destiny panel, he would have no trouble finding the pure nascent soul transformation pill's recipe. Wan Muchen continued, the Fire Pill Palace is set to open in 1 year. To enter, one must meet 2 requirements, being at least a 3-cauldron elder and having reached the nascent soul stage perfection. While you already qualify as an elder, your current cultivation is still at the nascent soul stage initial success, which falls short of the requirement.
The sect leader has agreed to make an exception this time. If you're willing to enter the Fire Pill Palace, the cultivation requirement will be waived for you.
Shen Mo smiled but said nothing. No one knew that he had already advanced to nascent soul stage perfection, except for the old flood dragon. Wan Muchen lacked the ability to discern someone's cultivation level, and, even sitting face-to-face with Shen Mo, assumed he was still at nascent soul stage initial success. Fearing Shen Mo might refuse, Wan Muchen added.
Furthermore, if you agree to enter the Fire Pill Palace, the sect will allow you to choose any top-tier earth-rank martial technique from the library.
After delivering his pitch, Wan Muchen downed several sips of tea, his throat dry from talking. Shen Mo immediately grinned.
I agree.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time, Wan Muchen said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent? Wan Muchen froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk. Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchen ignored them and turned serious. Recently, a few major events have occurred. Shen Mo nodded. Please, Elder Wan, go on. Wan Muchun sighed softly. First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result. What's shocking is that the governor's mansion and the sects in Mist Province had no idea the Demon Emperor had infiltrated their territory alone. Many believe that the Demon Emperor's power is unmatched. As a peak divine transformation stage demon, he could likely slay a peak divine transformation stage human cultivator with ease. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Even from the drop of blood essence left by the Demon Emperor, Shen Mo had sensed the being's terrifying strength. It was no wonder so many humans willingly betrayed their kind to serve the 10,000 demons' kingdom. They genuinely believed that the Demon Emperor would unify the world and that the demon race was superior and more perfect than humans. The second issue concerns Yu Province, Wan Muchun continued. The Pill River Sect has managed to reverse engineer parts of the pure nascent soul transformation pills recipe using 2 ancient alchemical formulas. While the success rate is abysmally low, at only around 20%, it's still a significant breakthrough. If the Pill River Sect begins mass-producing pure nascent soul transformation pills, their nascent soul cultivators' realms will skyrocket. Any force that allies with the Pill River Sect will also be able to rapidly enhance their own nascent soul cultivators' realms. From what I've heard, the Qingxuan Sect and the Governor's Mansion are already in talks with the Pill River Sect to purchase these pills. If they buy them, we'll have no choice but to follow suit. This will turn our Jade Cauldron Sect's alchemy industry into another chicken rib, just like our previous beast-taming ventures. Shen Mo was mildly surprised. The pure nascent soul transformation pill was incredibly potent. Even a nascent soul cultivator of mediocre talent could, by thoroughly refining a single bottle of these pills, directly advance to the nascent soul stage perfection. With such pills, one could compensate for their weaknesses in other areas with sheer cultivation level. The Pill River Sect's move was indeed stirring up the waters of Yu Province. So why come to me, Elder Wan? Shen Mo asked suddenly. He had little expertise in alchemy and no knowledge of alchemical techniques. Even if he wanted to help, there was little he could do. Wan Muchun's expression grew solemn. You're aware of the Fire Pill Palace, correct? It's one of the Jade Cauldron Sect's restricted areas. Shen Mo nodded slightly. He did know of it. The Fire Pill Palace had once been the legendary alchemical grounds of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, many of its cultivators, unable to flee in time, hid valuable pill recipes and elixirs in secret corners of the Fire Pill Palace. Even now, lucky individuals occasionally stumbled upon a pure nascent soul transformation pill or 2 within the palace. The palace's abundant underground fire energy wasn't infinite, however, and thus it was only opened once every 10 years. Each time, a large number of elders would venture inside to seek their fortunes. Even finding a discarded pill or a damaged recipe could earn significant sect contributions. Shen Mo seemed to understand. You want me to enter the Fire Pill Palace? Wan Muchun nodded emphatically. That's also the wish of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The Fire Pill Palace is fraught with danger, but your unique physique and possession of heavenly flame will allow you to navigate it like a fish in water. Moreover, there is a complete recipe for the pure nascent soul transformation pill hidden within the Fire Pill Palace. We hope you can find it. Shen Mo was somewhat surprised. I heard that was just a rumor spread by the remnants of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect to sow discord among the 3 sects of Yu Province. Wasn't it deliberate misinformation? Wan Muchun shook his head. It's real. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, its young sect master fled under the protection of several elders. His final destination was the Fire Pill Palace. He carried the Nine-Turn Alchemy Codex, which contains some of the most precious pill recipes, alchemy techniques, and even a heaven-rank cultivation technique of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. Among those recipes is the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. However, when we sealed off the Fire Pill Palace and searched for over a month, leaving no stone unturned, we couldn't find any trace of him. There's also no evidence that he ever escaped the Fire Pill Palace. The young sect master simply disappeared, neither alive nor dead. Shen Mo frowned slightly as he listened. It did sound plausible. If it was true, then with the aid of his destiny panel, he would have no trouble finding the pure nascent soul transformation pills recipe. Wan Muchun continued, the Fire Pill Palace is set to open in 1 year. To enter, one must meet 2 requirements, being at least a 3-cauldron elder and having reached the nascent soul stage perfection. While you already qualify as an elder, your current cultivation is still at the nascent soul stage initial success, which falls short of the requirement. The sect leader has agreed to make an exception this time. If you're willing to enter the Fire Pill Palace, the cultivation requirement will be waived for you. Shen Mo smiled but said nothing. No one knew that he had already advanced to nascent soul stage perfection, except for the old flood dragon. Wan Muchun lacked the ability to discern someone's cultivation level, and, even sitting face-to-face with Shen Mo, assumed he was still at nascent soul stage initial success. Fearing Shen Mo might refuse, Wan Muchun added, furthermore, if you agree to enter the Fire Pill Palace, the sect will allow you to choose any top-tier Earth-rank martial technique from the library. After delivering his pitch, Wan Muchun downed several sips of tea, his throat dry from talking. Shen Mo immediately grinned, I agree. I mainly want to contribute to the sect. It has nothing to do with the Earth-rank martial technique. A top-tier Earth-rank martial technique typically required 50 grade C contributions to obtain. Rejecting such a free treasure would make him a fool. Wan Muchun nearly choked on his tea, but quickly broke into laughter.
Good, it's settled then. With your agreement, the sect leader, Grand Elder, and I can rest assured. Oh, one more thing, Qingxuan will be entering with you this time. You two can support each other inside.
Cough, cough, this is quite a nice place. You should come by when you have time, Wan Muchun said, smacking his lips as if savoring the lingering experience. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Elder Wan, you came to the Flood Dragon Valley a while back to find me. Was there something urgent? Wan Muchun froze for a moment before slapping his forehead. Ah, right, I nearly forgot there is something important. Come, let's find a tea house to talk. Moments later, the two of them were seated on the top floor of a tea house, near a window. The air inside was filled with the delicate fragrance of tea. The servers, all young and beautiful maidens, flitted gracefully between the tables, a sight pleasing to the eye. This time, however, Wan Muchun ignored them and turned serious. Recently, a few major events have occurred. Shen Mo nodded, please Elder Wan go on. Wan Muchun sighed softly. First, there's the situation in the south in Mist Province. I'm sure you've already heard. For some unknown reason, the Demon Emperor personally acted, wiping out 5 cities in a single day. Over 1 million humans perished as a result. What's shocking is that the governor's mansion and the sects in Mist Province had no idea the Demon Emperor had infiltrated their territory alone. Many believe that the Demon Emperor's power is unmatched. As a peak divine transformation stage demon, he could likely slay a peak divine transformation stage human cultivator with ease. Shen Mo nodded slightly. Even from the drop of blood essence left by the Demon Emperor, Shen Mo had sensed the being's terrifying strength. It was no wonder so many humans willingly betrayed their kind to serve the 10,000 demons' kingdom. They genuinely believed that the Demon Emperor would unify the world and that the demon race was superior and more perfect than humans. The second issue concerns Yu Province, Wan Muchun continued. The Pill River Sect has managed to reverse engineer parts of the pure nascent soul transformation pills recipe using 2 ancient alchemical formulas. While the success rate is abysmally low, at only around 20%, it's still a significant breakthrough. If the Pill River Sect begins mass-producing pure nascent soul transformation pills, their nascent soul cultivators' realms will skyrocket. Any force that allies with the Pill River Sect will also be able to rapidly enhance their own nascent soul cultivators' realms. From what I've heard, the Qingxuan Sect and the Governor's Mansion are already in talks with the Pill River Sect to purchase these pills. If they buy them, we'll have no choice but to follow suit. This will turn our Jade Cauldron Sect's alchemy industry into another chicken rib, just like our previous beast-taming ventures. Shen Mo was mildly surprised. The pure nascent soul transformation pill was incredibly potent. Even a nascent soul cultivator of mediocre talent could, by thoroughly refining a single bottle of these pills, directly advance to the nascent soul stage perfection. With such pills, one could compensate for their weaknesses in other areas with sheer cultivation level. The Pill River Sect's move was indeed stirring up the waters of Yu Province. So why come to me, Elder Wan? Shen Mo asked suddenly. He had little expertise in alchemy and no knowledge of alchemical techniques. Even if he wanted to help, there was little he could do. Wan Muchen's expression grew solemn. You're aware of the Fire Pill Palace, correct? It's one of the Jade Cauldron Sect's restricted areas. Shen Mo nodded slightly. He did know of it. The Fire Pill Palace had once been the legendary alchemical grounds of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, many of its cultivators, unable to flee in time, hid valuable pill recipes and elixirs in secret corners of the Fire Pill Palace. Even now, lucky individuals occasionally stumbled upon a pure nascent soul transformation pill or two within the palace. The palace's abundant underground fire energy wasn't infinite, however, and thus it was only opened once every 10 years. Each time, a large number of elders would venture inside to seek their fortunes. Even finding a discarded pill or a damaged recipe could earn significant sect contributions. Shen Mo seemed to understand. You want me to enter the Fire Pill Palace? Wan Muchen nodded emphatically. That's also the wish of the sect leader and the Grand Elder. The Fire Pill Palace is fraught with danger, but your unique physique and possession of heavenly flame will allow you to navigate it like a fish in water. Moreover, there is a complete recipe for the pure nascent soul transformation pill hidden within the Fire Pill Palace. We hope you can find it. Shen Mo was somewhat surprised. I heard that was just a rumor spread by the remnants of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect to sow discord among the three sects of Yu Province. Wasn't it deliberate misinformation? Wan Muchen shook his head. It's real. When the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect was destroyed, its young sect master fled under the protection of several elders. His final destination was the Fire Pill Palace. He carried the Nine-Turn Alchemy Codex, which contains some of the most precious pill recipes, alchemy techniques, and even a heaven-rank cultivation technique of the Nine-Turn Alchemy Sect. Among those recipes is the formula for the pure nascent soul transformation pill. However, when we sealed off the Fire Pill Palace and searched for over a month, leaving no stone unturned, we couldn't find any trace of him. There's also no evidence that he ever escaped the Fire Pill Palace. The young sect master simply disappeared, neither alive nor dead. Shen Mo frowned slightly as he listened. It did sound plausible. If it was true, then with the aid of his destiny panel, he would have no trouble finding the pure nascent soul transformation pill's recipe. Wan Muchen continued, the Fire Pill Palace is set to open in 1 year. To enter, one must meet 2 requirements, being at least a 3-cauldron elder and having reached the nascent soul stage perfection. While you already qualify as an elder, your current cultivation is still at the nascent soul stage initial success, which falls short of the requirement. The sect leader has agreed to make an exception this time. If you're willing to enter the Fire Pill Palace, the cultivation requirement will be waived for you. Shen Mo smiled but said nothing. No one knew that he had already advanced to nascent soul stage perfection, except for the old flood dragon. Wan Muchen lacked the ability to discern someone's cultivation level, and, even sitting face-to-face with Shen Mo, assumed he was still at nascent soul stage initial success. Fearing Shen Mo might refuse, Wan Muchen added, furthermore, if you agree to enter the Fire Pill Palace, the sect will allow you to choose any top-tier Earth-rank martial technique from the library. After delivering his pitch, Wan Muchen downed several sips of tea, his throat dry from talking. Shen Mo immediately grinned. I agree. I mainly want to contribute to the sect. It has nothing to do with the Earth-rank martial technique. A top-tier Earth-rank martial technique typically required 50 Grade C contributions to obtain. Rejecting such a free treasure would make him a fool. Wan Muchun nearly choked on his tea but quickly broke into laughter. Good, it's settled then. With your agreement, the sect leader, Grand Elder, and I can rest assured. Oh, one more thing, Qingxuan will be entering with you this time. You two can support each other inside. Additionally, Yi Yan, who possesses a fire attribute physique, has also been invited by the sect leader. Be cautious around him. Shen Mo nodded slightly. This was all within his expectations. Yi Yan's physique, the solar flame body, made him just as much at home in the Fire Pill Palace as Shen Mo himself.
All right, I'll leave you to prepare. As for me, I'm going back to exchange ideas about flower arranging with those young ladies. Ah, these youngsters, so eager to learn, it's almost troubling.
Wan Muchun said as he shot to his feet and vanished in a flash. Shen Mo couldn't help but laugh. After a moment of thought, he mused to himself.
I happen to lack a reliable martial technique for regular use. I should head to the scripture pavilion now.
Chapter 249, Yin-Yang Dual Energy Sword Art and the Two Forms Spirit Sword. Chapter 249, Yin-Yang Dual Energy Sword Art and the Two Forms Spirit Sword. The Jade Cauldron Sect's scripture pavilion exuded a faint scholarly fragrance that seemed to intoxicate the soul. Of course, it wasn't the scent of books that captivated people, but rather the profound meanings these texts represented. Each of these martial and cultivation manuals ranging from profound rank to heaven rank stored here carried unparalleled value. Anyone would be tempted to peruse them. This ability to record, study, and pass on knowledge was innate to the human race after stepping onto the immortal path. It was also what fundamentally set humans apart from demons. The scripture pavilion was divided into 5 floors. The first floor was accessible to both outer and inner disciples. The second floor was reserved for core disciples, 1 cauldron elders and 2 cauldron elders. The third floor was exclusive to 3 cauldron and 4 cauldron elders. The fourth floor was for 5 cauldron and 6 cauldron elders. As for the fifth floor, only the sect master could enter. After arriving at the scripture pavilion, Shen Mo headed directly to the third floor. There weren't many people on this level. Scanning the room, Shen Mo counted only 5 individuals present. Most of them appeared middle-aged, while 2 were elderly, clearly approaching the end of their lifespans. Seeing Shen Mo's youthful face, the 5 individuals looked slightly surprised. Some offered him kind gazes, while others nodded faintly in greeting. Such a young 3 cauldron elder had boundless potential. Even if they couldn't form a relationship with him, they knew better than to offend him. As elders who had lived for hundreds of years, they were well versed in these unspoken social nuances. Shen Mo returned their smiles politely and began his search.
I might as well pick a sword art to use as a standard method for dealing with enemies.
Shen Mo thought. He already possessed a top-grade Earth-rank spiritual weapon, the Scorching Sword. However, his current Quick Thunder Shadow Sword art was becoming outdated. This was the perfect opportunity to find a more powerful Earth-rank sword art. Shen Mo's eyes scanned the rows of bookshelves.
Dragon riding sword art.
Heaven and Earth reversal sword art. 9 instant kill swords. Shen Mo, so you're here too.
Yi Yan said coldly. Shen Mo smiled lightly.
If you're allowed to come, why wouldn't I be?
The elders on the third floor paused, briefly startled by the interaction. Yi Yan was widely recognized within the sect, having been personally trained by the second elder, Yang Ke, from his time as a core disciple. His reputation was already well established. In contrast, Shen Mo's youthful and unfamiliar face wasn't known to many. However, his name had been making waves recently, shining as brightly as the midday sun.
So that's Shen Mo. He looks even younger than Yi Yan. Interesting, these two don't seem to get along. Tusk, it looks like there's bound to be a showdown between these two in the future.
The elders exchanged whispers, clearly enjoying the drama. In their eyes, both Shen Mo and Yi Yan were exceptional young prodigies. They had no intention of intervening in the tension between the two. To do so would risk offending one side, and there would be no good outcome for themselves.
You caused me to be cast out by the old flood dragon. I've never forgotten that grudge.
Yi Yan said coldly. Shen Mo paused, then chuckled lightly. So it was about that. This was understandable. It was because Shen Mo had pointed out to the old flood dragon that it was naturally infertile and would only ever have a single offspring. This revelation not only struck a sore spot in the old flood dragon's heart, but also made Yi Yan's attempt to present the heavy water sky python as a gift a painful reminder. That Yi Yan was cold-shouldered afterward was hardly surprising. Meeting Yi Yan's icy gaze, Shen Mo merely smiled and said,
You'll have more grudges to remember in the future. Enjoy holding on to them.
With that, he turned and walked toward a nearby bookshelf, picking up a thin manual and examining it carefully. Yi Yan, unwilling to look at Shen Mo any longer, moved to another part of the room with a cold expression.
This feels like the missing piece I've been searching for.
Shen Mo murmured, satisfied as he studied the manual in his hands. The manual was for the yin-yang dual energy sword art, a top-grade earth-rank martial technique. This sword art had only 3 layers. Mastering the first layer allowed one to wield yang sword qi. The second layer granted mastery of yin sword qi. The third and most difficult layer fused yin and yang sword qi into the powerful dual energy sword qi. The sword art was notoriously difficult to cultivate, and while many prodigious cultivators had attempted it, few ever reached the third layer. However, Shen Mo wasn't drawn to the technique itself. What interested him was a hidden forging method embedded in the texta method to create the spiritual sword known as 2 forms. When paired with the yin-yang dual energy sword art, this sword could amplify the technique's power twofold. This hidden treasure was the true value of the sword art. Had it not been for his destiny panel revealing the intricacies of Yi Yan's life, Shen Mo would never have discovered that the manual contained this concealed forging method.
This is the one.
Shen Mo exclaimed inwardly as he took the yin-yang dual energy sword art and left decisively.
What did he take? Let me see.
The elders whispered among themselves, their tones laced with curiosity and amusement. Yi Yan overheard their remarks and sneered as he watched Shen Mo's retreating figure.
Of all the choices, you pick the hardest one. If anyone's bound to fail, it's you.
Dragon Snake Mountain. Upon returning to Dragon Snake Mountain, Shen Mo headed straight for the barren plain where he often trained. The vegetation surrounding the area seemed to have learned its lesson. Nothing dared to grow there anymore, as if aware that doing so would invite certain death.
Time to begin.
Shen Mo said to himself, unfurling the yin-yang dual energy sword art manual. With his exceptional comprehension and unparalleled swordsmanship, Shen Mo quickly immersed himself in the world of sword qi. In less than 2 hours, he had fully studied the manual. His mind seemed to enter a realm where sword qi crisscrossed endlessly. Instinctively, he drew his scorching sword and began practicing the yang sword qi technique described in the manual. At first, the strikes lacked power, and no visible sword qi appeared on the blade. But as time passed, Shen Mo became increasingly proficient. After 2 days and nights of relentless practice, a sudden breakthrough occurred. A blazing, yang-infused sword qi erupted from the blade, extending a full 3 meters. With just a light slash, the ground split into a deep, jagged fissure. Shen Mo snapped out of his trance, staring at the mark on the ground with surprise and delight.
I can't believe I mastered Yang Sword Qi in just 2 days. Now for the next step, cultivating Yin Sword Qi.
Chapter 250, Enduring for the Qingxuan Sect, I'll bear the infamy. Chapter 250, Enduring for the Qingxuan Sect, I'll bear the infamy. In the governor's mansion of Yu Province, an imposing elder sat at a heavy wooden desk, his broad frame exuding authority. Before him lay a war report from Mist Province, its contents eliciting a rare solemnity on his weathered face. Since becoming the governor of Yu Province, it had been a long time since he had shown such an expression. Standing silently to the side was his trusted general, Wu Renayan, who said nothing, his posture unwavering amidst the cold and oppressive atmosphere that hung in the room.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities.
The governor said grimly.
From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared.
The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renayan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it.
What are your thoughts?
The governor asked. Wu Renayan spoke in a steady tone.
My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 demons' kingdom.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renayan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. What are your thoughts? The governor asked. Wu Renayan spoke in a steady tone. My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed.
You see more clearly than most.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renayan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. What are your thoughts? The governor asked. Wu Renayan spoke in a steady tone. My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed. You see more clearly than most. The capital remains mired in luxury and celebration, convinced that the 10,000 demons' kingdom is no match for Jing country.
They underestimate the 10,000 demons' kingdom, and more importantly, the ambition and strength of this demon emperor.
Wu Renayan nodded slightly.
The 10,000 demons' kingdom has lain dormant for 500 years, quietly amassing power. Now the time has come for them to strike.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renayan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. What are your thoughts? The governor asked. Wu Renayan spoke in a steady tone. My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed. You see more clearly than most. The capital remains mired in luxury and celebration, convinced that the 10,000 demons' kingdom is no match for Jing country. They underestimate the 10,000 demons' kingdom, and more importantly, the ambition and strength of this demon emperor. Wu Renayan nodded slightly. The 10,000 demons' kingdom has lain dormant for 500 years, quietly amassing power. Now the time has come for them to strike. Those in the capital, accustomed to their comfortable lives, have no understanding of this. The governor shook his head.
If only Yu Province were entirely under my control. I would issue an immediate order for all cultivators to march to Mist Province's borders and hold off the 10,000 demons' kingdom.
Wu Renayan said in a deep voice.
It is not too late. The Jade Cauldron sect is already weakening as per your plans.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renyan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. "What are your thoughts?" the governor asked. Wu Renyan spoke in a steady tone. "My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed. "You see more clearly than most." The capital remains mired in luxury and celebration, convinced that the 10,000 demons' kingdom is no match for Jing country. They underestimate the 10,000 demons' kingdom, and more importantly, the ambition and strength of this demon emperor. Wu Renyan nodded slightly. The 10,000 demons' kingdom has lain dormant for 500 years, quietly amassing power. Now the time has come for them to strike. Those in the capital, accustomed to their comfortable lives, have no understanding of this. The governor shook his head. "If only Yu province were entirely under my control, I would issue an immediate order for all cultivators to march to Mist Province's borders and hold off the 10,000 demons' kingdom." Wu Renyan said in a deep voice, "It is not too late. The Qingxuan Sect is already weakening as per your plans. With 1 year remaining before the Fire Pill Palace opens, if we activate another hidden piece, the Qingxuan Sect will weaken further. When the time comes, it will be easy for you to take control of the sect. Once they're under your command, you can throw them into Mist Province as cannon fodder. This will preserve the court's forces while diminishing the sect's strength." The governor shook his head and pushed a document toward Wu Renyan.
The Jade Cauldron Sect hasn't weakened significantly. Look at this document.
Wu Renyan took it and read. It was a record of trade between the governor's mansion and the Jade Cauldron Sect. Previously, the Jade Cauldron Sect had purchased large quantities of spiritual beast and demon beast materials from the governor's mansion. However, in the past 2 years, the roles had reversed, with the governor's mansion buying such materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect instead. At the end of the document was a note. Both the Qingxuan Sect and Pill River Sect had also begun purchasing materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect. Wu Renyan's expression darkened.
Is this because of Dragon Snake Mountain?
The governor nodded.
Exactly. The Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-taming industry has suddenly flourished.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renyan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. "What are your thoughts?" the governor asked. Wu Renyan spoke in a steady tone. "My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed. "You see more clearly than most." The capital remains mired in luxury and celebration, convinced that the 10,000 demons' kingdom is no match for Jing country. They underestimate the 10,000 demons' kingdom, and more importantly, the ambition and strength of this demon emperor. Wu Renyan nodded slightly. The 10,000 demons' kingdom has lain dormant for 500 years, quietly amassing power. Now the time has come for them to strike. Those in the capital, accustomed to their comfortable lives, have no understanding of this. The governor shook his head. "If only Yu province were entirely under my control, I would issue an immediate order for all cultivators to march to Mist Province's borders and hold off the 10,000 demons' kingdom." Wu Renyan said in a deep voice, "It is not too late. The Jade Cauldron Sect is already weakening as per your plans. With 1 year remaining before the Fire Pill Palace opens, If we activate another hidden piece, the Jade Cauldron Sect will weaken further. When the time comes, it will be easy for you to take control of the sect. Once they're under your command, you can throw them into Mist Province as cannon fodder. This will preserve the court's forces while diminishing the sect's strength. The governor shook his head and pushed a document toward Wu Renayan. The Jade Cauldron Sect hasn't weakened significantly. Look at this document. Wu Renayan took it and read. It was a record of trade between the governor's mansion and the Jade Cauldron Sect. Previously, the Jade Cauldron Sect had purchased large quantities of spiritual beast and demon beast materials from the governor's mansion. However, in the past 2 years, the roles had reversed, with the governor's mansion buying such materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect instead. At the end of the document was a note. Both the Qingxuan Sect and Pill River Sect had also begun purchasing materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect. Wu Renayan's expression darkened. Is this because of Dragon Snake Mountain? The governor nodded. Exactly. The Jade Cauldron Sect's beast taming industry has suddenly flourished. Since the year they turned their losses into profits, their cost-effectiveness has far surpassed ours. To the extent that, as the governor of Yu Province, it is now cheaper for me to purchase beast materials directly from them than to produce them myself. Wu Renayan remained silent. The sudden strength of the Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-taming industry was unexpected, even for him. The governor massaged his temples, reflecting. Bloodvine Valley had cost the sect 21 nascent soul elders, yet their revitalized beast-taming industry had replenished much of their losses. Overall, the Jade Cauldron Sect had not weakened much at all. Suddenly, the governor asked,
What about the human collaborators sent by the 10,000 Demons Kingdom? Has the old flood dragon been swayed yet?
Wu Renayan's expression turned awkward.
No, there's been no movement at all.
The governor frowned deeply.
What happened? Report everything to me in detail immediately.
Wu Renayan lowered his voice.
According to our informants in the Jade Cauldron Sect, the stewards assigned to guard the Valley of the Old Flood Dragon were indeed replaced by those 2 collaborators.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renayan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. What are your thoughts? The governor asked. Wu Renayan spoke in a steady tone. My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed. You see more clearly than most. The capital remains mired in luxury and celebration, convinced that the 10,000 Demons Kingdom is no match for Jing country. They underestimate the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, and more importantly, the ambition and strength of this demon emperor. Wu Renayan nodded slightly. The 10,000 Demons Kingdom has lain dormant for 500 years, quietly amassing power. Now the time has come for them to strike. Those in the capital, accustomed to their comfortable lives, have no understanding of this. The governor shook his head. If only Yu Province were entirely under my control, I would issue an immediate order for all cultivators to march to Mist Province's borders and hold off the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. Wu Renayan said in a deep voice, It is not too late. The Jade Cauldron Sect is already weakening as per your plans. With 1 year remaining before the Fire Pill Palace opens, if we activate another hidden piece, the Jade Cauldron Sect will weaken further. When the time comes, it will be easy for you to take control of the sect. Once they're under your command, you can throw them into Mist Province as cannon fodder. This will preserve the court's forces while diminishing the sect's strength. The governor shook his head and pushed a document toward Wu Renayan. The Jade Cauldron Sect hasn't weakened significantly. Look at this document. Wu Renayan took it and read. It was a record of trade between the governor's mansion and the Jade Cauldron Sect. Previously, the Jade Cauldron Sect had purchased large quantities of spiritual beast and demon beast materials from the governor's mansion. However, in the past 2 years, the roles had reversed, with the governor's mansion buying such materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect instead. At the end of the document was a note. Both the Qingxuan Sect and Pill River Sect had also begun purchasing materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect. Wu Renyan's expression darkened. Is this because of Dragon Snake Mountain? The governor nodded. Exactly. The Jade Cauldron Sect's beast taming industry has suddenly flourished. Since the year they turned their losses into profits, their cost-effectiveness has far surpassed ours. To the extent that, as the governor of Yu Province, it is now cheaper for me to purchase beast materials directly from them than to produce them myself. Wu Renyan remained silent. The sudden strength of the Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-taming industry was unexpected, even for him. The governor massaged his temples, reflecting. Bloodvine Valley had cost the sect 21 nascent soul elders, yet their revitalized beast-taming industry had replenished much of their losses. Overall, the Jade Cauldron Sect had not weakened much at all. Suddenly, the governor asked, "What about the human collaborators sent by the 10,000 Demons Kingdom? Has the old flood dragon been swayed yet?" Wu Renyan's expression turned awkward. "No, there's been no movement at all." The governor frowned deeply. "What happened? Report everything to me in detail immediately." Wu Renyan lowered his voice. "According to our informants in the Jade Cauldron Sect, the stewards assigned to guard the Valley of the Old Flood Dragon were indeed replaced by those two collaborators. However, after they entered the valley, they never came out again. Our informants also reported that Shen Mo entered the valley that day." The governor's frown deepened. He was already aware of Shen Mo's interactions with the Old Flood Dragon. He could roughly guess Shen Mo's intentions: to curry favor with the Old Flood Dragon and secure its backing as a powerful ally. Chapter 250, Enduring for the Jade Cauldron Sect, I'll bear the infamy. The Old Flood Dragon, having lived for countless years, was far from a foolish creature. Gaining its trust and support was a nearly impossible task. The only way was to find its missing flood dragon egg. But something that countless cultivators of the Jade Cauldron Sect had failed to accomplish over millennia. How could someone like Shen Mo succeed? Because of this, the governor of Yu Province hadn't taken the matter to heart. Now it seemed he had been wrong. The relationship between Shen Mo and the Old Flood Dragon had likely deepened to an extraordinary level. The governor's expression turned cold.
It must have been Shen Mo who interfered, causing this operation to fail.
Wu Renyan nodded.
That is my assumption as well.
The governor slowly rose and began pacing the room. After a moment he asked,
How are the arrangements for the Fire Pill Palace coming along?
Wu Renyan responded respectfully.
Everything is in place. After 30 years of preparation, the underground fire in the Fire Pill Palace is now immensely strong and on the brink of eruption.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renyan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. "What are your thoughts?" the governor asked. Wu Renyan spoke in a steady tone. "My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 Demons Kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed. "You see more clearly than most." The capital remains mired in luxury and celebration, convinced that the 10,000 Demons Kingdom is no match for Jing country. They underestimate the 10,000 Demons Kingdom, and more importantly, the ambition and strength of this demon emperor. Wu Renyan nodded slightly. The 10,000 Demons Kingdom has lain dormant for 500 years, quietly amassing power. Now the time has come for them to strike. Those in the capital, accustomed to their comfortable lives, have no understanding of this. The governor shook his head. If only Yu province were entirely under my control, I would issue an immediate order for all cultivators to march to Mist Province's borders and hold off the 10,000 demons' kingdom. Wu Renayan said in a deep voice, "It is not too late. The Jade Cauldron Sect is already weakening as per your plans. With 1 year remaining before the Fire Pill Palace opens, if we activate another hidden piece, the Jade Cauldron Sect will weaken further. When the time comes, it will be easy for you to take control of the sect. Once they're under your command, you can throw them into Mist Province as cannon fodder. This will preserve the court's forces while diminishing the sect's strength." The governor shook his head and pushed a document toward Wu Renayan. "The Jade Cauldron Sect hasn't weakened significantly. Look at this document." Wu Renayan took it and read. It was a record of trade between the governor's mansion and the Jade Cauldron Sect. Previously, the Jade Cauldron Sect had purchased large quantities of spiritual beast and demon beast materials from the governor's mansion. However, in the past 2 years, the roles had reversed, with the governor's mansion buying such materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect instead. At the end of the document was a note. Both the Shanking Sect and Pill River Sect had also begun purchasing materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect. Wu Renayan's expression darkened. "Is this because of Dragon Snake Mountain?" The governor nodded. "Exactly. The Jade Cauldron Sect's beast taming industry has suddenly flourished. Since the year they turned their losses into profits, their cost-effectiveness has far surpassed ours. To the extent that, as the governor of Yu Province, it is now cheaper for me to purchase beast materials directly from them than to produce them myself." Wu Renayan remained silent. The sudden strength of the Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-taming industry was unexpected, even for him. The governor massaged his temples, reflecting. Bloodvine Valley had cost the sect 21 nascent soul elders, yet their revitalized beast-taming industry had replenished much of their losses. Overall, the Jade Cauldron Sect had not weakened much at all. Suddenly, the governor asked, "What about the human collaborators sent by the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom? Has the old flood dragon been swayed yet?" Wu Renayan's expression turned awkward. "No, there's been no movement at all." The governor frowned deeply. "What happened? Report everything to me in detail immediately." Wu Renayan lowered his voice. "According to our informants in the Jade Cauldron Sect, the stewards assigned to guard the Valley of the Old Flood Dragon were indeed replaced by those 2 collaborators. However, after they entered the valley, they never came out again. Our informants also reported that Shen Mo entered the valley that day." The governor's frown deepened. He was already aware of Shen Mo's interactions with the Old Flood Dragon. He could roughly guess Shen Mo's intentions: to curry favor with the Old Flood Dragon and secure its backing as a powerful ally. Chapter 250, Enduring for the Jade Cauldron Sect, I'll bear the infamy. The Old Flood Dragon, having lived for countless years, was far from a foolish creature. Gaining its trust and support was a nearly impossible task. The only way was to find its missing flood dragon egg. But something that countless cultivators of the Jade Cauldron Sect had failed to accomplish over millennia. How could someone like Shen Mo succeed? Because of this, the governor of Yu Province hadn't taken the matter to heart. Now it seemed he had been wrong. The relationship between Shen Mo and the Old Flood Dragon had likely deepened to an extraordinary level. The governor's expression turned cold. It must have been Shen Mo who interfered, causing this operation to fail. Wu Renayan nodded. "That is my assumption as well." The governor slowly rose and began pacing the room. After a moment he asked, "How are the arrangements for the Fire Pill Palace coming along?" Wu Renayan responded respectfully, "Everything is in place. After 30 years of preparation, the underground fire in the Fire Pill Palace is now immensely strong and on the brink of eruption. All it needs is the right trigger, and it will explode with a deafening roar, destroying the entire Fire Pill Palace and everyone inside. This will send shockwaves through the Jade Cauldron Sect. Once they investigate, their findings will lead to a 4-cauldron elder who is actually an undercover agent from the Pill River Sect. At that point, the Jade Cauldron Sect and the Pill River Sect will inevitably come to blows, creating the perfect opportunity for us to intervene." The governor nodded slightly.
This time, everything must be done perfectly. No one can know that we were behind it.
The demon emperor personally acted, infiltrating the heart of Mist Province and annihilating 5 of its most prosperous cities, the governor said grimly. From the highest humans to livestock such as cattle, pigs, and dogs, nothing was spared. The governor of Mist Province and its 2 main sects didn't even realize the demon emperor had entered their territory. The elder pushed the war report aside, rubbing his temples in frustration. Wu Renayan picked up the report and carefully reviewed it. "What are your thoughts?" the governor asked. Wu Renayan spoke in a steady tone. "My lord, I believe Mist Province cannot withstand the advance of the 10,000 demons' kingdom. If we do not intervene, Mist Province will fall under the demons' iron hooves in as little as 3 years, or as much as 10. The governor sighed. "You see more clearly than most." The capital remains mired in luxury and celebration, convinced that the 10,000 demons' kingdom is no match for Jing country. They underestimate the 10,000 demons' kingdom and, more importantly, the ambition and strength of this demon emperor. Wu Renayan nodded slightly. The 10,000 demons' kingdom has lain dormant for 500 years, quietly amassing power. Now the time has come for them to strike. Those in the capital, accustomed to their comfortable lives, have no understanding of this. The governor shook his head. "If only Yu province were entirely under my control, I would issue an immediate order for all cultivators to march to Mist Province's borders and hold off the 10,000 demons' kingdom." Wu Renayan said in a deep voice, "It is not too late. The Jade Cauldron Sect is already weakening as per your plans. With 1 year remaining before the Fire Pill Palace opens, if we activate another hidden piece, the Jade Cauldron Sect will weaken further. When the time comes, it will be easy for you to take control of the sect. Once they're under your command, you can throw them into Mist Province as cannon fodder. This will preserve the court's forces while diminishing the sect's strength." The governor shook his head and pushed a document toward Wu Renayan. "The Jade Cauldron Sect hasn't weakened significantly. Look at this document." Wu Renayan took it and read. It was a record of trade between the governor's mansion and the Jade Cauldron Sect. Previously, the Jade Cauldron Sect had purchased large quantities of spiritual beast and demon beast materials from the governor's mansion. However, in the past 2 years, the roles had reversed, with the governor's mansion buying such materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect instead. At the end of the document was a note. Both the Shanking Sect and Pill River Sect had also begun purchasing materials from the Jade Cauldron Sect. Wu Renayan's expression darkened. "Is this because of Dragon Snake Mountain?" The governor nodded. "Exactly. The Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-taming industry has suddenly flourished. Since the year they turned their losses into profits, their cost-effectiveness has far surpassed ours. To the extent that, as the governor of Yu Province, it is now cheaper for me to purchase beast materials directly from them than to produce them myself." Wu Renayan remained silent. The sudden strength of the Jade Cauldron Sect's beast-taming industry was unexpected, even for him. The governor massaged his temples, reflecting. Bloodvine Valley had cost the sect 21 nascent soul elders, yet their revitalized beast-taming industry had replenished much of their losses. Overall, the Jade Cauldron Sect had not weakened much at all. Suddenly, the governor asked, "What about the human collaborators sent by the 10,000 Demons' Kingdom? Has the old flood dragon been swayed yet?" Wu Renayan's expression turned awkward. "No, there's been no movement at all." The governor frowned deeply. "What happened? Report everything to me in detail immediately." Wu Renayan lowered his voice. "According to our informants in the Jade Cauldron Sect, the stewards assigned to guard the Valley of the Old Flood Dragon were indeed replaced by those 2 collaborators. However, after they entered the valley, they never came out again. Our informants also reported that Shen Mo entered the valley that day." The governor's frown deepened. He was already aware of Shen Mo's interactions with the Old Flood Dragon. He could roughly guess Shen Mo's intentions: to curry favor with the Old Flood Dragon and secure its backing as a powerful ally. Chapter 250, Enduring for the Jade Cauldron Sect, I'll bear the infamy. The Old Flood Dragon, having lived for countless years, was far from a foolish creature. Gaining its trust and support was a nearly impossible task. The only way was to find its missing flood dragon egg. But something that countless cultivators of the Jade Cauldron sect had failed to accomplish over millennia. How could someone like Shen Mo succeed? Because of this, the governor of Yu province hadn't taken the matter to heart. Now it seemed he had been wrong. The relationship between Shen Mo and the old flood dragon had likely deepened to an extraordinary level. The governor's expression turned cold. It must have been Shen Mo who interfered, causing this operation to fail. Wu Renyan nodded. That is my assumption as well. The governor slowly rose and began pacing the room. After a moment he asked, how are the arrangements for the Fire Pill Palace coming along? Wu Renyan responded respectfully, everything is in place. After 30 years of preparation, the underground fire in the Fire Pill Palace is now immensely strong and on the brink of eruption. All it needs is the right trigger, and it will explode with a deafening roar, destroying the entire Fire Pill Palace and everyone inside. This will send shockwaves through the Jade Cauldron Sect. Once they investigate, their findings will lead to a Four Cauldron Elder who is actually an undercover agent from the Pill River Sect. At that point, the Jade Cauldron Sect and the Pill River Sect will inevitably come to blows, creating the perfect opportunity for us to intervene. The governor nodded slightly. This time, everything must be done perfectly. No one can know that we were behind it. Otherwise, it will only cause the Jade Cauldron Sect to direct their hatred toward us. Wu Renyan nodded emphatically.
Rest assured, my lord, I have meticulously prepared for this. No matter how thoroughly the Jade Cauldron Sect investigates, they will never trace it back to the governor's mansion.
The governor nodded.
Good, get to it. This matter cannot be delayed. As you command.
Wu Renyan bowed and left. The governor gazed southward, his expression deep and contemplative. Unifying Yu province was already a monumental task. Now, with the 10,000 Demons Kingdom launching a massive invasion of Mist Province, Yu province was burdened with the additional responsibility of providing support to the neighboring province. It was an uphill battle. Initially, he had planned to unify the three sects of Yu province through gradual and peaceful means. But now, that was no longer an option. In extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary actions. Even if this matter were to be exposed in the future, causing an uproar in Yu province and throughout the imperial court, he would still have no choice but to act.
At this point, the Jade Cauldron Sect must suffer. I will bear the infamy.
The governor sighed softly. 1 year later, Dragon Snake Mountain. On a barren plain, a figure clad in green practiced sword techniques. Sword chi swirled through the air, sharp enough to seemingly tear through space itself. What was truly remarkable, however, was the interplay of opposing energies. Fiery, yang-infused sword chi intertwined seamlessly with cold, yin-infused sword chi. There wasn't the slightest hint of conflict between them. Shen Mo slowly sheathed his sword, exhaling a breath of turbid air, his expression brimming with joy.
Hugh!